Section 0 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Burks. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Introduction. The story of imperial Rome has been told frequently and impressively in our literature, and few chapters in the long chronicle of man's deeds and failures have a more dramatic quality. 7 centuries before our era opens, when the greater part of Europe is still hidden under virgin forests or repellent swamps, and the decaying civilizations of the East cast, as they die, their seed upon the soil of Greece, we see in the gray mist of the legendary period a meager people settling on one of the 7 hills by the Tiber. As it grows, its enemies are driven back, and it spreads confidently over the neighboring hills and down the connecting valleys. It gradually extends its rule over other Italian peoples, bracing its arm and improving its art in the long struggle. It grows conscious of its larger power and sends its legions eastward over the Blue Sea to gather the wealth and culture of Egypt, Assyria, Persia, and Greece, and westward and northward over the White Alps to sow the seed in Germany, Gaul, Britain, and Spain. 100 years before the opening of the present era, the tiny settlement on the Palatine has become the mistress of the world. Its eagles cross the waters of the Danube and the Rhine, and glitter in the sun of Asia and Africa. But with the wealth of the dying East, it has inherited the germs of a deadly malady. Rome, the heart of the giant frame, loses its vigor. The strong bronze limbs look pale and thin. The clear, cold brain is overcast with the fumes of wine and heated with the thrills of sense, and Rome passes, decrepit and dishonored, from the stage on which it has played so useful and fateful a part. The fresh aspect of this familiar story which I propose to consider is the study of the women who molded or marred the succeeding emperors in their failure to arrest, if not their guilt in accelerating, the progress of Rome's disease. Woman had her part in the making as well as the unmaking of Rome. In the earlier days, when her work was confined within the walls of the home, no consul ever guided the momentous fortune of Rome, no soldier ever bore its eagles to the bounds of the world, but some woman had taught his lips to frame the syllables of his national creed. However, long before the commencement of our era, the thought and the power of the Roman woman went out into the larger world of public life, and when the empire is founded, when the control of the state's mighty resources is entrusted to the hands of a single ruler, the wife of the monarch may share his power, and assuredly shares his interest for us. Even as mere women of Rome, as single figures and types rising to the luminous heights of the throne out of the dark and indistinguishable crowd, they deserve to be passed in review. Some such review we have, no doubt, in the 2 great works which spread the panorama of imperial Rome before the eyes of English readers. In the graceful and restrained chapters of Merivale, we find the earlier empresses delineated with no less charm than learning. In the more genial and voluptuous narrative of Gibbon, we may, at intervals, follow the fortunes and appreciate the character of the later empresses. But no matter how nice a skill in grouping the historian may have, his stage is too crowded either for us to pick out the single character with proper distinctness, or for him to appraise it with entire accuracy. The fleeting glimpses of the empresses which we catch, as the splendid panorama passes before us, must be blended in a fuller and steadier picture. The tramp and shock of armies, the wiles of statesmen, the social revolutions, which absorb the historian, must fall into the background, that the single figure may be seen in full contour. When this is done, it will be found that there are many judgments on the empresses, both in Merivale and Gibbon, which the biographer will venture to question. For the study of the earlier empresses, the English reader will find much aid in Mr. Baring Gould's Tragedy of the Caesars, 1892. Here again, however, though the Empresses are drawn with discriminating freshness and full knowledge, they are constantly merging in the great crowd of characters. The aim of the present work is to place them in the full foreground, and to continue the survey far beyond the limits of Mr. Baring Gould's work. It differs also in this latter respect from Starr's brilliant Kaiserfrauen, which is, in fact, now almost unobtainable, and especially from V. Silvignani's recent work of unhappy title, L'Imperio e le Donne di Cesare, which merely includes slight and familiar sketches of 4 empresses and a general study of the period. The work differs in quite another way from the learned and entertaining book of the old French writer Rogas de Servias, of which an early English translation has recently been republished under the title The Roman Empresses, or the History of the Lives and Secret Intrigues of the Wives of the 12 Caesars, an improper title, because the work is far from confined to the wives of the Caesars. The work is an industrious compilation of original references to the empresses, interwoven with considerable art, so as to construct harmonious pictures, and adorned with much charm and piquancy of phrase, if some hollowness of sentiment. But it is so intent upon entertaining us that it frequently sacrifices accuracy to that admirable aim. Servais has not invented any substantial episode, but he has encircled the facts with the most charming imaginative halos, and where the authorities differ, as they frequently do, he has not hesitated to grant his verdict to the writer who most picturesquely impeaches the virtue of one of his empresses. Rogas de Servias was a gentleman of Languedoc in the days of the Grand Monarch. His empresses and princesses reflect too faithfully the frail character of the ladies at the court of Louis XV. For him, the most reliable writer is the one who betrays least inclination to seek virtue in courtly ladies. It need hardly be said that the present writer is indebted to these authors, to the learned Tillemont, and to others who will be named in the course of the work, but this study is based on a careful examination of all the references to the empresses in the Latin and Greek authorities, with such further aid as is afforded by coins, statues, inscriptions, and the incidental research of commentators. We shall consider, as we proceed, the varying authority of these writers. We shall find in them defects which impose a heavy responsibility on the writer whose aim it is to restore those faded and delicate portraits of the empresses, over which later artists have spread their sharper and more crudely colored figures. One may, however, say at once that it is not contemplated to urge any very revolutionary change in the current estimate of the character of most of them. If a few romantic adventures must be honestly discarded, we shall find Messalina still flaunting her vices in the palace, Agrippina still pursuing her more masculine ambition, Poppaea still representing the gaily decked puppet of that luxurious world, and Zenobia, in glittering helmet, still giving resonant commands to her troops. But it will be well, before we introduce the first and one of the best and greatest of the empresses, to glance at the development of Roman life which prepared the way for woman to so exalted a dignity. The condition of woman in early Rome has often been restored. We see the female infant, her fate trembling in the hand of man from the moment when her eyes open to the light, brought before the despotic father for the decision of her fate. With a glance at the little white frame, he will say whether she shall be cast out to be gathered by the merchants in human flesh, or suffered to breed the next generation of citizens. We follow her through her guarded girlhood as she learns to spin and weave, and see her passing from the tyranny of father to the tyranny of husband, at an age when the modern girl has hardly begun to glance nervously at marriage as a remote and mystic experience. We then find her, not indeed so narrowly confined as her Greek sister, yet little more than the servant of her husband. Public feeling, it is true, mitigated the harsher features and forbade the graver consequences of this ancient tradition. For many centuries divorce was unknown at Rome, yet woman's horizon was limited to her home, while her husband boasted of his share in controlling the commonwealth's increasing life. In the 2nd century before Christ, we find symptoms of revolt. The wealthier women of Rome resent the curtailing of their finery by the Opium Law, now that the war is over, 195 B.C. Old-fashioned senators are dismayed to find them holding a public meeting, besetting all the approaches to the Senate, demanding their votes, and even invading the houses of the tribunes and coercing them to withdraw their opposition. The truth is that Rome has changed, and the women feel the pervading change. The passage of the victorious Roman through the cities of the East had corrupted the patriarchal virtues. Roman officers could not gaze unmoved on the surviving memorials of the culture of Athens, or make festival in the drowsy chambers of Corinthian courtesans, or the licentious groves of Daphne, without altering their ideal of life. The splendor of Eastern wisdom and vice made pale the old standard of Roman virtus. The vast wealth extorted from the subdued provinces swelled the pride of patrician families until they disdainfully burst the narrow walls of their fathers' homes. The hills of Rome began to shine with marble mansions, framed in shady and spacious gardens, from which contemptuous patrician eyes looked down on the sordid and idle crowds in the valleys of the Cerba and the Velabrum. Rome aspired to have its art and its letters. Roman women were not content to be secluded from the new culture, and could not escape the stimulation of their new world. The Roman husband must be kept away from the accomplished courtesans of Greece and the voluptuous sirens of Asia by finding no lesser attractions in his wife. So the near horizon of woman's mind rolled outward. An inscription found at Lanuvium, where the Empress Livia had a villa, shows that the little provincial town had a curia milurium, a woman's debating club. The walls of Poppaea, when the shroud of lava had been removed from its scorched face, bore election addresses signed by women. The world was mirrored in Rome, and few minds could retain their primitive simplicity as they contemplated that seductive picture. By the beginning of the 1st century of the older era, the women of Rome had ample opportunity for culture and for political influence. In the great conflicts of the time, their names are chronicled as the inspirers of many of the chief actors. They rise and fall with the cause of the Senate or the cause of the people. They unite culture with character, public interest with beauty and motherhood. At last the conflicting parties disappear one by one, and a young commander, Octavian, the great-nephew of Julius Caesar, gathers up the power they relinquish. A youth of delicate and singularly graceful features, of refined and thoughtful rather than assertive appearance. He hears that Caesar has made him heir to his wealth and his opportunities. He goes boldly to Rome, adroitly uses its forces to destroy those who had slain Caesar, forces Mark Antony to share the rule of the world with him and Lepidus, and then destroys Lepidus and Mark Antony. It is at this point, when he returns to Rome from his last victories, when the whole world wonders whether he will keep the power he has gathered or meekly place it in the hands of the Senate, that the story opens. End of Section 0. Section 1 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Burks. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 1. The Making of an Empress. On an August morning of the year 29 B.C., the million citizens of Rome lined the route which was taken by triumphal processions to greet the man who brought them the unfamiliar blessing of peace. From the triumphal gate to the Capitol, past the great circus, and through the dense quarter of the Velabrum, with its narrow streets and high tenements, the chattering crowd was drawn out in two restless lines on either side of the road, ready to fling back the resonant Io Triumphe of the bronzed soldiers, bubbling with discussion of the war-blackened stretch of the past and the more pleasant prospect of the future. The hedges of spectators were thicker, and the debate was livelier, under the cliff of the Palatine Hill and in the Forum, through which ran the sacred way to the white temple of Jupiter, towering above them and crowning the Capitol at the end of the Forum. There the conqueror would offer sacrifice before he sank back into the common rank of citizens of the Republic. Would the young Octavian really lay down his power and become a citizen among many, now that he was master of the Roman world? Possibly one woman, who looked out on the seething Forum and the glistening temple of Jupiter from a modest mansion on the Palatine Hill, knew the answer to the eager question. Possibly it was unknown to Octavian himself, her husband. She heard the blasts of the leading trumpeters and saw the sleek white oxen, with their gilded horns and their green garlands, advance along the sacred way and mount the Capitol. She saw the people rock and quiver with excitement as painted scenes of the remote Dalmatian forests, where her husband's latest victories had been won, and the gold and silver of despoiled Egypt, and the very children of the witch Cleopatra were driven before the conqueror. She saw the red-robed lictors slowly pass, their faces wreathed in laurel. She saw the band of dancers and musicians tossing joyful music in his path, and she saw at last the 4 white horses drawing a triumphal chariot, in which her husband and her 2 children received the frenzied ovation of the people. Octavian was then in his 34th year. 15 years of struggle had drawn a manly gravity over the handsome boyish face, though the curly golden hair still seemed a strange bed for the chaplet of laurel that crowned it. His full, impassive lips, steady, watchful eyes, and broad, smooth forehead gave a singular impression of detachment, as if he were a disinterested spectator of the day's events and the whole national drama, instead of being the central figure. The busts which portray him about this period seem to me, in profile, to recall David's Napoleon, without the slumbering fire and the hard egoism. Men would remind each other how, when he was a mere boy, 15 years before, he had found his way through a maze of intrigue with remarkable dexterity. Now Mark Antony was dead, Brutus and Cassius were dead, Lepidus was dead, and the followers of Pompey were scattered. It was natural to assume that dreams of further power were hidden behind that mask of strong repose. Behind Octavian went the body of senators, with purple-striped togas and silver crescents on their sandals. The lines of spectators broke into gossiping groups when the tail of the procession had passed on. The white oxen fell before the altar of Jupiter. Octavian gave the customary address to the Senate, and joined Livia in the small mansion on the Palatine. But for many a day afterward Rome bubbled in praise of him. Not for years had such combats reddened the sands of the amphitheatre, such clowns and conjurers and actors filled the stage of the theatre, such sports fired the 300,000 citizens at the circus. Never before had the uncouth form of the rhinoceros or hippopotamus been seen at Rome. Not since the beginning of the civil wars had so much money flowed through the shops of the Velabrum and the taverns of the Suburba. Such wealth had been added to the public store by the despoiling of Egypt that the bankers had to reduce the rate of interest. To a people grown parasitic, the temptation to make a king was overpowering, and it was easy to point out to those who clung to the strict democratic forms that Octavian was extraordinarily modest for a man who had reached so brilliant and resourceful a position. So within a few months Octavian was imperator, and Livia became, in modern phrase, the Empress of Rome. Livia, unhappily for Rome, gave Octavian no direct heir to the purple, and we may therefore speak briefly of her extraction. She came of the Claudii, one of the oldest and proudest families of the Republic, one that numbered 28 consuls and 5 dictators in its line. A strong, haughty race, more useful than brilliant, religiously devoted to the old Republic, they had helped much to make Rome the mistress of the world. Livia's father, Livius Drusus Claudinius, had taken arms against Octavian and Antony, and had killed himself with Roman dignity when Brutus and Cassius fell, and he saw the shadow of despotism coming over the city. Livia was then in her 16th year, and had early experience of the storms of Roman political life. Her husband, Tiberius Claudius Nero, had been promoted more than once by Julius Caesar, but after the assassination of Caesar, he had passed into what he regarded as the more favorable current. He seems to have steered his course with some skill until the year 41 B.C., when, like many other small schemers, he came under the influence of Mark Antony's wife, Fulvia. Antony was caught at the time in the silken net with which Cleopatra prevented him from carrying out the ambition of Rome at the expense of her country. Fulvia, a virile and passionate woman, tried to draw Antony from her arms by provoking a revolt against Octavian. She induced her brother-in-law and other nobles to rebel, and Nero, who was then prefect of a small town in Campania, joined the movement. Octavian swung his legions southward and scattered the thin ranks of the insurgents. With her infant, the future Emperor Tiberius, in her arms, the girl wife fled to the coast with her husband and endured all the horrors of civil warfare. So close were the soldiers of Octavian on their heels that at one point the cry of the baby nearly destroyed them. Octavian had little mercy on rebellious nobles before he married Livia. At last they reached the coast, where the galleys of Sextus Pompeius hovered to receive fugitives, and sailed for Sicily. They were cordially received there by the Pompeians, but went on to Greece, and were again hunted by the troops. Long afterwards in Rome, they used to tell how the delicate girl, the descendant of all the Claudii, fled through a burning forest by night before Roman soldiers, and singed her hair and garments as she rushed onward with her baby in her arms. The troubled history of Rome for 100 years was stamped on her mind by a personal experience that she could never forget. With worn feet and aching heart, she and her husband at last found shelter, until the feud between Antony and Octavian had been composed. From the straits of exile they returned to their pretty home on the Palatine Hill, and the story of her adventures ran and gathered substance in Roman society. If the experts be right in assigning to Livia a small mansion which has been uncovered on the hill, we find that she was, in the year 38 B.C., living only a short distance from the house of Octavian. Among the palatial buildings which now whitened the slopes of the Roman hills, Nero's house, later Livia's house, was poor, but its mural paintings are among the most delicate that have been discovered under the overlying centuries of medieval rubbish. A small portico gave shelter from the summer sun, and the small, cool atrium, hall, led only to some half-dozen modest rooms. But Livia was happy in her husband and sober in her tastes. She was then in her 19th year, a young woman of regular and pleasing, though scarcely beautiful, features and rounded form, one of those who happily united the old matronly virtue to the new love of society and gaiety. All Rome discussed her adventures, and the generous feeling which her romance engendered made people give her an exceptional beauty and wit, qualities which neither her marble image nor her recorded career permits us to accept in any large measure. There was no whisper of slander against her until the days of her power. From this peaceful and happy little world she was now to be suddenly removed. Octavian, who mingled freely with his fellows, and often supped with the literary men who were now multiplying at Rome, heard the gossip about the youthful Livia, and sought her. He was already married, and a word may be said about the Imperius's Mancaes before we unite him to Livia. In early youth he had been affianced to the girlish daughter of Publius Servilius Isacarius, but a mere betrothal had little strength at a time when even the marriage bond was so frail. When he came to face Mark Antony, with many grim legions at his command, and a fresh civil war was threatened, peacemakers suggested that the storm might be turned from the fields of Italy by a matrimonial alliance. The soldiers, weary of slaying each other, acclaimed the proposal. Servilia was sacrificed, and Octavian was married to the young and hardly marriageable daughter of Fulvia. As we saw, there was a fresh rupture with Antony in the year 41, and Octavian sent back the maiden, as he described her, to her infuriated mother. Some of our authorities declare that Fulvia had tried to draw Antony from the arms of Cleopatra by making love to his handsome rival, but one can only suppose that Antony would smile if he were told that his unpleasant spouse, the woman who is said to have gloated over the bloody head of Cicero and thrust her hairpin through his tongue, was offering her heart to Octavian. We cannot, therefore, accept the rumor that, when Octavian sent back her daughter to Fulvia, he maliciously explained that he was anxious to spare Fulvia the mortification of thinking that he had preferred the pretty insipidity of Claudia to her own more assertive qualities. The marriage with Claudia had been frankly political, and it naturally broke down in the new political dissolution. The second marriage had the same origin and the same welcome termination. He had married Scribonia, a woman older than himself, during the rupture with Antony, because her brother was one of the chief members of the Pompeian faction. The leader of this party, Sextus Pompeius, held Sicily, and not only welcomed fugitives from Octavian's anger, but commanded the sea route to Rome. Through his devoted friend Maecenas, the famous patron of letters, Octavian proposed a marriage with Scribonia. It would not be unnatural for a woman in her 30s, who had already outlived 2 husbands, eagerly to espouse, and probably love, so graceful, ambitious, and advancing a youth as Octavian. But to him the alliance was only one more move in the great game he was playing. He could bear the strain of a diplomatic marriage with ease, since there was no reason to reject the statement of Dio and Suetonius that he found affection among the wives of his nobler friends. It had been commonly held that Octavian masked a tense and unwavering ambition with an affectation of simple joviality, and his irregularities have been excused on the ground that he used them as means to detect political whispers in Roman society. But this view of Octavian's character may be confidently questioned. His tastes, we shall see, remained extremely simple when he might safely have indulged any feeling for luxury, when every rival had been removed. That he was ambitious it would be foolish to question, but his ambition must not be measured by his success. There are few other cases in history in which fortune so wantonly smoothed the path and drew onward an easy and vacillating ambition. Octavian could well believe the assurances of the Chaldean astrologers that he was born to power. With all his simplicity, however, Octavian had some sense of luxury in love matters, and his imagination wandered. Scribonia's solid virtue was unrelieved by any of the graces of the new womanhood of Rome. Her sparing charms had already faded under the pitiless sun of Italy, and she had a sharp tongue. Moreover, his marriage with her had proved a superfluous sacrifice. Fulvia's stormy career had come to a close shortly after the return of her daughter, and Antony and Octavian had divided the Roman world between them. Antony married his colleague's sister, but the pale virtue of Octavia had no avail against the burning caresses, if not the calculated patriotism, of Cleopatra. At the second rupture between Antony and Octavian, she was driven from Antony's palace at Rome, where she was patiently enduring his distant infidelity, and sent back to her brother. In the meantime, Octavian had discovered a pleasanter way of obtaining peace with the Pompeians than by the endurance of Scribonia's jarring laments of his infidelity. He found, or alleged, that Sextus Pompeius did not curb the pirates of the Mediterranean as he ought, and he determined to wrest from him the rich appointments that he held. He was in this mood when, in the year 38 B.C., the young Livia came to Rome, and the exaggerated story of her adventures and her beauty began to circulate among the mansions of the Palatine. Some of the authorities describe Octavian as hovering about her for some time, and say that the splendor with which he celebrated his barbatoria, or the first shave of the beard, was due to the generosity of his new passion. It was more probable that he at once informed Nero of his resolution to marry Livia. Tacitus expressly says that it is unknown whether Livia consented or not to the change of husband. Great as was the liberty then enjoyed by Roman women, they were rarely consulted on such matters. Scribonia received a letter of divorce, in which it was suggested that the perversity of her character made her an unsuitable spouse for so roving a husband. She had given birth to a daughter a few days before, and we shall find the later chapters of this chronicle lit up more than once by the lurid hatred which was begotten of this despotic dismissal. For the moment, I need only point out that later Roman writers borrow their estimate of the character of Livia from Scribonia's great-grandchild, the Empress Agrippina, and we must be wary in accepting their statements. Scribonia herself, who came so near to being an empress, we must now dismiss, save that we shall catch one more glimpse of her when she follows her dissolute daughter into exile. Roman law imposed a fitting delay on the divorced wife before she could marry again, but Octavian was impatient. He consulted the sacred augurs, and, if the legend is correct, the diviners gave admirable proof of their art. They gravely reported that the omens were auspicious for an immediate marriage if the petitioner had ground to believe that it would be fruitful. The verdict entertained Rome, because Livia was well known to be far advanced in pregnancy, and Octavian was widely regarded as the father. Whether that be true or no, Octavian intimated to Nero that he must divorce Livia, and we cannot think she felt much pain at being invited to share the mansion in the Palatine, to which all Roman eyes were now directed. An anecdote of the time lightly illustrates the ease with which such matrimonial transfers were accomplished at Rome. Dio says that during the festive meal, one of those bejeweled boys who then formed part of a Roman noble's household, and whose vicious services were rewarded with an extraordinary license, said to Livia, as she reclined at table with Octavian, "What do you here, mistress? Your husband is yonder." The pert youngster pointed to Nero at another table. He had given away the bride, and was cheerfully taking part in the banquet. Livia's second son, Drusus Nero, was born 3 months after her marriage, and was sent by Octavian to Nero's house. Nero died soon afterwards, and made Octavian the guardian of his sons, so that they returned to the care of their mother. The extreme fondness of Octavian for the younger boy lends no color to the rumor that Drusus was his own son. The probability is that Octavian, in his impetuous way, married Livia as soon as his fancy rested on her. The accepted busts of Drusus do not give any support to the calumny that Octavian was his father. He loved both the boys and assisted in educating them in their early youth. It is only when his daughter Julia brings her handsome children into the household that we detect a beginning of an estrangement between him and his successor, Tiberius. The household in which these first seeds of tragedy slowly germinated was, in the year 38 B.C., one of great simplicity and sobriety. They lived in the comparatively small house in which Octavian had been born, and Livia adopted his plain ways with ease and dignity. In that age of deadly luxury, when the veins of Rome were swollen with the first flush of parasitic wealth, Octavian and Livia were content with a prudent adaptation of the old Roman ideal to the new age. The noble guest whom Octavian brought to his table found that his simple taste shrank, not only from the peacock's brains and nightingale's tongues, which were served in their own more sumptuous banquets, but even from the pheasant, the boar, and the other ordinary luxuries of a patrician dinner. Rough bread, cream cheese, fish, and common fruit composed his customary meal. Often was he seen, as he came home in his litter from some fatiguing public business, such as the administration of justice, to munch a little bread and fruit, like some humble countryman. Of wine he drank little, and he never adopted the enervating nightly carousal which was draining away the strength of Rome. While wealthy senators and knights prolonged the hours of entertainment after the evening meal, and hired sinuous Syrian dancing girls, and nude bejeweled boys, and salacious mimes to fire the dull eyes of their guests, as they lay back, sated, on the couches of silk and roses, under fine showers of perfume from the roof, sipping choice wine cooled with the snow of the Atlas or the Alps, Octavian withdrew to his study after a frugal supper, to write his diary, dictate his generous correspondence, and enjoy the poets who were inaugurating the golden age of Latin letters. When there were guests, he provided fitting dishes and music for them, but often retired to his study when the meal was over. After 7 hours' sleep in the most modest of chambers, he was ready to resume his daily round. Since Octavian retained these sober habits to the end of his life, years after they could have had any diplomatic aim, it is remarkable that so many writers have regarded them as an artful screen of his ambition. Nor can we think differently of Livia. If Octavian presents a healthy contrast to the sordid sensuality of some of his successors, his wife contrasts no less luminously with later empresses, and is no less unjustly accused of cunning. How far she developed ambition in later years we shall consider later. In the fullness of his manhood, at least, she was content to be the wife of Octavian. With her own hands she helped to spin, weave, and sew his everyday garments. She carefully reared her 2 boys, tended the somewhat delicate health of Octavian, and cultivated that nice degree of affability which kept her husband affectionate and the husbands of other noble dames respectful. Dio would have us believe that her most useful quality was her willingness to overlook the genial irregularities of Octavian, but Dio betrays an excessive eagerness to detect frailties in his heroes and heroines. We have no serious evidence that Octavian continued the loose ways of his youth after he married Livia. The plainest and soundest reading of the chronicle is that they lived happily and retained a great affection for each other, even when fate began to rain its blows on their ill-starred house. But before we reach those tragic days, we have to consider briefly the years in which Octavian established his power. His first step after his marriage with Livia was to destroy the power of the Pompeians. Livia followed the struggle anxiously from her country villa a few miles from Rome. Sextus Pompeius was experienced in naval warfare, and, as repeated messages came of blunder and defeat on the part of Octavian's forces, she trembled with alarm. Her confidence was restored by one of the abundant miracles of the time. An eagle one day swooped down on a chicken which had just picked up a sprig of laurel in the farmyard. The eagle clumsily dropped the chicken with the laurel near Livia, and so plain an omen could not be misinterpreted. Rumor soon had it that the eagle had laid the laurel-bearing chick gently at Livia's feet. As in all such cases, the skeptic of a later generation was silenced with material proof. The chicken became the mother of a brood which for many years spread the repute of the village through southern Italy. The sprig of laurel became a tree, and in time furnished the auspicious twigs of which the crowns of triumphing generals were woven. Whether it was by the will of Jupiter or by the enforcement of 150 ships which he received from Antony, Octavian did eventually win, and to the delight of Rome, cleared the route by which the corn ships came from Africa. Only 2 men now remained between Octavian and supreme power, the 2 who formed with him the triumvirate which ruled the Republic. The first, Lepidus, was soon convicted of maladministration in his African province, and was transferred to the innocent duties of the pontificate under Octavian's eyes at Rome. Octavian added the province of Africa to his half of the Roman world, and found himself in command of 45 legions and 600 vessels. Fresh honors were awarded him by the Senate, in which his devoted friend Maecenas, who foresaw the advantage to Rome of his rule, was working for him. Then Octavian entered on his final conflict with Mark Antony. I have already protested against the plausible view that Octavian was pursuing a definite ambition under all his appearance of simplicity. Circumstances conspired first to give him power, and then to give him the appearance of a thirst for it. He really did not destroy Antony, however. Antony destroyed himself. The apology that has been made for Cleopatra in recent times only enhances Antony's guilt. It is said that she used all that elusive fascination of her person, of which ancient writers find it difficult to convey an impression, all her wealth and her wit, only to benumb the hand that Rome stretched out to seize her beloved land. The theory is not in the least inconsistent with the facts, and it is more pleasant to believe that the last representative of the great free womanhood of ancient Egypt sacrificed her person and her wealth on the altar of patriotism than that her dalliance with Antony was but a languorous and selfish indulgence in an hour of national peril. But if it be true that Cleopatra was the last Egyptian patriot, Antony was all the more clearly a traitor to Rome. The quarrel does not concern us. Octavian induced the Senate to make war on Egypt, and we can well believe that when, in a herald's garb, he read the declaration of war at the door of the temple of Milonia, the thought of his despised sister added warmth to his phrases. The pale, patient face and outraged virtue of Octavia daily branded Antony afresh in the eyes of Rome. Livia and Antonia followed the swift course of the last struggle from Rome. They heard of the meeting of the fleets off Actium, the victorious swoop of Octavian, the flight of Antony and Cleopatra. What followed would hardly be known to Livia. It is said that Cleopatra offered to betray Antony to Octavian, and such an offer is in entire harmony with the patriotic theory of her conduct. While his able but ill-regulated rival, deserted by his forces, drew near the edge of the abyss, Octavian visited Cleopatra in her palace. Her seductive form was displayed on a silken couch, and from the slit-like eyes the dangerous fire caressed the young conqueror. Cleopatra probably relied on Octavian's weakness, but his sensuous impulses were held in check by a harder thought. He felt that he must have this glorious creature to adorn his triumph at Rome. Cleopatra saw that she had failed, and she went sadly, with a last dignity, before the throne of Osiris. Octavian returned to Rome with the immense treasures of Egypt to enjoy the triumph I have already described and to await the purple. The domestic life of Livia and Octavian lost none of its plainness after the attainment of supreme power. Sometime after the Senate had, 27 B.C., strengthened his position by inventing for him the title of Augustus, a title by which he is generally, but improperly, described in history after that date, he removed from the small house which his father had left him to a larger mansion, built by the orator Hortensius on the Palatine. This was burned down in the year 6 B.C., and the citizens built a new palace for Livia and Octavian by public subscription. At the emperor's command, the contribution of each was limited to 1 denarius. If we may trust the archaeologist, it was modest in size, but of admirable taste, especially in the marble lining of its interior. On one side it looked down over the steep slope of the hill on the colonnaded space, the Forum, in which the life of Rome centered. On the other side it faced a group of public buildings raised by Octavian, which impressed the citizens with his liberality in the public service. The splendid temple of Apollo, the public library, and other buildings, adorned with the most exquisite works of art that his provincial expeditions had brought to Rome, stood in fine contrast to his own plain mansion, of which the proudest decoration was the faded wreath over the door, the Victorian cross of the Roman world, which bore witness that he had saved the life of a citizen. In this modest palace, Livia reared her 2 children in the finer traditions of the old republic, while Octavian made the long journeys into the provinces which filled many years after his attainment of power. Livia was no narrow conservative. She took her full share in the decent distractions of patrician life, and like many other noble women of the period, she built temples and other edifices of more obvious usefulness to the public. A provincial town took the name Liviata in her honor. We have many proofs that she was consulted on public affairs by Octavian, and exercised a discreet and beneficent influence on him. One of the anecdotes collected by later writers tells that she one day met a group of naked men on the road. It is likely that they were innocent workers or soldiers in the heat, and not the band of lascivious nobles, which prurient writers have made them out to be. However, Octavian impetuously demanded their heads when she told him, and Livia saved them with the remark that, in the eyes of a decent woman, they were no more offensive than a group of statues. On another occasion, she dissuaded Octavian from executing a young noble for conspiracy. At her suggestion, the noble was brought to the emperor's private room, when, instead of the merited sentence of death, Cinna received only a kindly admonition, an offer of Octavian's friendship, and further promotion. He was completely disarmed and won. We shall see further proof that the wise and humane counsels of Livia contributed not a little to the peace and prosperity which Rome enjoyed in its golden age. For it was in truth an age of gold in comparison with the previous 100 years and the centuries to come. The flames of civil war had scorched the Republic time after time. The best soldiers of Rome were dying out. The best leaders were perishing in an ignoble contest of ambitions. Corruption spread like a cancerous growth through all ranks of the citizens of Rome and far into the provinces. The white-robed Candidae, seekers of office in the city, now relied on the purchase of votes by expert and recognized agents. Hundreds of thousands of the citizens lived parasitically on the state, or on the wealthy men to whom they sold their votes, and from whom they had free food and free entertainments. The loathsome spectacle was seen of vast crowds of strong, idle men, boasting of their dignity as citizens of Rome, pressing to the appointed steps for their daily doles of corn. Large numbers of them could hardily earn an occasional coin to buy a cup of wine, a game of dice, or a visit to the luminaria in the suburba. By means of other agents, the wealthy refilled their coffers by extortion in the provinces, and paraded at Rome a luxury that was often as puerile as it was criminal. Rome, once so sober and virile, now shone on the face of the earth like some parasitic flower of deadly beauty on the face of a forest. No man, perhaps, could have saved Rome from destruction, but Octavian did much to clear its veins of the poison and its chronicle would have run very differently if he had not been succeeded by a Caligula, a Claudius, and a Nero. He chastised injustice in the provinces, purified the administration of justice at Rome, fought against the growing practices of artificial sterility and artificial vice, and genially pressed on the senators his own ideal of sober public service. From his mansion on the Palatine, he looked down without remorse on the idle chatterers in the Forum, from whom he had withdrawn the power, of which they still boasted, of ruling their spreading empire. Nor were there many amongst those who looked up to his unpretentious palace on the edge of the cliff, who did not feel that they had gained by the sale of their tarnished democracy. There was more than literal truth in Octavian's boast that he had found Rome a city of brick, and had left it a city of marble. Yet all the augurs and soothsayers of Rome failed to see the swift and terrible issue that would come of this seemingly happy change. Corrupt and repellent as democracy had become, monarchy was presently to exhibit spectacles which would surpass all the horrors of its civil wars, and outshame the sordid reaches of its avarice. The new race of rulers was to descend so low as to use its imperial power to shatter what remained of old Roman virtue, and to embellish vice with its richest rewards. From the sobriety and public spirit of Octavian, we pass quickly to the somber melancholy of Tiberius, the wanton brutality of Caligula, the impotent sensuality of Claudius, the mincing folly of Nero, and the alternating gluttony and cruelty of Domitian, before we come to the second honest effort to avert the fate of Rome. From the genial virtue of Livia, we are led to contemplate the dissolute gaieties of Julia, the cold ambition of Agrippina, the robust vulgarity of Caesonia, the infectious vices of Messalina, and the insipid frippery of Poppaea. Had there been one syllable of truth in the divine messages which augurs and Chaldeans saw in every movement of nature, not even the beneficent rule of Octavian would have lured men to sacrifice even the effigy of power that remained to them, and that they had lightly sold for a measure of corn and the bloody orgies of the amphitheater. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Burks. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 2. The End of the Golden Age. In tracing the further career of Livia, we enter upon the opening acts of the tragedy of the Caesars, and we have to consider carefully if there be any truth in the charge that Livia herself initiated the long series of murders that now make a trail of blood over the annals of Rome. With the coming of the empire, we more rarely find legion pitted against legion in the horrors of civil war, but we have nerveless ambition stooping to the despicable aid of the poisoner, autocracy paralyzing the best of the nobility with its murderous suspicions, and folly growing more foolish with the increasing splendor of the imperial house. We already know that the germs of this disease were found in the quiet home of Livia and Octavian on the Palatine. Scribonia had received her letter of divorce a few days after the birth of her daughter Julia. As Livia bore no direct heir to the emperor, while Julia became the mother of many children, we have at once the promise of a dramatic struggle for the succession. When we further learn that the strain of imperial blood, which takes its rise in Julia, is thickly tainted with disease, we are prepared for a bloody and unscrupulous conflict. And when we reflect that on this unstable pivot the vast empire will turn for many generations, we begin to understand the larger tragedy of the fall of Rome. Let us first glance at the interior of the modest household on the Palatine. Besides Livia and Octavian, with whom we are now familiar, there is Octavia, sister of the emperor and divorced wife of Mark Antony, a gentle lady with the matronly virtues of the time when a Roman could slay his wife or daughter for irregular conduct. With her were her children, Marcellus and Marcella, of whom we shall hear much. Then there were Livia's 2 sons, the elder, Tiberius, a tall, silent, moody youth with little care to please; the younger, Drusus, a handsome, buoyant, fair-haired boy, threatening the elder's birthright. Octavian closely watched the education of the boys. He taught them to write on the wax-faced tablets in the fine script on which he prided himself, kept them beside him at table, and drove them in his chariot about public business. But the most interesting and fateful figure in the group was Julia. Octavian had removed her at an early age from the care of Scribonia and adopted her in the palace. She learned to spin and weave and helped to make the garments of the family under the severe eyes of Livia and Octavia. The emperor was charmed with the pretty and lively girl and would make a second Livia of her. Knowing well, if only from his own youth, the vice and folly that abounded in those mansions on the hills of Rome, and roared in its dimly lighted valleys by night, he kept her apart. None of the young fops who drove their chariots madly out by the Flaminian Gate and sipped their wine after supper to the prurient jokes of mimes were suffered to approach her. And not for the first or last time in history, the veiling of the young eyes had an effect quite contrary to that intended. A Roman girl became a woman at 14, a mother at 15. At that early age, in the year 25 B.C., Julia was married to her cousin Marcellus, who was then 17. Marcellus was so clearly a possible successor to the throne that courtiers hung about him and taught him the art of princely living. The doors of the hidden world were opened, and the tender eyes of Julia were dazed. The authorities are careless in chronology, and we may decline to believe that Julia at once entered on the riotous ways which led her to the abyss. Her marriage concerns us in a very different respect. All the writers who adopt the view that Livia was a hard and unscrupulous woman, a view that Tacitus must have taken from the memoirs of her rival's granddaughter, the Empress Agrippina, which were made public in his time, consider that this marriage of Julia and Marcellus marks the beginning of her career of crime. She is supposed to have been alarmed at the marriage of 2 direct descendants of Caesar, seeing that she herself had no child by Octavian. Most certainly she was ambitious for her elder son. The boy whom she had clasped to her breast when she fled along the roads of Campania and through the burning forests of Greece was now a clever and studious youth, and she wished Octavian to adopt him. Unfortunately, Tiberius was of a moody and solitary nature, and was easily displaced in Octavian's affection by the handsome and popular Marcellus and the beautiful and witty Julia. The first cloud appeared in the year 23 B.C. Octavian fell seriously ill, and Livia's hope of securing the succession for her son was troubled by 2 formidable competitors. One was Marcellus, the other was Octavian's friend and ablest general, M.V. Agrippa. He was of poor origin, but of commanding ability and character, and was suspected of entertaining a design to restore the Republic. He was married to Marcella, and had some contempt for the spoiled boy, her brother Marcellus, a contempt which Marcellus repaid with petulance and rancor. Octavian recovered, sent Agrippa on an important errand to the east, and made Marcellus aedile of the city. Marcellus was winning, the eager observers thought, when suddenly he fell seriously ill and died. The death was so opportune for Tiberius that we cannot wonder that a faint whisper of poison went through Rome when his ashes were laid in the lofty marble tower that Octavian had built in the meadows by the Tiber. But we need not linger over this first charge against Livia. Even Dio, who is no skeptic in regard to rumors which defame empresses, hesitates to press on us so airy and improbable a myth. It was a hot and pestilential summer, and Marcellus seems to have contracted fever by remaining too long at his post, before going to Baiae on the coast. The death of Marcellus, far from promoting the cause of Tiberius, brought a more formidable obstacle in his way. Octavian sent for Agrippa and directed him to divorce Marcella and wed Julia. The general, who was in his 42nd year, thought it immaterial which of the two young princesses shared his bed, and Octavia consented to the divorce of her daughter, as some conjecture, to thwart Livia's design. To the delight of Octavian, the union of robust manhood and amorous young womanhood was fruitful. During the 10 years of their marriage, Julia gave birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. Happily unconscious of the tragedies which were to close the careers of these children in his own lifetime, Octavian welcomed them with great enthusiasm. During his whole reign, he was engaged in a futile effort to induce or compel the better families of Rome to take a larger share in the peopling of the empire. When he penalized celibacy, they defeated him by contracting marriages with the intent of seeking an immediate divorce. When he made adultery a public crime, there were noble women, few in number it is true, the facts are often exaggerated, who enrolled themselves on the list of shame, and noblemen who took on the degrading rank of gladiators in order to escape the penalties. He created a guild of honor for the mothers of at least 3 children, but the distinction seemed to the ladies of Rome to be an inadequate reward for so onerous an accomplishment, and they scoffed when Livia was enrolled in the guild, though the only child she had conceived of Octavian had never seen the light. Far greater, however, was the amusement of Rome when Octavian held up Julia as a model of maternity and ostentatiously fondled her babies in public. A coarse and witty reply that she is said to have made when someone asked her how it was that all her children so closely resembled her husband was then circulated in Roman society and is preserved in Macrobius. Beautiful, lively, and cultured, the young girl had exchanged with delight the dull homeliness of her father's mansion for the rose-crowned banquets of her new world. Her marriage with Agrippa restrained her gaiety for a time, but her husband was often summoned to distant provinces, and she was left to her dissolute friends. Octavian was curiously blind to her conduct, but when Agrippa was compelled to undertake a lengthy mission in the East, he ordered Julia to accompany him. The journey would not improbably foster her vicious tendencies. There is truth in the old adage that all light came to Europe from the East, but it is hardly less true that darkness came to Rome from the East. Julia would not be ignorant how the ancient Roman Puritanism had been corrupted by the introduction of Eastern habits and types. The poisoner, the Chaldean astrologer, the Syrian dancer, the eunuch, the cultivated Greek slave, the priests of orgiastic Eastern cults. A mind like hers would seek to penetrate the depths from which these types had emerged. In Greece she would find the remains of its perfumed vices lingering at the foot of its decaying monuments. In Antioch there would not be wanting freed women to gratify her curiosity in regard to its unnatural excesses and the world-famed license of its groves. In Judea she was long and splendidly entertained at the court of Herod, a monarch with 10 wives and concubines innumerable. They returned to Rome in the year 13, and in the following year Agrippa died of gout, and Julia was free. One of the most surprising features of her wild career, one that would make us hesitate to admit the charges against her, if hesitation were possible, is that Livia was either ignorant of her more serious misdeeds or unable to convince Octavian of them. Livia would hardly spare her, as Julia was inflaming Octavian's dislike for Tiberius. Refined, sensitive, and studious, the young man avoided the boisterous amusements in which other young patricians spent their ample leisure, and his cold melancholy made him distasteful to them. One of the Roman writers would have us believe that Julia made love to him during the life of Agrippa, and that she incited Octavian against him in revenge for his rejection of her advances. The story is improbable. We need only suppose that Julia, in speaking of Tiberius, used the disdainful language which was common to her friends. Neither Livia nor Tiberius seems to have attempted to open the emperor's eyes to Julia's conduct. Octavian disliked her luxurious ways, but was blind to her vices, though the names of her lovers were on the lips of all. One day Octavian scolded her for having a crowd of fast young nobles about her, and commended to her the staid example of Livia. She disarmed him with the laughing reply that, when she was old, her companions would be as old as those of the Empress. One writer says that Octavian compelled her to give up a too sumptuous palace which she occupied. One is more disposed to believe the story that, when he remonstrated with her for her luxurious ways, she replied, "My father may forget that he is Caesar, but I cannot forget that I am Caesar's daughter." In spite of their mutual aversion, Octavian now ordered Tiberius to marry her. He was already married to Vespania, the virtuous and affectionate daughter of Agrippa, and this enforced separation from one whom he loved with an ardor that was fading from Roman marriage, and union with one who contrasted with Vespania as the wild flaming poppy contrasts with the lily, further soured and embittered him. We may dismiss, in a very few words, his relations with the woman who ought to have been the second Empress of Rome. After a few years spent, as a rule, in distant frontier wars, he returned to Rome in the year 6 B.C. to find that his wife had passed the last bounds of decency, and Octavian was as blind as ever. In intense disgust, and in spite of his mother's entreaties, he begged the emperor's permission to spend some years in literary and scientific studies at Rhodes. Not daring to open the eyes of Octavian to the true character of his daughter, he had to bow to his anger and disdain, and seek consolation in the calm mysteries of the planets and the fine sentiments of Greek tragedians. Julia now cast aside the last traces of restraint. A half-dozen of the young nobles of Rome are associated with her in the chronicles, and, gossipy and unreliable as the records are, in this case the issue of the story disposes us to believe the charges. Round such a repute as hers, legends were bound to grow, and the conscientious biographer must be reserved in giving details. Dio tells us, for instance, that she expected her lovers to put crowns for each success she permitted them to attain at the foot of the statue of Marsyas, a public statue at the feet of which Roman lawyers were wont to place a crown when they had won a case. However that may be, it is certain that in the nightly dissipation of Rome, when plebeian offenders sought the darkness of the Milvian bridge, or wantoned in the taverns and brothels of the suburba, Julia's party was one of the boldest and most conspicuous. Not content with the riotous supper, which it was now the fashion to prolong by lamplight in perfumed chambers until late hours of the night, Julia and her friends went out into the streets and caroused in the very tribunal in the Forum, the Rostra, a platform decorated with the prows of captured vessels, from which her father made known his imperial decisions. The thunder of the imperial anger scattered this licentious band some time in the 2nd year before Christ. In the earlier part of the year, Octavian had entertained Rome with one of the thrilling spectacles which he often provided. To celebrate the dedication of a new temple of Mars which he had built, he had the Flammean circus flooded, gave the people a mock naval battle, and had 13 crocodiles slain by the gladiators. Julia had hoodwinked the emperor so long that she and her friends seemed to have abandoned all restraint, and their adventures came to the knowledge of the emperor. The charges against Julia must have been beyond cavil, since Octavian, who loved her deeply, at once yielded her to the course of justice. a charge of conspiracy was made out against her companions. One of the young nobles killed himself, and the rest were banished. Julia was convicted of adultery, the evil that her father had fought for 10 years, and from the glitter of Rome she was roughly conducted to the rock-barren island of Pandateria, Ponza, in the Gulf of Gaeta. In that narrow and depressing jail, with no female attendants, no wine, and no finery, accompanied only by her unhappy mother, the fascinating young princess spent 5 years looking with anguish over the blue water toward the faint outline of the hills of Italy, or southward toward those rose-strewn waters of Baiae, where she had dreamed away so many brilliant summers. Rome, touched with pity for the stricken woman, implored Octavian to forgive her, and when he swore that fire and water should meet before he pardoned her, the people naively flung burning torches into the Tiber. Hearing, after a few years, that there was a plot to release her, Octavian had her removed to a more secure prison in Calabria. There she dragged out her miserable life until her father died and Tiberius came to the throne. When he in turn refused to release her, she sank slowly into the peace of death. There is no charge against Livia in connection with this tragic fate of Julia, but another possible rival of Tiberius had disappeared during these years, and there is the usual vague accusation that the Empress assisted the action of nature. Drusus, her younger son, died in the year 9 B.C., and Livia is charged with sacrificing him to her affection for her elder son. The charge is preposterous. Drusus had, it is true, been much more popular than Tiberius at Rome. His genial and engaging manner gave him a great advantage over the retiring and almost sullen Tiberius, but the brothers loved each other deeply, and when Tiberius, who was making a tour in the north of Gaul, heard that Drusus was dangerously ill in Germany, he at once rode 400 miles on horseback and held Drusus in his arms in his last hour. Livia was at Caesonia in the north of Italy with Octavian when the news reached them. That either Livia or Tiberius, for both are accused, should have in any way promoted the death of Drusus is a frivolous suggestion. The epitomist of Livy, Tacitus, and Suetonius described the death as natural. Drusus was thrown and injured by a frantic horse. The libel that his death was in some mysterious way accelerated may have been set afoot by his partisans. It was generally believed that he favored a restoration of the Republic, and the corrupt officials who, at his death, lost their faint hope of returning to the days of peculation and bribery may have begun the charge. No evidence is offered for it. Livia and Octavian accompanied the remains to Rome with great sorrow. Seneca says that the Empress was so distressed that she summoned one of the Stoic philosophers to console her. The next charge against Livia requires a more careful examination. By the beginning of the present era, when the poor health of Octavian gave occasion for many speculations as to the succession, there were only 2 rivals to the chances of Tiberius. These were the elder sons of Julia, and Livia must have reflected gloomily on their fortune. While Tiberius remained in retirement at Rhodes, the young princes were idolized by Octavian and by the people. Tiberius had proposed to return to Rome after the banishment of Julia, but Octavian peevishly told him to remain in Greece. Every astrologer in Rome must have read in the planets that either Caius or Lucius was born to the purple. They were spoiled by Octavian, enriched with premature honors, and, glittering in silver trappings, appeared in the spectacles as princes of the youth of Rome. Let those youths be removed from the scene by any accident, and so prurient a city as Rome will be bound to discover some insidious action on the part of Livia, and later writers, brooding over a chronicle in which ambition leads freely to the most brutal murders, will be disposed to believe her guilty. It is somewhat surprising to find more recent writers caught by the fallacy. We are not puzzled when the scandal-loving Servius opens his chapter on Livia with a glowing enumeration of her virtues, adopts nearly every libel against her as he proceeds, and closes with a very dark estimate of her character. But we are entitled to expect more discrimination in Merivale. Even Mr. Tarver, in his recent Tiberius the Tyrant, 1902, does much injustice to the mother in vindicating the son. He speaks of her as hard, avaricious, and a lover of power, and, without the least evidence, indeed against all probability, suggests that it was Livia who urged Octavian to keep Tiberius in retirement at Rhodes. He makes Livia hostile to Tiberius in favor of Julia's sons, on the grounds that she would find them more pliant than Tiberius. Every other writer suggests precisely the contrary. They make her murder Julia's sons in the interest of Tiberius. The death of the younger son Lucius is obscure. He was sent on a mission to Spain in the year 2 A.D. and died at Marseilles on the way. Since the only ground for the rumor that he was poisoned is the indubitable fact that he died, we need not delay in considering it. Octavian then sent the older brother Caius on a mission into Syria under the care of his old tutor Lollius. His counselor unhappily died in the east, and the young prince was left to the vicious companions who regarded him as the future dispenser of imperial favors. He fell into Oriental ways and was at length, A.D. 3, treacherously wounded by a Syrian patriot. Instead of returning to Rome, he remained in the unhealthy atmosphere of the East, indulged in its habits of languor and vice, and died 18 months after the death of his brother. There is no obscurity about his death. It is beyond question that he was severely wounded by a Syrian, but the deaths of the two brothers happened so opportunely for Tiberius that one cannot wonder at the suspicion, in certain minds, that Livia had had the youths poisoned. Nothing more than this vague rumor is given us by Tacitus, Dio, Suetonius, or Pliny, and it is from sheer pruriency of romance that later writers like Servius have accepted and emphasized the suspicion recorded in the Roman historians. Not on such slender grounds can we be asked to sacrifice the conception of Livia's character, which is forced on us by the plainer facts of her career. The youths were delicate. Caius, at least, had undermined his frail constitution by luxury, if not by vice, and the Roman world harbored death in 100 forms. If we still hesitate to choose between the artifice of Livia and the unaided action of natural causes in this removal of the obstacles to the advancement of Tiberius, we have only to glance at the fate of the rest of Julia's children. The third son, Agrippa, was as robust in body as his brothers were weak, but he was defective in mind and devoid of moral control. His boorish conduct as a boy gave great pain to Livia and Octavia, and his great physical strength broke out in uncontrollable gusts of passion. In his adolescence he readily adopted the worst vices that Rome could teach him, and Octavian was obliged to condemn him to imprisonment and exile. There remained the two daughters, Julia and Agrippina. The younger, the sanest of Julia's children, lived to intrigue for power and greatly to embarrass Livia's later years, though we shall find the same tragic fate befalling her after the death of the Empress who protected her. The elder Julia was banished A.D. 9 for incest, and like her mother, lacking the courage or virtue to end her shame, as the nobler Romans did, she protracted her miserable life for 20 years, her hard lot only alleviated by the charity of Livia. Fate had removed every possible competitor to the succession of Tiberius. He returned to Rome, and his judicious and sedulous activity removed the last traces of the emperor's resentment. Peace returned, after many years of storm, to the mansion on the Palatine. But Octavian had suffered profoundly from those terrible and persistent storms. The Rome of his manhood was gone. All his friends and counselors had disappeared, and the future of his people filled him with apprehension. The patrician stock was decaying from luxury and vice. The ordinary citizens clamored for free food and free entertainment, with a blind disregard of the laws of national health. He shrank from the public gaze and leaned affectionately on Livia and Tiberius. In the year 14 he remained at Rome in the early heat of the summer and became seriously ill. Livia and Tiberius went down with him to the coast where he rallied, and some pleasant days were spent on the island of Capri, which he had bought. They passed to the mainland, where Tiberius left them, but he was soon recalled by a message from his mother that the emperor was sinking. On the last morning of his life, Octavian dressed with unaccustomed care and summoned his friends to his bedside. Was Rome tranquil on receiving the news of his dangerous condition? Did they approve of his conduct and accomplishments? They gave him the assurance he desired and were dismissed. Could they have foreseen the line of rulers who were to stain the purple robe with blood and load it with shame, for so many decades to come, they would have wept. The last moments were for Livia. He died kissing her and murmuring, "Be mindful of our marriage, Livia. Farewell." So ended peacefully a union that had lasted 52 years in a city where divorce was as lightly esteemed as marriage. There can be little serious doubt about the character of the first empress of Rome. Livia probably concealed the death of Octavian until Tiberius arrived from Dalmatia. A report was given out that Tiberius arrived in time to receive the last injunction of the emperor. This may be doubted without any serious reflection on her character, if indeed it was she and not Tiberius who spread the report. There were grave fears, well-founded fears as we shall see, that a plot in the interest of corruption had been framed to prevent the succession of Tiberius. In the coolness of the night, so as to avoid the intense heat of August, they bore the remains with great pomp to the Capitol. There, on a bed of ivory and purple, preceded by wax effigies of Octavian and of earlier rulers of Rome, the body was carried to the temple of Julius, where Tiberius read a funeral oration. The cortege went on to the field of Mars by the Tiber, through lines of black-draped citizens. The pile was fired, and zealous eyes saw the soul of Octavian mount toward heaven in the outward form of an eagle. Livia, on approved custom, remained by the sacred ashes for 5 days, and then returned to face the new life which opened for her, with the especially wild suggestion that she had accelerated the death of her husband. We may disdain to concern ourselves. It was owing to her devoted care that the ailing and delicate Octavian had lived to old age, but a second libel in connection with the death of Octavian must be briefly considered. The apprehension, or the secret information, of the dying emperor was correct. No sooner was his death announced than a servant of the imprisoned son of Julia hurried to the coast and set sail for the island of Planasia with the intention of bringing Agrippa to Rome as a candidate for the purple. He arrived only to find a bleeding corpse. The centurion in charge had dispatched Agrippa as soon as the emperor's death was made known to him. Who gave the order for this execution? One cannot call it murder, for Agrippa was unfit to be restored to society, and any attempt to raise him to the throne would have been disastrous to Rome. The authorities, as usual, merely give us the rumors that circulated at the time, and leave us to choose between Octavian, Livia, and Tiberius. We can have little difficulty in choosing. It would be so natural for either Octavian or Tiberius to crush the conspiracy by executing Agrippa that the introduction of Livia is superfluous. Most probably Octavian had left directions with Agrippa's custodian. There is a curious story in several contradictory versions, but credible in substance, that Octavian in his later years paid a secret visit to Planasia to see personally what Agrippa's real condition was. Quite the most plausible theory is that, after personal verification of his madness, Octavian felt it best for Rome, and not inhuman to Agrippa, to have him put to death as soon as the question of succession was opened. End of section 2. Section 3 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Julie Burks. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 2. The End of the Golden Age. We come to the last phase of Livia's career. Tiberius was now a tall, handsome man, though slightly disfigured, with long, fair hair and features strangely delicate for one of his exceptional physical strength. A better soldier than his predecessor, and not an inept statesman, he was well enough fitted to wield the power which Octavian had virtually bequeathed to him. But a retiring disposition, an unhappy youth, and long years of study had made him shrink from the society of any but scholars, and he long hesitated to ascend the throne to which the Senate invited him. We have not got good ground to regard this reluctance as feigned. At last he consented, and the critics of Livia would have it that her ambition now passed such bounds as had been set to it by the ability of Octavian. We may freely admit that she looked forward to being closely associated in power with the son whose career she had followed with such devotion and helpfulness. On the other hand, we shall see how advantageous to the state her influence was. The evils that at once began to darken the life of Rome when Tiberius rejects her counsels will plainly show this. Nor is there any evidence that she sought power from any other motive than the good of the state. She might take pride in what she did and even exaggerate it, but such pride is not inconsistent with the view that she was ever gentle, humane, and generous. The first searching test of her character occurs a few years after the accession of Tiberius. As the news of the death of Octavian slowly traveled over the empire, there were mutinous movements among the legions in many provinces. In Lower Germany especially, the troops considered that their commander, Germanicus, the nephew of Tiberius, was entitled to the purple, and they asked him to lead them to Rome. He was a handsome, engaging young general of imperial blood, with moderate ability and much conceit, and had won the regard of the soldiers by visiting the sick and wounded, advancing their pay out of his own purse, and other popular acts. He was married to Julia's daughter Agrippina, who lived in camp with him. They dressed their little son Caius in soldier's costume, and his quaint appearance in miniature military boots won for him the pet name Caligula, Little Boots, by which he is known to history. The legionaries thought that they had with them a model imperial family, and promised to wrest the throne from Tiberius. Germanicus weakly composed the mutiny, mainly by forging a letter in the name of Tiberius, and then treacherously executing the leaders, and endeavored to cover his blunders by vigorous and rather aimless attacks upon the Germans. Tiberius recalled him to Rome to enjoy a triumph, and to keep him out of further mischief. Merivale acknowledges that his conquests were wholly visionary, but Germanicus had inherited the charm and popularity of his father Drusus, and Rome was easily won for him. People streamed out from the gates to meet him, and gazed with awe on his gigantic blue-eyed captives, and on the large, highly colored paintings of his victories in Germany. It was a new source of concern for Livia and Tiberius, and to the satisfaction of Livia's critics, the danger ended like all the others. Germanicus and Agrippina were sent on a mission to the east. Tiberius seems to have had some disdain for his spoiled and conceited nephew, and he was well aware of the interested aims of those who affected to see in him a restorer of the old republican liberty. He chose an older statesman, Caius Calpurnius Piso, to go out as governor of Syria, to watch and prudently direct the movements of Germanicus. With Piso was his wife Plotina, an intimate friend of Livia. From these, Tiberius and Livia shortly heard exasperating accounts of the progress of Germanicus and Agrippina. Piso found, on calling at Athens, that Germanicus had been flattering the Greeks for their ancient culture instead of pressing the dominion of Rome. He made free comments on the young general's conduct, pushed past his galleys as they dallied in Greek waters, and was hard at work in Syria when Germanicus arrived. The wives conducted the quarrel with more asperity than their husbands. Rome had now its party of Germanicus and party of Tiberius, and the news from the east was heatedly discussed. Germanicus had gone to Egypt without asking the emperor's permission, and is patronizing the Greek and Egyptian cults, which Tiberius represses, and is going about in Greek instead of Roman dress. Piso has had a violent quarrel with Germanicus and left Syria, and before they have time to discuss this important intelligence, there comes a report that Germanicus is dangerously ill, that bones of dead men, half-burnt fragments of sacrificial victims, leaden tablets with the names of Germanicus scrawled on them, and other deadly charms, have been found under the floors and between the walls of his house. At length the news comes that Germanicus is dead, and that with his last breath he has urged his friends to avenge him. Rome goes into mourning, all the shops are closed, and crowds gather everywhere to discuss this fresh tragedy of the imperial house. In the middle of the night a rumor spreads that Germanicus is not dead, and people fill the streets with the glare of their torches and break into the temples. But the fatal news is confirmed, and, when at last Agrippina comes with a golden urn containing his ashes, such mourning is seen as no living man can remember. People observed that neither Livia nor Tiberius appeared at the funeral. Livia had no reason to be present, and Tiberius knew that the demonstration was due largely to a spirit of hostility to himself. For the rest, it was merely the feeling of a frivolous people for a handsome and unfortunate youth. But Livia incurred more serious censure during the trial of Piso, which followed. The ex-governor of Syria defended himself resolutely for a day or two, and then, hearing that his wife had deserted him, committed suicide. The anger of the citizens now turned on the wife, Plotina. The Empress, with whom she had been in close communication throughout, begged Tiberius to save her, and he reluctantly checked the prosecution. Livia was, of course, accused of sheltering a murderess. It must be recollected that the accounts of the story are taken in part from the memoirs of Agrippina's daughter, and are colored with prejudice against Tiberius and his mother. One cannot see anything more serious than indiscretion in Livia's conduct. Her conviction of the innocence of Plotina is intelligible enough, and one can equally understand how she would distrust a trial held in Rome in the inflamed state of public feeling. There is no serious reason to suspect, in the death of Germanicus, the action of any other poison than the tainted atmosphere of the East. But the interference of Livia annoyed Tiberius, and the 10 years that followed are full of differences between mother and son. The emperor's resentment of his mother's share in public affairs had begun with his reign. Livia had proposed to erect a statue to the memory of Octavian. Tiberius interfered and referred her to the Senate for permission. She then proposed to give a commemoratory banquet to the senators and their wives. Tiberius restricted her to the wives and entertained the senators himself. He reduced her escort, frowned on the public honors that were paid to her, and resented her interference in public affairs. On one occasion, her friend Longina was summoned for debt, and presuming on her intimacy with the Empress, treated the process with contempt. Livia asked Tiberius to quash the proceedings, and he deliberately lingered so much on his way to the forum that the case was allowed to proceed. These are a few of the stories which illustrate the want of harmony between them. For this Livia was largely to blame. It was not unnatural that she, who had been so often and so profitably consulted by Octavian, should expect a larger power under the young emperor, but she failed to take discreet account of the extreme sensitiveness of Tiberius. If a story given in Suetonius is correct, she so far lost her discretion in one of their quarrels as to produce old letters in which Octavian had made bitter reflections on the defects of Tiberius. The fault was not wholly on her side, however. Tiberius was jealous when he contrasted the honor and respect paid to her with the general feeling of reserve and distrust toward himself, and he pleaded the old-fashioned idea of women's sphere as a pretext to restrain her. He grumbled when he one day found her directing the extinction of a fire, as she had done more than once in Octavian's time, and he was seriously angry when he found that she had placed her name before his on a public inscription. But we may leave these lesser matters and come to the next tragedy in the imperial chronicle, the shadow of which darkened Livia's closing years. She had retired from the palace to the house which she had inherited from her first husband, Tiberius Nero. Here she remained a saddened and helpless spectator of the coming disaster. Tiberius, whom she saw only once more before she died, had become a peevish and gloomy old man. His tall, spare frame was bent, his head bald, his face, which had always been disfigured with pimples, now hideous with eczema or concealed with bandages. His large, melancholy eyes so startled people that they believed he could see in the dark. Astrologers and students of the occult gathered about him in the palace he had built on the Palatine, and the way lay open for adventurers. The two chief aspirants for power were Agrippina, the widow of Germanicus, and Sejanus, Tiberius's favorite general. Julia's younger daughter seems to have concentrated in her person all the masculinity of her family. Implacable, as Tacitus says, proud and ambitious, she added to the gloom that was deepening on the Palatine. Merivale calls her the she-wolf. It seems probable that she sought marriage with the aged Tiberius in order to secure power for herself or her son. The only son of the emperor had been poisoned by Sejanus, as we shall see presently, and her son had a plausible title to inherit the purple. The authorities tell us that Tiberius one day found her in tears and was entreated, when he asked the reason, to find her a husband. She thought it expedient to forget the supposed share of Tiberius in the death of her husband. Her innocent maneuvers were met, however, by the sinister intrigues of Sejanus, one of the most unscrupulous characters we have yet encountered. Under a cloak of friendliness, he was countering her schemes and ruining her house. He had seduced her daughter Livilla, the wife of Tiberius's son Drusus, and had, with her connivance, poisoned the young prince, and kept the secret from the emperor for many years. It is said that he then made proposals to Agrippina to unite their ambitions, and, when these were rejected, he determined to destroy her and secure the supreme power for himself. He put his great ability astutely at the service of the emperor, and once had the good fortune to save his life by arching his Herculean body over Tiberius when the roof of a cave fell on them. It is probable that he inflamed the resentment of Tiberius against his mother, and then used the estrangement to increase the unpopularity of the emperor. Scurrilous libels on the ungrateful son were current in Rome. These are sometimes attributed to writers in the service of Livia, but it would be a natural part of the scheme of Sejanus to spread them. On one occasion, a noble lady, Poppaea Virilia, was charged by the Senate with accusing Tiberius and Livia of incest. Tiberius consulted his mother and declared to the Senate that they wished to treat the libel with contemptuous indifference. To Sejanus also we must, on the authority of Tacitus, attribute a plot against Agrippina, which other writers assign to Tiberius or to Livia. At a banquet in the palace, it was noticed that Agrippina, pale and sullen, passed all the dishes untouched. Tiberius at length invited her to eat a fine apple which he chose. Under the eyes of all, she handed it to a servant to throw away, and Tiberius not unnaturally complained of her unjust suspicions. Tacitus, who gives the most credible version of the story, says that the agents of Sejanus had warned her that she was to be poisoned at the banquet, so that she would act in a way that the emperor would resent. Tiberius, weary of the violent passions of the capital, now lived chiefly in Campania. It is not improbable that his disfigurement made him sensitive. Rome would not spare the feelings of so unpopular a ruler. It is not at all clear that he shrank from his imperial duties. Suetonius expressly says that he thought it possible to rule better from the provinces, or that he wished to indulge in the wild debauches which some attribute to him. Probably Sejanus, to secure more power for himself, persuaded him that he could best discharge his duties from a provincial seat. At this juncture, in the year 29, saddened by the estrangement from her son, by his helpless surrender to an unscrupulous adventurer, and by the increasing degeneration of Rome, Livia died. She had, by sober living, plenty adds, by the constant chewing of a sweet meat containing a certain medicinal root, and by the use of Puccinian wine, attained the great age of 86. She had seen her husband dispel the long horrors of civil war, refresh the empire, and adorn Rome, and she had felt the gloom and chill of a coming tragedy in her later years. Few of the empresses have been so differently estimated as Livia. Merivale regards her as a memorable example of successful artifice, having obtained in succession, by craft if not by crime, every object she could desire in the career of female ambition. He adds, but she had long survived every genuine attachment she may at any time have inspired, nor has a single voice been raised by posterity to supply the want of honest eulogium in her own day. The more concentrated research of the biographer has often to reverse the verdict of the historian, and in this case it must acquit Livia of either craft or vice. It is a singular error to say that Livia had no honest eulogium in her own day. The Roman Senate is exposed to the disdain of historians for its obsequiousness to the reigning emperor, yet at the death of Livia it sought to honor her memory in spite of the resentment of Tiberius. The emperor had refused to go to Rome, either to see her before death or to attend her funeral. He gave to Rome an example of silent indifference. Yet he had to use his authority to prevent the Senate from decreeing divine honors to Livia, building an arch to her memory, and declaring her mother of her country. Dio remarks that the senators were moved to do these things out of sincere gratitude and respect. Few of the less wealthy members of the Senate had not profited by her generosity. Their children had been educated, and their daughters had received dowries from her purse. Her generosity is recognized by all the authorities. Her humanity is made plain by the contents of this chapter. The adverse estimate of Livia's character is chiefly based on the annals of Tacitus, and it has long been recognized that Tacitus drew his account largely from the memoirs of the younger Agrippina, daughter of the woman who hated Livia. Yet Tacitus adds, when he has recorded the death of Livia, from this moment the government of Tiberius became a sheer oppressive despotism. While Augusta lived, one avenue of escape remained opened, for the emperor was habitually deferent toward his mother, and Sejanus dared not thwart her parental authority. But when this curb was removed, there was nothing to check their further career. We have seen that Livia had used the same restraining influence on the impetuosity of Octavian. With her died the attribute, or the wise policy, of imperial clemency, only to be revived by emperors who adopted that Stoic creed in which she found consolation after the death of her son. That she was hard and unscrupulous is entirely at variance with the most authenticated facts of her career. To say that she was avaricious is a sheer absurdity. She maintained her sober personal habits to the end, and took money only to bestow it on the indigent and worthy, or expend it in raising public buildings. We may grant that she had some ambition, but may claim that it was well for Rome that she had it. She fell into many errors of judgment in her later years, when Roman life was confused by such strong undercurrents of intrigue. But these very errors tend to discredit the notion that she employed a consummate art and strong intelligence in the furthering of her own interests. In a word, it is the vices and follies of later empresses that have disposed historians to regard her sober virtues as a mere mask. Note: for the guidance of the general reader, it is advisable to add a few words on the Latin authorities whom we now constantly quote. Tacitus, the chief source of our knowledge down to the year 70 A.D., is not only weakened as a historian by the very strength of his morality, but he has too lightly followed the memoirs in which the later Agrippina defamed the rival imperial family. Suetonius, who takes this as far as Domitian, is no less honest, but he has too genial and indulgent a love of anecdotes to discard any on the mere ground that they are untrue or improbable. Dio Cassius, who covers the first 2 centuries, is usually described as malignant, but one may question if he does more than indulge still further the same amiable preference of piquancy to truth. The Historia Augusta, which is our chief authority for the greater part of the empresses and the richest source of scandal, has been much and profitably discussed since Gibbon placed such reliance on it. It is now thought by some experts that the original writers of this series of biographical sketches of the Roman emperors lived at the beginning of the 3rd century and had a comparatively sober standard of work. Toward the close of the 3rd or beginning of the 4th century, the work was written afresh by the group of less scrupulous writers whose names or pseudonyms actually stand at the head of its chapters. But a still later writer once more recast the work and lowered its authority. He wrote frankly from the point of view of the piquant anecdotist, omitting much that would interest only the prosy student of exact facts, and filling up the vacant space with such faint legends of imperial vice or folly as still, in his time, lingered without the pale of history or arose in the field of romance. The question is fully discussed by Otto Schultz, Leben des Kaisers Hadrian, 1905, and Professor Kornemann, Kaiser Hadrian, 1906. End of section 3.
Chapter 3 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rhiannon Damon. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 3. The Wives of Caligula. The remainder of the reign of Tiberius does not properly concern us, but a very brief account of it will serve at once to confirm our estimate of the influence of Livia, and to prepare us for the almost incredibly degraded scenes that were witnessed under his successor. We saw that 2 persons were intriguing for the purple mantle, which must soon fall from the shoulders of the aged and unhealthy emperor. One was a woman of great ability and masculine courage, who sought the succession for one of her sons. The other was a strong soldier and astute minister, a man of the most unscrupulous and hypocritical character. The change in the form of government had already betrayed its evil. The fate of the vast empire seemed but a ball tossed from player to player. But the issue was even worse than the most sober observer anticipated. Before Tiberius died, both the strong man and the strong woman were to be destroyed, and the imperial power was to pass to one who was grossly unfit to exercise it. Less than a year after the ashes of Livia had been laid in the marble tower by the Tiber, the Senate received a letter from the court impeaching Agrippina and her 2 elder sons. According to Tacitus, it was commonly believed that this letter had been written some time before and had been withheld through the influence of Livia. The only reasonable interpretation that we can put on this rumor is that people were so convinced of the humanity of Livia that they did not think the letter would have been written or sent if she were still alive. However that may be, Agrippina and her sons were put on trial and condemned to exile, in spite of the angry crowds that gathered about the courthouse. Agrippina passed with dramatic suddenness from her dream of ruling the world to a dreary exile in Herculaneum, and after a time to the far more terrible prison of Panditaria, where her mother had spent 4 years of agony. There, with all the strength of her proud and ambitious nature, she awaited the death of Tiberius. But the only messages which came over the sea to her gradually broke her spirit. Her sons, Drusus and Nero, had been convicted of unnatural vice as well as conspiracy, and although we may entertain some doubt about the conspiracy, the other charge is only too credible when we know the habits of the class to which the youths belonged. Nero was imprisoned on one of the islands of the Ponza group, and it was not long before his mother, on the neighboring island, heard that he had starved himself, or been starved, to death. After some time she learned that Drusus had followed his example, and the despairing woman refused food in her turn and went into the kindlier exile of death. The last of Julia's children did not escape the tragic fate which hung over the family. We have yet to see how the curse falls on the 3rd generation. Sejanus, whose action we may confidently see in the ruin of Agrippina, now stood near the steps of the throne, waiting impatiently for the passing of the despised emperor. He was betrothed to Livilla, the widow of Tiberius's only son Drusus, whom he had poisoned with Livilla's assistance. With a consort of Caesarian blood, he felt that he could easily fill the place of Tiberius, and in the height of his corrupt power and criminal hope, the vengeance of the fates fell on him like a stroke of lightning. It is said that the wife he proposed to divorce disclosed to Tiberius that Sejanus was the murderer of his only son. Within a few hours he was impeached, condemned, and put to death. All who had gathered about him in the hope of his coming power were scattered or destroyed by the frantic anger of Tiberius. Livilla was urged by her mother to bury her shame in the grave. She refused and was banished. We shall meet her again in the Chronicle of Vice and Violence. After this terrible ordeal, Tiberius withdrew to Capri, where he had built a palace. Wandering, some years ago, among the ruins of what is believed to have been the palace of Tiberius, I found that the echoes still lingered there of the dark stories which men told in Rome of his later years. Men said that he had shut himself in that sea-girt palace, only to indulge, unseen, in the grossest perversions of a sensual nature, and that a new profession of ministers to lust, of which a description may be found in Tacitus, had grown out of his weariness even of unnatural vice. One does not readily admit such orgies in a man between his 72nd and 78th year, and it seems to me that one may offer an explanation of the myth, which will also serve to introduce the 3rd emperor of Rome and his wives. Suetonius describes Tiberius as surrounded by learned men and absorbed in obscure problems of astrology, mythology, and letters. The most resolute adherent of the more romantic story must have some difficulty in reconciling this band of prosy pedants with the sensual orgies which popular rumor located in the lonely palace. When, however, we learn that 2 young princes of the least intellectual and most immoral character formed part of the household, we see that there may have been 2 entirely distinct lives sheltered by the palace at Capri. If we suppose that these young men and their sycophantic attendants freely indulged in the vices which were then common to Roman youths, while their elders were intent on the glorious planets of a Neapolitan sky, we have a satisfactory explanation of the legend. The horror of Rome at the emperor's bloody avenging of the murder of his son would not dispose people to discriminate conscientiously. One of these princes was Herod Agrippa, son of the king of Judea, whom Octavian had brought to Rome for security. The other, a year younger, was Caligula, as the soldiers had nicknamed the surviving son of Agrippina and Germanicus. Caius Caesar, to give him his real name, was in his 19th year when his mother was banished. Tiberius a few years later took him to Caprae, where he would prove an apt pupil to Herod in Oriental ways. The vein of moral perversity, if not insanity, which we trace in all the descendants of Julia, is most clearly exhibited in Caligula, and the tragedy of the Caesars deepens when, in the year 37, Tiberius dies, and Caligula is called to the throne. He had been married in 33 to Junia Claudilla, daughter of Junius Silanus, a proconsul of eminent services and distinguished family. She was happily spared the fate of sharing the throne with Caligula by dying in childbirth. What her life in Capri must have been is not obscurely suggested by her early death. No prospect in Europe is more pleasant than that which unfolds its superb and far-lying beauty to the spectator on the green summits of Capri, from which the eye may wander over the broad blue bay with its silver fringe of surf, or round the crescent of evergreen land that begins with Sorrento and sweeps majestically past the foot of Vesuvius to the distant haze in which Bea once lived. Yet to a refined and sensitive young woman, this splendid palace must have been a deathly jail. Repelled alike by the purblind scholars and the licentious princes, the heavy monotony of learning and vice, unrelieved by visits to Rome, she sank under her burden in 3 years, just missing by 1 year the title of second Empress of Rome. Her father, a grave and illustrious senator, endeavored to check Caligula's extravagance in the first year of his reign. The brutal emperor bade him take his greeting to the spirit of the dead. With a last sad glance at the future of his country, Junius Silanus obeyed. We are credibly told that Caligula then made love to Annia, wife of the prefect of the guard. Sejanus had persuaded Tiberius to form a corps of praetorian guards, an imperial bodyguard which was destined to have a disastrous influence on the future of Rome. The actual prefect or commander of this regiment, Macro, was the most powerful person in the suite of Tiberius. With or without his connivance, his wife yielded to Caligula on the condition that he should marry her when he became emperor. Macro and Annia accompanied Caligula when he bore the will and the ashes of Tiberius to Rome. A gloom had settled over Italy during the later years of Tiberius's reign, and men hailed the young Caligula as the sun and the blue sky are hailed after days of dark tempest at sea. Standing by their flower-girt altars, coming out with torches at night, people greeted him with frantic epithets of affection. He was their star, their chicken, their dear child, as he had been to the soldiers in Germany years before. Not that he was a handsome youth. His frame was thin and lanky, and his movements awkward. He was prematurely bald, and his sunken eyes looked out with a scowl from his pallid face. But he was the son of Germanicus, the grandson of Julia. All the follies which the family had perpetrated were forgotten. For a month or 2 he fulfilled the hope of his people. The reign of terror was ended at once. He recalled his sisters from exile and brought to Rome, with great respect, the ashes of his mother and brothers. The circus and the amphitheater rang once more with the cheers of the populace. The golden age of Octavian had been restored, men said. But the emasculated system and the feeble mind of Caligula were unequal to the nervous strain. Early in his reign, Annia reminded him of his written promise to marry her, and Macro had an air of patronage in advising him. In a sudden blaze of ferocity, he ordered Annia and her children to be executed, and graciously permitted Macro to end his own life. He had found a wife, his sister Drusilla. His incestuous relation with Drusilla was soon the topic of Rome. It had probably begun before she was banished, and when he recalled her to his palace, a young and beautiful girl of about 20 summers, he conceived a violent passion for her, divorced her from her husband, and announced that he intended to marry her. The emperor was above all laws, he said. Rome laughed the laughter of fools. He was providing it with stupendous entertainment. The games of the circus ran for 12 hours, day after day, and the night was turned into fresh day with illuminations, banquets, and such pleasures as they could get with the money he freely distributed. In the midst of it all, he fell ill. Not improbably, he was paying with epilepsy the price of his wild excesses. There was such sorrow in Rome as had rarely been felt at the illness of its greatest citizens. Men vowed their lives for the life of the beloved emperor, and Caligula, when he recovered, saw that they kept their vows. He was ill for many weeks, and when his strength returned, he had lost the little sanity and sobriety that nature had ever put in his ill-compacted frame. The rest of his reign was a nightmare. Drusilla died during his illness, or soon after his recovery. Some writers suggest that her malady was a feeling of deep shame, but the description which Dio gives of her does not support this view, nor does the single virtue of remorse seem to be known among the descendants of Julia. The grief of Caligula was no less insane than his passion had been. No illustrious Roman was ever honored with such pomp of funeral as this woman, whose incestuous life he cried over the world. A senator saw her soul mount to heaven from the burning pile, and was rewarded with 1,000,000 sesterces. The degraded Senate declared her a goddess, and it was decreed that henceforth women should swear by the divinity of Drusilla. Earth and heaven resounded with his demented moans, and even before Drusilla was put among the gods, he had married again. Livia Orestilla, the second empress of Rome, is one of those ladies who are known to us only in the familiar phrase that she was a young woman of great beauty and illustrious family. In her case, we need no ampler portrait, as she was empress only for a few days. Before the end of the first year of his reign, 37, and in the midst of his lamentation over Drusilla, Caligula was invited to the wedding of Calpurnius Piso, a noble of rank and wealth. Caligula fancied the bride and at once made her his empress. With equal license, he divorced her a few days afterwards, and she learned what it was to fall from the height of a throne. He forbade her to have any commerce with her husband of whom he had robbed her, and then, alleging that his order had been disregarded, banished both of them to remote and distinct parts of the empire. The next lady on whom his unbridled imagination rested was Lolia Paulina. Caligula was probably more attracted by her wealth than by the remarkable beauty, the high character, and the distinguished ancestry which the chronicles ascribe to her. The rich spoils of conquered provinces had accumulated in her family, and her husband, the governor of Macedonia and Achaia, was industriously adding to their wealth. People told at Rome that she once went to a marriage supper in pearls and emeralds that were valued at 50,000,000 sesterces. Her high virtues seemed to have been consistent with the display that made her a topic of table talk, and that brought upon her a lamentable fate. Caligula, piqued by the stories of her wealth and beauty, ordered her husband to bring her to Rome, and she was soon afterwards established in his palace as the third empress of Rome. Within a year, Caligula divorced her on the ground that she gave no promise of perpetuating his line. It is often said that Caligula had only married her for the purpose of seizing her fortune, as his prodigal expenditure was rapidly emptying the treasury. This seems to be an error, as we shall find her in the next chapter incurring a miserable fate on account of her immense wealth. The truth was that Caligula had in the meantime discovered a lady whose temper wholly suited his own, and whose fertility he was actually assured. In the spring or early summer of the year 39, we find him perpetrating one of his stupendous acts of folly at Bea. He was accustomed, in the warmer weather, to cruise about the coast of Campania with his wife and suite. He had 2 great Liburnian galleys built, each with 10 banks of oars, their prows blazing with gold and jewels, their decks adorned with vines, colonnades, and divers freaks of irresponsible wealth. As they cruised by the bay, Someone reminded him of an old proverb which spoke of riding from Baia to Puteoli across an arm of the bay as one of the most certain impossibilities. At once he ordered a bridge to be built across the water and elaborately decorated. In what was supposed to be the armor of Alexander the Great, over which was thrown a mantle of purple silk, the conqueror of impossibilities rode from Baia to Puteoli. On the following day he drove his chariot across, and far into the night, the hills around being lit up with immense fires, he carried the debauch which celebrated his glorious feat. In their intoxication, numbers reeled from the bridge into the scented waters. Eager for fresh victories, he transferred his delirious court to Gaul, and declared that he was proceeding against the fierce Germans. The tribes were not in revolt, and the whole expedition was a comedy. Some of the Roman writers say that a few tame captives were conveyed across the river and hunted, so that the emperor might truthfully inform the Senate that he had gained a victory and merited a triumph. Suetonius even adds that, when he did eventually return to Rome and celebrate his triumph, a few slaves were forced to learn a little German and dye their hair, to pose as conquered tribesmen before his chariot. In the meantime, events which concern us more closely were happening at Lyons. The extravagance of Caligula was rapidly emptying the treasury. In 12 months he spent 2,700 million sesterces. His baths were of the most precious ointments. His banquets were especially designed to waste money. One alone cost 80,000 pounds in modern coinage. And, when the flow was not fast enough, he drank pearls dissolved in vinegar, and had gold fashioned in the shape of food and served to his guests. He disdainfully swept the palaces of Octavian and Tiberius, with other mansions, from the Palatine, and erected a palace of extraordinary proportions and barbaric splendor. Such habits drew about him a crowd of ignoble parasites, and one can well believe that he had discovered a conspiracy against him at Lyons. He had prostituted the honor of Rome in a manner so childish and base that few could be unmoved. Observing the wealth of the Gauls, for Lugdunum, Lyons, was then the center of a prosperous and cultivated region, he began to sell to them the possessions of the imperial house. He was present at the auction, and the proceeds were so satisfactory that he sent to Rome for wagon loads of furniture, heirlooms, and curios from the imperial palaces, and, as they were offered for sale, pointed out himself the historical value of each object. In his suite was the first husband of his sister Drusilla. This distinguished noble, Lepidus, may have exchanged views on the insanity of the emperor with the disgusted Gauls. At all events, Caligula sent word to the Senate that he had discovered a plot against his life, and added that his sisters, Livia and Agrippina, had been convicted of adultery with Lepidus. He put Lepidus to death, and compelled Agrippina, a proud and spirited young princess, to carry on foot to Rome the urn containing the ashes of her alleged lover. We shall see how, on his return to Rome, Caligula made atonement to vice for this drastic punishment of adultery. In fact, he already had a mistress in the court at Lyons, and this lady now displaces Lolia Paulina and becomes the 4th Empress of Rome. Milonia Caesonia is one of the oddest figures in the very varied gallery through which our story conducts us. Julia and Messalina are imperial in their vices. Caesonia, whose vices are so little discussed, stands entirely apart from the other empresses, at least of the 1st century. Wholly destitute of character or culture, already worn with the bearing of 3 children, she seems to have won and retained the fancy, one cannot call it affection or regard, of Caligula by a handsome figure, a robust masculinity, and an entire lack of refinement. He often exhibited her nude to his friends, and encouraged her to dress as an Amazon and ride her horse before the army. His disordered mind puzzled at times over the charm by which she held him. He would stroke her strong white throat, and murmur pleasantly that at one word from him the knife of the executioner would sink into it, and he would sometimes, with the same brutal humor, threatened to have her tortured in order to discover what philtre she secretly administered to him. She had much tact and no scruples. Their daughter, Drusilla, was born on the day of their marriage, according to Suetonius, or 30 days afterwards according to more credible authorities. As the child grew, it showed the temper of a wildcat. Caligula watched its frenzies with delight. As it screamed and bit its nurses, there was, he said, no room for doubt about the paternity. With such a spouse, and with his favorite courtesan Pyrrhus, whom also he had established in his new palace, Caligula indulged his insane impulses without the least restraint. Within a few months of inflicting so terrible a punishment on his sister, he was giving imperial lessons in incest and adultery. So low had much of the Roman nobility fallen that no sword was drawn on the emperor or employed on its possessor when he concluded his banquets with a command of promiscuous intercourse to the men and women of patrician rank whom he entertained. Nor were his excesses confined within the walls of his palace and known only by uncertain rumor. He developed a passion for driving chariots and frequented the company of grooms and gladiators. Rome genially applauded, since it implied more and longer shows in the circus and amphitheater. The struggles of the different factions in the races, of whom Caligula supported the greens, more than ever enlivened the dull days of an idle populace. Caligula forced nobles to exercise the base and dangerous profession of the gladiator, and to drive chariots before the mob in the circus. But the amusement of Rome reached its height when Caligula, in the year 39, discovered his divinity. Other emperors were content to leave it to the flattery of their people to detect a divinity in them after their very human careers were over. "I am turning into a god," said one of them ironically as he died. Caligula believed that his splendor was already divine. Vitellius, a contemptible courtier, father of the later emperor, shrewdly borrowed the idea from Oriental monarchs and suggested it to Caligula. Then were witnessed scenes in Rome which even the wildest extravagances of Nero cannot rival. Its citizens had, at the peril of their very lives, to restrain their laughter and bend in respectful worship, when the slim, ungraceful youth, he was yet only in his 27th year, with the weariness of dissipation on his pale face, trod their streets in the garments of Jove, with a beard of gold thread, or marched past them with the bow and quiver and golden halo of Apollo, or dressed to the more congenial part of Venus. A machine was made by which he could, in a puerile way, imitate the thunder of the rival god, and he ordered the heads to be struck off the statues of the Greek deities and replaced by copies of his own. A deity must have a cult. Caligula appointed himself and his horse, for which he provided a marble palace and an ivory manger, the high priests of his cult. Caesonia was associated in the priesthood, and the position of ordinary priest of the cult was sold to various nobles at the price of 8 million sesterces each. Poor men were forced to ruin themselves and put an end to their lives. Wealthier men meekly posed as the ministers of a divinity who gorged himself with food and wine at each meal, and resorted to the vomit that he might return to the table. How long nature would have suffered this madness to debase the fallen city, one cannot tell. But the exhaustion of the treasury now led Caligula to do things which roused a few Romans from their lethargy. He repeated in Rome the auctions he had held at Lyons, and many stories are told of his brutal irresponsibility. The truth of these stories is always doubtful, but one may be quoted as an illustration of the popular feeling. It is said that a senator fell asleep during one of the sales. Caligula malignantly called the auctioneer's attention to the fact that the sleeping man was nodding at every bid, and the senator awoke to find that he had bought 13 gladiators and other property at fabulous prices. Caligula even stood at his palace door to receive gifts, pleading that the addition to his family had impoverished him. He then discovered a new source of funds in the execution of the wealthier nobles. Brutal and sanguinary from the first, his growing madness and his delight in gladiatorial shows fostered his cruelty. He had an actor burned alive in the Forum for venturing, even to hint, in an ambiguous phrase, that the imperial behavior was reprehensible. Others he had tortured and executed in his presence, in order that he might enjoy the sensation of seeing them suffer. But it was mainly in quest of money to maintain his terrible expenditure that he stooped to the lowest excesses. No man of wealth in Rome was safe. Informers were eager for the fourth part of a victim's property, to which they were entitled after a successful impeachment. Caligula hungered for the remaining 3/4. Every 10 days he would clear his accounts, as he put it, or doom to death any wealthy senators whom he had chosen to put on his list of suspects. He would return from the court boasting to Caesonia of the heavy work he had done while she slept. A great terror brooded over the city, and men talked of the emperor in whispers. Omens and signs multiplied. The statue of Jupiter Olympus had been brought to Rome, and one day the workers rushed in alarm from the temple in which it was placed, crying that the marble god had burst into a fit of laughter. On January 24th, in the year 41, this appalling gloom came to an end, and the third emperor and fourth empress of Rome were justly removed. The long hesitation of the Romans must not too readily be ascribed to cowardice. The Praetorian guards were now encamped at the edge of the city, and were richly paid for personal loyalty to the emperor, so that there was very faint hope of a successful rising of the citizens. For the greater part these formidable soldiers were mercenaries, caring nothing for the honor of Rome, faithful as dogs to the liberal master. It was not until an officer of this regiment headed a conspiracy that any action could be taken with a prospect of success. This officer was a favorite of Caligula, but the imperial friendship was expressed in such coarse and stinging epithets that he was driven to rebel. He had his associates determined to assassinate Caligula when he attended the Palatine Games in the later part of January. A large wooden theater had been erected for the occasion, and a Caligula presided with delight at the repulsive spectacles. Such was the popular enthusiasm that the conspirators surrounded Caligula day after day without daring to touch him. His German guard, insensible to the grievances of the Romans, would at once and blindly oppose a rising, and the people seemed to have forgotten his tyranny in the blood-reeking show he had provided for them. They came to the 5th and final day of the games. Caligula was unwell and wished to remain in the palace, but he was persuaded to make an effort to attend the final performance. Before a vast audience, the actors represented the crucifixion of a band of robbers, and the stage was washed with blood. The chief actor of the time had a trick of pouring blood from his mouth, and the other actors clumsily imitated him. When it was over, Caligula, elated with the wild applause of the citizens, entered the narrow passage which led from the theater to his house on the Palatine. The conspirators seized their last chance and fell upon the emperor with their swords. Within a few hours, Rome so far changed that it was the turn of the partisans of Caligula to tremble. His body was removed and stealthily buried by Herod Agrippa. Caesonia seems to have remained in, or preceded Caligula to, the palace with her little daughter. There the cries of the guard and the noisy confusion in the palace would soon announce the disaster to her. She had no time to escape or devise any policy. A centurion rushed to her room and stabbed her to death. Her infant was roughly seized by a soldier, and its brain was shattered on the walls of the palace, where the brief infamies of its father and mother had degraded the civilization of Rome. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Rhiannon Damon.
Section 5 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 4. Valeria Messalina. The fall of Caesonia was hardly less romantic than the succession to her position of the woman who is known to every reader of Roman history, and to many others, as Messalina. When Caligula entered the narrow passage leading to the Palatine, after the performance in the theater, a few members of his suite walked before him. One of these was his uncle Claudius, a slow-witted and despised man in his 50th year, whom Caligula had rescued from humiliation and put in office. He had already entered the palace when the raucous cries of the German guard and the flash of weapons informed him of the assassination of the emperor. The guards were cutting down such of the conspirators as they could reach. In instinctive terror, Claudius hid behind a curtain. Nor was he reassured when he saw the soldiers pass with the heads of the nobles they had slain. Presently a soldier of the Praetorian Guard noticed his feet below the curtain and drew him out. Claudius fell to the ground in terror and implored them to spare his life. The soldiers had recognized him, however. They put him in a litter and carried him on their shoulders to the camp. Citizens whom they passed in the street pitied the harmless and, as was generally believed, half-witted prince. At last someone learned or divined the purpose of the guards, and Claudius awoke from his terror to hear the strange cry of "Salve Imperator!" and realized that he was to be made Emperor of Rome. He had been married 3 years before to Valeria Messalina, who thus became the 5th Empress. As the youngest son of Drusus, brother of Tiberius, and Antonia, daughter of Mark Antony and Octavia, he was the natural heir to Caligula. The imperial power was in no sense hereditary, but the attachment of the Praetorian Guards to the ruling family, and their irresistible domination over Rome, for some time ensured a kind of hereditary succession. There had, however, been no deliberate proposal to put Claudius on the throne. While the future of the empire was being determined by the rough mercenaries in the Praetorian camp, where Claudius promised a substantial largesse for his elevation, the Senate was actually discussing the question of restoring the public. Somewhat deformed in person, clumsy in gait and corpulent, stuttering in speech, deficient at least in the power of expression, Claudius had always been regarded as a negligible offshoot of the Julian stock. His mother had spoken of him as a little monster. Octavian had genially treated him as half-witted, and when he arrived at early manhood, Tiberius had refused to give him any rank or office. Caligula, however, had given him consular rank and promoted him in the palace, though he treated his uncle with the brutal jocularity which his mental infirmity was held to justify. We shall see that this treatment was far from just, for Claudius had some excellent qualities. But the disdain of his family threw him upon the society of his servants, and led him to seek consolation in the pleasures of the table and the dice board. He had in early youth been betrothed to a daughter of Julia. This contract was dissolved when Julia's vices were discovered, and he was married to a young lady of distinguished and wealthy family, Livia Medulina Camilla. She died on the wedding day, and he married Plotia Ergolanilla, a daughter of the Empress Livia's intimate friend, Ergolania. Suspecting, after a few years, that her friendship with his emancipated slave friends was warmer than he intended, he divorced her and married Plotina, who in turn was shortly divorced. In the year 38 he married the notorious Valeria Messalina, whose name conveys to every student of history or morals a summary impression of the worst features of the early empire. The spirit of our time is so resolutely bent on visiting the sins of the children on their fathers, so determined to seek the secret of character in heredity, that the older biographical practice of drawing out genealogies cannot be entirely abandoned, though one may wonder whether the tainted atmosphere of Rome may not have been more deadly than a tainted stock. It is enough to say that both her parents were of the Julian family, and were first cousins of Claudius. Her father, Valerius Messala Barbatus, was a senator of distinction. He is known to us as the senator who, in the old Roman spirit, made a futile effort to restrain women from invading public life and the camp. Her mother has a less reputable record. We shall see that she eventually falls under a charge of conspiracy and magic, but we may find that her more serious offense was an intense hatred of the Empress Agrippina, who brought the charge against her. Messalina, as we may now briefly call her, with a passing protest against that uncouth expression, the Messaline, was in her 16th year at the time of her marriage. An indulgent imagination will be able to appreciate the dangerous situation of the young girl. Entering in her teens a world of the most seductive pleasure and the utmost license, with so responsive and impulsive a nature as she had, she needed the guidance of a man whom she could at least respect. Instead of this, she found herself mated to a man of 48 years, whose full paunch and long thin legs and tremulous head were the jest of the Palatine, and who spent his hours in the company of Greek freedmen, or in too prolonged an enjoyment of rich dishes and costly wines. Claudius, it is true, adored her, but his adoration only made him the surer dupe of her craving for indulgence. Her misconduct probably began early, when, after the evening meal, she left her spouse intoxicated and snoring over the empty dishes, when his throat had been tickled with a feather, so that he might disgorge and return to the imperial dainties. The young girl would naturally yield to the counsels of the unscrupulous courtiers who abounded in such a palace. The path to the abyss was made smoother for her by her husband's reliance on his freedmen. In the later years of the Republic, when the dominion of Rome was extended over the East, the practice had grown of employing the more accomplished slaves of Greece and Syria in the patrician palaces. Equally expert at keeping accounts or pandering to vice, they won their emancipation and acquired large fortunes in the service of their new masters. They were usually regarded with disdain, but as we saw, Claudius had been driven to associate familiarly with them, and they attained great power when he ascended the throne. Rome now discovered a new evil in the imperial rule it had adopted. All who wished to approach the emperor with a petition had to flatter or bribe the freedman Callistus, to whom this part of Claudius's duties was entrusted. His steward of finances, Pallas, his secretary Narcissus, and his adviser in letters, Polybius, stood at one or other avenue of the palace, and exacted toll of all who approached. Offices were distributed through their avaricious hands, and it was soon noticed that they built magnificent villas in the neighborhood of Rome. Whether the rumor was true or not, it was believed in Rome that some of the noblest ladies paid an ignominious price to these men for the favors they sought, or were surrendered to them by the Empress. It is at all events clear that Messalina soon came to an understanding with them. Both they and she needed to dupe the purblind emperor, and it was felt that a friendly cooperation would be better than a precarious contest for supremacy. Before the end of the first year of Claudius's reign, this corrupt collusion began to show its influence. Claudius had begun well. He set to work at once to redress the injustice and follies of Caligula. A general amnesty was granted. The courts of justice were purified. The administration was opened to the abler provincials, and the public funds were expended on public works of solid usefulness. How far the freedmen were responsible for these measures it is difficult to say, but it seems that we must grant Claudius not only good will, but some quality of judgment. At the same time, there is evidence from the first of some infirmity of mind. His work as a judge seems to have been more remarkable for industry than enlightenment. On one occasion, an angry knight, Equus, threw books at him in the courthouse. On another, during a shortage of corn, the people pelted him with moldy crusts in the forum. Humane he was, apparently, in those early months, but he does not seem to have shaken off his earlier repute and exhibited any personal dignity. It was not long before even his humanity was warped by the malignant persuasions of his wife and the corrupt connivance of his freedmen. In our age of apologists, there has been some effort to relieve the character of Messalina from its heavy burden of infamy, or at least to discredit the evidence adduced for it. I have already said enough about the Roman authorities to justify one in making some reserve in regard to the details transmitted to us about Messalina. When we read Tacitus, we have to remember that he had before him the memoirs of her bitter enemy and successor, Agrippina. When we read Suetonius and Dio and later writers, we must not forget their love of vivid colors and romantic details. Yet these writers had in their time official records and something like public journals belonging to the earlier period, which put the malignant and unscrupulous action of Messalina beyond question. Of the less startling stories of her infidelities we have proof enough in the remarkable and authentic episode which will close her career. It cannot reasonably be doubted that the traditional estimate of the character of Messalina is substantially just, though we must use some discretion in admitting particular statements about her. With this reserve we may follow, in fair chronological order, the career of this young girl of 19, who is dazed by the sudden attainment of imperial wealth and power, until in her 25th year her childish efforts to pierce her bosom with a dagger are ended by the manly thrust of a soldier's sword. She had borne a daughter, Octavia, before the accession of her husband, and she was far advanced in childbearing when Caligula was assassinated. Claudius, unable to believe his good fortune, expecting daily that some fresh movement would dislodge him from the throne, kept in the palace with her. A month after his accession she bore a son, Tiberius Claudius Germanicus, later known as Britannicus, and Claudius ventured out to exhibit his heir to the people and express his joy. He never entirely lost his fear. Soldiers served him at table, and all who approached him were searched. But his clement and comparatively enlightened rule won him some popularity. His gluttony and weak wit were genially overlooked, and he gave promise of a prosperous reign. The first indication of the evil of his feeble dependence on Messalina and the freedmen occurred before the end of the year 41. Claudius had recalled from exile Caligula's sisters, Julia Livilla and Agrippina, and restored their property. Agrippina, whose character and career will occupy the next chapter, was in her 25th year, Livilla in her 23rd. Both had the beauty of the Julian women in its ripest development. Agrippina quickly realized her situation and discreetly concealed her ambition. But the younger woman was too proud to be diplomatic, and she was suspected of an ambition which she possibly did not entertain. Messalina became jealous and denounced her to Claudius for adultery. Claudius was persuaded that an open trial would entail scandal on the imperial family, and the unfortunate woman was exiled without the chance of defense. She was starved to death in her prison shortly afterwards, and when the further course of this story has been read, one will hardly hesitate to accept the assurance of the chroniclers that this grave crime was committed by the orders of Messalina. That the charge against Livilla was malignant cannot be doubted when we learn that her lover was said to be the famous Stoic moralist Seneca. The disease of Rome had already evoked a natural remedy. The austere code of morals which Zeno had formulated some centuries earlier in the marble colonnade at Athens was now adopted by the best of the Romans. Pointing to the enfeeblement and degradation which this epidemic of Eastern vice and luxury had brought on their city, the philosophers argued that the curb must be placed once more on sensual impulse, and the old virility of Rome restored. Seneca was the most distinguished representative of this growing school at Rome, and ambiguous or even reprehensible as his conduct may seem to us at a later stage, we should in this case prefer to attribute his punishment to the known vice of Messalina rather than to a frailty on his part, of which we have no indication. The wise and just counsel that he gave to Claudius was probably distasteful to Messalina and the freedmen. Without trial or defense, he was banished to Corsica. It is sometimes said that, as Seneca nowhere impeaches the virtue of Messalina, we may distrust the charge of vice against her, which we find in all the later chroniclers. But Seneca also fails to refer to her greater and quite indisputable misdeeds, so that the omission has no significance. Seneca remained in exile 6 years, and had no more personal knowledge than Suetonius of the debauches of Messalina. Her first success emboldened the Empress. Within a few months she selected another lady, Julia, the daughter of Drusus, and denounced her to Claudius. Such virtue or discernment as Claudius may have possessed was now attenuated by the sensual excesses in which his wife and his ministers encouraged him to indulge, and his humanity was contaminated by the passion for gladiatorial displays which he gradually contracted. We must not too hastily admit the lowest estimate of his powers. If Octavian could be so long and so easily duped by Julia, we may admit that Claudius's ignorance was consistent with some measure of good sense, which he still displayed in provincial administration and the accomplishment of public works. But from the end of the first year of his reign he lends himself so basely and ignobly to the schemes of Messalina that it is impossible to defend him. No sooner did his wife accuse Julia than she was banished without trial, and it is easy to believe that her speedy death at the hands of the centurion in charge of her was due to the orders of Messalina. It was said that Julia had excited the Empress's suspicions by too tender a regard for Claudius. The more prudent Agrippina now sought the protection of a husband. She is said to have chosen the future emperor Sulpicius Galba, and urged him to divorce his ailing wife. But the wife's mother took her part, and ended the intrigue by boxing Agrippina's ears in public. The wife died soon afterwards, but Galba feared the resentment of Messalina too much to wed Agrippina. She then induced Crispus Passienus, a wealthy and distinguished noble, and a famous orator, to divorce his wife and marry her. She had inherited a moderate fortune from an earlier husband, the father of her son, the future Emperor Nero, and the great wealth and distinction of Passienus put her in a much stronger position. Passienus died soon afterwards, leaving his fortune to Agrippina and Nero. How the fortune was used for the advancement of mother and son, and how Agrippina was eventually murdered by her son, will be told in the next chapter. Servius repeats without hesitation a rumor, lightly reproduced in one of the chronicles, that she murdered Passienus to secure the wealth. The charge is of the most frivolous character. Her husband had afforded her some protection. A fortune without a husband would rather attract than divert the passion of Messalina. The year 42 was marked by a conspiracy that unhappily disposed Claudius more than ever to confide in Messalina and the freedmen. The troops in Dalmatia were to be employed in the dethronement of Claudius. At the last moment, however, the soldiers were startled by so many and such undeniable signs of the anger of the gods that they returned to their loyalty and slew their officers. The standards could not be dragged out of the ground, a not unnatural event, one would think, in a Dalmatian winter, and the wreaths had fallen from the eagles. The plot was reported to the palace, and Messalina and the freedmen drew up long lists of men whom it was desirable to remove or despoil. Wealthier men redeemed their lives by paying considerable sums. Others were put to the torture, or were consigned to prison or the grave. A story is told in the record of this persecution which should guard us from admitting the common fallacy that the older spirit of Rome was quite extinct. A distinguished patrician heard that his name was on the list of the condemned. His wife urged him to escape the ignominy of a public execution by ending his own life, and when he hesitated, she buried the dagger in her own bosom, and then handed it to him with the words, worthy of a Corneille, "It does not hurt." Another victim was Appius Silenus, who had married Messalina's mother, Domitia Lepida. The chroniclers say that his crime was to have rejected the advances which Messalina made to him. Whatever the motive was, she induced the freedman Narcissus to tell Claudius that he saw, in a dream, Silenus thrusting a dagger into the emperor's heart. Claudius nervously consulted his wife, who confessed with artistic horror that the same dream had frequently tormented her. They had meantime summoned Silenus to the palace, and as he entered at that moment, the emperor ordered him to be executed at once. Such are a few of the dark crimes attributed to Messalina that we cannot seriously question, and that fully prepare us to believe the less inhuman misdeeds which it might otherwise be possible to doubt. In the following year, A.D. 43, Claudius went to Britain, leaving his Empress at Rome. It seems to have been at this time that, unless we are arbitrarily to set aside one group of charges in the records and admit another, Messalina indulged in the practices which have secured for her an unenviable immortality. The perfectly authentic sequel of this story will show that she had so extraordinary a disregard for even the pretense of moral feeling that the statements of the chroniclers cannot for a moment be set down as improbable. In a word, Messalina surpassed Caligula both in her own misconduct and in the propagation of vice. Envying the trade of the lowest women of Rome, she had one of the rooms at the palace equipped on the model of the chambers of the meretrices in the tenements of the Subura, put over the door the name of one of the most notorious women of that caste, Lysiska, and offered the lascivious embrace of an empress to anyone who cared to pay the price for which she stipulated. Others placed the scene in an actual brothel. Not content with her own abasement, she compelled the most distinguished ladies of Rome to follow her example. She bestowed the honors and offices, which Claudius left at her disposal, on the husbands who would complacently witness the defilement of their wives, and offered the alternative of her deadly lists to those who refused. Uncertain as we must always be whether these statements are not mere exaggerations of her conduct in the popular mind of the time, they are consistent enough with the accredited facts of her career. In the year 44, Claudius returned with joy to what he still regarded as the chaste and tender arms of his young empress. So lively was his esteem of her virtue, that he obtained from the Senate permission for her to ride in the ceremonious car, carpentum, an honor which was restricted to the priestly rank and rigorously forbidden to women. He granted her also the signal distinction of riding in his chariot on the day of his triumphal procession. The ease with which she duped him led her to fresh excesses. It is said that when she saw his wine-soaked body laid to bed at night, she placed one of her maids with him, and went with the companions of her debauches. If we may believe a story which has no inherent improbability, and has some confirmation later, she made the blind emperor himself purvey to her vices. She one day complained to Claudius that the popular actor Mnestor would not obey her when she commanded him to leave the stage and enter her private service. Claudius forced him to do so, and 3 years later, when Messalina's conduct was exposed, Mnestor exhibited to the emperor the scars on his body which gave proof of Messalina's brutal familiarity. Even when she used the bronze coinage of Caligula, which had been withdrawn from circulation, to make a statue to Mnestor, Claudius suspected nothing. This licentious conduct continued until the year 47. Messalina was only in her 25th year when her long impunity led her to take the step which ruined her. A bust of her that is preserved at Florence and a cameo at Vienna give a representation of her that we have no inclination to distrust. The curly golden yellow hair, Juvenal tells us its color, is elaborately dressed over the low forehead, and the large deep-set eyes are abnormally close. There is some irregularity in the undeniable beauty of the face, and the thin lips and small mouth drooping weakly at the corners would irresistibly suggest a record of adventure, if such a story were not assigned to her in the chronicles of the time. With that record before us, it is no doubt easy for physiognomists to detect a moral distortion in the features, and to discover unknown, as well as verify the known, vices of the empress in the truthful marble. Yet any thoughtful observer will be disposed to see in those pitiless lineaments a revelation of the truth about Messalina and her race. It is a picture of strength worn to decay by reiterated storms of passion, of beauty fading with the disease which foreruns death. One last crime must be added to the record of Messalina before we come to the crowning folly of her career. There remained one woman in Rome more beautiful than she, and one distinguished patrician whose virtue rebuked her, and whose wealth allured her. She resolved to bury the two under a common ruin. Valerius Asiaticus, a patrician of consular rank and great merit, had withdrawn from Rome to Crete as the madness of Messalina and the blindness of Claudius increased. Unhappily for him, he owned the beautiful and famous garden which Lucullus had laid out on the summit of the Pincian hill, and Messalina was now eager for it. She employed the tutors of her children to declare to the emperor that Asiaticus was at the head of an important faction at Rome, and had gone to fire the eastern provinces with his rebellious spirit. The omens which were reported from the east seemed to Claudius to make mere human testimony superfluous. The moon had been darkened by an eclipse, and a new island had risen from the Aegean Sea. The Chaldean sages interpreted these signs with their customary art, and Asiaticus was brought to Rome. He listened in disdain to the charge of conspiracy and adultery which the tutors, Sausibius and Suilius, brought against him, but when they proceeded to accuse him of unnatural vice, he broke into an angry denial of the whole accusation. Messalina was present at the trial, a wholly irregular proceeding in Claudius's chamber, and saw that the emperor was moved. She whispered to Vitellius, the sycophant who had first discovered Caligula's divinity and shaded his eyes from the blaze, that Asiaticus must on no account escape, and left the room. Vitellius, with ready wit, fell at the feet of the emperor. He enlarged at length on the great merits of the accused, and concluded with an artful plea that Claudius would grant Asiaticus the favor of being allowed to take his own life, instead of handing him over to the public executioner. Easily confused by this stratagem, and fancying that he was showing some clemency, Claudius assented. Asiaticus, true to the finest traditions of his fathers, returned to his palace, bathed and supped in perfect tranquillity, and then opened his veins. Messalina secured the gardens of Lucullus. The lady with whom Asiaticus is said to have offended was Poppaea Sabina, the only woman in Rome who surpassed Messalina in beauty. That would be quite enough to arouse the jealousy of Messalina, but we are told that she had the still greater mortification of believing that Poppaea was too intimate with the actor Mnestor, whom the Empress had appropriated. The daughter of Poppaea will presently come before our eyes in the gallery of Roman empresses, and if we may infer from her conduct the nature of her mother's precepts and example, we cannot set aside the charge as improbable. There is, however, no need for us to discuss it. No sooner was Asiaticus condemned than Messalina sent the news to Poppaea, and she put an end to her own life. Sausibius received 1,000,000 sesterces in the form of a special reward for his service in instructing the young princes, and other ministers to the cruelty, avarice, and passion of the Empress were richly endowed. Messalina now ventured upon so flagrant a violation, not merely of decency, but of the moderate discretion that had hitherto concealed her conduct from her husband, that her career of infamy was brought to a violent close. She had for some time entertained and indulged a passion for Caius Silius, one of the most handsome men among the Roman nobility. Tacitus assures us that there was no secrecy in the amour. She persuaded Silius to divorce his wife, visited his house with a large retinue, and made him repeated gifts of slaves and other property belonging to the imperial house. An obscure passage in Tacitus seems to imply that her impatience of all laws led her to form the design of marrying Silius while married to Claudius, and the details of what immediately followed have come down to us in contradictory versions. It is said by some that Silius proposed to her to remove Claudius and share the throne with him, and that she hesitated only from fear that Silius might divorce her as soon as he had secured the purple. Other writers say that the phoenix appeared in Egypt as it had done before the death of Tiberius, and that the nervous emperor was further told of a prediction that the husband of Messalina would die before the end of the year. In order to cheat this decree of the fates, Suetonius says Claudius signed the divorce of Messalina and went down to the coast, leaving her free to marry Silius. He intended to return and recover her as soon as Silius had fulfilled the prophecy by dying. It is clear that a good deal of legend has mingled with the true account of the events which led to Messalina's downfall, and one can merely try to construct a plausible story out of the discordant versions. Tacitus, the highest authority, knows nothing of the prophecy, or the divorce which it is said to have occasioned. His silence is not conclusive, and the course attributed to Claudius, however extravagant it may seem, is not inconsistent with his abnormally timorous nature. On the whole, however, one is disposed to agree with Merival that Claudius heard of no prophecy, signed no divorce, and knew nothing of the liaison until a later stage, as Dio implies. But Merival is plainly wrong in suggesting that the marriage of Messalina and Silius is a libellous legend borrowed from Agrippina's memoirs. When he submits that such a marriage could not have taken place without the emperor's knowledge, he forgets that, as all the authorities state or imply, Claudius had left Rome and gone down to the coast. The emperor returned to this city as soon as he heard of the marriage. The real course of events seems to be that Claudius was vaguely informed of the existence of a conspiracy against him. He complained bitterly to the Senate, confined himself for some time to the palace, and then in October went to Ostia to inspect certain public works which were in progress there. Delighted at his removal, Messalina went through the form of marriage, the laxer, not the more solemn form, confarreatio, with Silius, and cast aside the last shade of reserve. Base as her nature was, she must have been weary of the nightly spectacle of the repulsive old man sinking back in satiety on his couch, while slaves tickled his throat with a feather to induce a vomit. Silius was young, handsome, and not without wit. A better future seemed to open before her. Perhaps the slow-witted emperor would make no struggle for his throne. Perhaps the city and the guards would gladly sacrifice him for this handsome young imperial pair. There is calculation in the carven face of Messalina, but the news was speeding to Ostia, and the dreadful end was near. Shortly after the marriage came the festival of the vintage, the Bacchanalia, which was celebrated by the bride and bridegroom and their friends with the wildest merriment. That last scene in the licentious career of Messalina must have made a deep impression on the feeling of Rome, and it is lit up forever by one of Tacitus's most vivid flashes of description. Messalina had bestowed on Silius the imperial palace and its contents, and in the garden of the palace they paid full honor to the orgiastic cult of Bacchus. Wine presses were set up, and the women of Messalina's company, their white limbs and bosoms scantily covered with strips of fawn skin, sang and danced the Bacchic dance round the large vats of grape juice. Messalina, her golden hair flowing loose under her ivy wreath, shook her thyrsus and led the wild dance. Silius lay at her feet, crowned with ivy, nodding his head to the air of the lascivious chorus. Wine flowed freely on that autumn afternoon, and the gay world and distant Ostia were forgotten, or so little heeded that when Vettius Valens, one of Messalina's discarded lovers, had, in boyish exuberance, climbed a high tree, and they crowded round and asked what he saw, he gaily cried, "A hurricane from Ostia." But before the evening was out, the hurricane came from Ostia and scattered the revelers in terror. News was brought to the garden that Claudius was hurrying to Rome to avenge his dishonor. The freedman Narcissus had disliked the idea of Silius obtaining power, especially as Messalina had recently taken the ominous step of securing the execution of his colleague Polybius. In the suite of Claudius at Ostia were two female attendants, to describe them courteously, Calpurnia and Cleopatra, who were taken into counsel by Narcissus, and learned their parts in his scheme. Calpurnia flung herself at the feet of the emperor, crying, "Messalina is married to Silius." Cleopatra and Narcissus were summoned by the emperor, and they assured him that his life was in danger, and he must hasten to Rome. Other advisers, who had been trained to their part by Narcissus, were drawn into the group, and the dazed and vacillating Claudius yielded to their guidance. He was at once placed in his chariot, and Vitellius and Narcissus rode with him. Claudius feebly discussed the news as they traveled, and Vitellius, not sure which party would triumph, remained silent. But the freedman assiduously fed the slow-kindling anger of the emperor. Silius had fled from the Bacchanalian garden to the Forum, and tried to conceal his part by a zealous absorption in business. Messalina saw all the companions of her revels fly for safety, and leave her to face the storm alone in the palace garden. From the disordered relics of the feast she hurried to her Lucullan gardens on the Pincian. There her courage seems to have revived, and she determined to make an effort to disarm her husband. Directing the head of the Vestal Virgins to follow with her children, she went out upon the road which entered Rome from Ostia. The news had now spread over Rome. With 3 companions only out of the gay throng of her followers, and Vibidia, the Vestal Virgin, whose person was sacred, she braved the pitiless gaze of the citizens who had so long seen her chariot flash by in triumph, and walked on foot to the gate of the city. There her strength failed, and she was forced to mount the common cart of a gardener. When they had covered a short distance from the gates, they saw the emperor's chariot approaching, and she dismounted. Whether from real affection for her, or from an indolent dislike of trouble, Claudius hesitated once more when the piteous figure of his young wife appeared in his path. But Narcissus reminded him of her marriage, and ordered the charioteer to drive on. Her last despairing appeal was unheeded. The chariot galloped on, and left her standing on the road. A little further on, the Vestal Virgin, relying on her high position, demanded that Claudius should grant his wife an opportunity of defending herself, and thrust his children before him. The sight of his beloved Octavia and Britannicus again moved the wavering emperor. Narcissus bade the charioteer drive onward, and Messalina slowly turned to meet her fate in Rome. In order to dispel the last shade of tenderness from the emperor's mind, Narcissus conducted him first to the house of Silius, and showed him the treasures of the imperial palace which Messalina had showered on her lover. He then led him to the camp of the Praetorian Guards, and induced him to make a speech to the soldiers. The feeble spirit of the emperor was cowed by the full revelation of Messalina's perfidy. Now completely docile to the masterful freedman, he took his place at the tribunal, and passed sentence of death, which was at once carried out on Silius, Menester, Vettius Valens, and all Messalina's accomplices. Menester vainly stripped off his robe to show that he had received from the empress rather the imprint of her anger than the embraces of which he was accused. The emperor signed the doom of all, and returned wearily to the palace. Restored by food and wine, he began to resist the dictation of Narcissus, and ordered him to inform Messalina that he would hear her on the morrow. The freedman knew that a delay would ruin his design. He left the room, and told the guard that the emperor had commanded the immediate execution of his wife. Messalina had returned to her garden on the Pincian, where she was joined by her mother. Night had come on, and they sat in an arbor debating the mad brilliance of the past and the terrible gloom of the future. Domitia Lepida felt that there was no hope of recovering the favor of Claudius, and urged her daughter to end her life as Roman tradition prescribed. Strong only in her clinging to life, like most of the other frail women of the Julian house, Messalina fell at her mother's feet and sobbed. Presently the stillness of the deserted garden was broken by the tramp of soldiers and a summons at the gate. Still Messalina shrank from the eternal darkness which she had so suddenly confronted. Only when the officer of the guard told her the order that Narcissus had given him, and the freedman who had come with the guard began insolently to revile her for her crimes, did she take the dagger from her mother's hands. In the light of the single lamp of the arbor, the little group looked on with pity and disdain as the nerveless hands of Messalina lacerated her white bosom with futile gashes. Then the tribune mercifully drove his sword through her heart. Her children came up and found their mother's lifeless body in a pool of blood. This authentic closing of the career of Messalina must dispose us to think that there may be little or no exaggeration in the stories that are told of her. Starr, in his brilliant apologetic study of the Empresses, ventures to say that Seneca did not reproduce these stories about Messalina because he knew that they came from the pen of an embittered libeller. And it is safe to assume that Tacitus did derive much of his material from the memoirs of the woman who had shrunk from the vindictive cruelty of Messalina and came in time to replace her. But so much crime is authoritatively laid to the account of the Empress, and her last adventure reveals so shameless a disregard of either law or decency, that not a single detail is incredible or improbable. We shall find such excesses ascribed to later emperors, by writers who were not merely recording rumors that may have gathered volume during decades of passage from mouth to mouth, that nothing can be deemed impossible to a Messalina. The humane biographer can but plead that she entered a world of the most dazzling allurement of vice and crime with a nature already tainted and distorted by the sins of her fathers, and that the horror of that last scene in the gardens of Lucullus may be left as a merciful shroud over her unhappy memory. End of Chapter 4. Section 6 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 5, Part 1. The Mother of Nero. Tacitus has given us a spirited picture of life in the imperial palace during the months which followed the execution of Messalina. Claudius himself had sunk into a state of drowsy indifference when the storm excited by his discovery had spent itself. "Where is the Empress?" he asked, as he sat at supper the night after her death, and noticed the empty place on the couch. Narcissus told him that she was dead, and he asked no more. But the palace about his slumbering figure soon began to hum with conflicting intrigues for the succession to her chamber. Ladies who had visited the Palatine with nervous prudence while Messalina lived now came to display their charms and express their tenderness to the doting emperor. From the sombre night of the tragedy, Rome passed with relief to the light enjoyment of the new comedy. The freedmen who surrounded and controlled Claudius selected their candidates. Claudius had inserted one sentiment of his own in the speech which Narcissus had induced him to make to the Praetorian guards. He had sworn that he would not marry again. There were ladies in his household, such as Calpurnia and Cleopatra, who would encourage the resolution. But the freedmen decided that he was bound to capitulate under so fair a siege, and it would be better to have some share in the making of the new empress. Each of the Greeks chose a different lady. Narcissus, who had been promoted to high public service for his zeal, favored the suit of Aelia Plotina, whom Claudius had lightly divorced 21 years before. Callistus took up the cause of Lollia Paulina, the wealthy and beautiful woman whom Caligula had torn from her husband and used so unjustly. The steward Pallas was more fortunate in his choice. He advocated marriage with Agrippina, and as the mind of Agrippina coincided more decisively with that of her champion than seems to have happened in the case of her rivals, his campaign succeeded. She discovered a most tender and considerate affection for her uncle, visited him assiduously, and persuaded him to betroth her daughter Octavia to her son Lucius Domitius, later Nero. Octavia was already betrothed, and Agrippina is said to have removed the first obstacle to her designs by a cruel and unscrupulous act. We are told that she induced, and it is at least clear that she permitted, the sycophantic courtier Vitellius, who favored her suit, to accuse the young man to whom Octavia was betrothed of incest with his daughter-in-law. Tacitus has so mean an estimate of the young people and their generation that he does not regard the charge as a serious libel. He insists, however, that Agrippina had the case against them forged, and thus opened her dark imperial career with a crime. We are now approaching the generation in which the great historian lived, and we are considering the very woman whose memoirs furnished him with his more serious charges against her rivals and predecessors. It may therefore seem strange that, if we are to follow our authorities with docility, we must ascribe a very vicious and unscrupulous character to Agrippina herself. We have rejected the rumor that she poisoned her second husband, but that is by no means the only charge that is brought against her before she married Claudius. The authorities uniformly assert that she had had incestuous relations with Caligula in her early teens, had been notorious for her amours during the life of Messalina, and now very flagrantly placed such honor as she had at the disposal of Claudius. These charges we cannot control. We shall find even more serious accusations against her later, and shall have to regard them with reserve or frank incredulity. It was the literary fashion to make a consort of the Caesars imperial in her vices. On the whole, however, we are compelled to think that the eldest daughter of Agrippina and Germanicus had the taint of her stock. She inherited the virile ambition of her mother, and she had even less scruple in pursuing it. The best that can be said for her is that she aimed rather at making the future of her son than her own, and when that son proves to be the Emperor Nero, the murderer of his mother, We are disposed to read her record with the lenient eye of pity. When the elder Agrippina had been banished by Tiberius, as we saw in the year 12 A.D., her children were brought up in the house of their grandmother Antonia. In this plain home of old Roman virtue, Caligula is said to have infected and corrupted all his sisters. Agrippina left it in her 13th year to marry Consul Domitius Ahenobarbus. As the authorities are sharply divided in regard to his character, we cannot trace his influence in the development of her character. He died in the year 40, leaving her with a 3-year-old boy, Lucius Domitius. Agrippina was still a young and beautiful woman, and is said to have availed herself of the loose morals of Roman society until, as we saw, the attitude of Messalina forced her to marry. She was soon a widow for the second time, with considerable wealth. Her ambition revived at the death of Messalina, and she paid the most winning and flagrant attentions to Claudius. We should go beyond the letter of the Chronicles if we suggested that she bribed Vitellius and Pallas to promote her suit. It is enough to say that they overcame the reluctance of Claudius, and they profited materially by her accession to the throne. Claudius professed that he had a scruple about marrying his niece, and proposed to adopt her as his daughter. That empty honor was hardly recompense enough for the daily contemplation of his senility and sensuality. Vitellius induced him to submit his delicate feeling to the Senate and the people, and then artfully represented to the senators that, if Claudius married Agrippina, she might rid them of the hated influence of the freedmen. Tacitus, whose disdain for the obsequious Senate of the early empire always aggravates his comments on their conduct, describes how they raced each other to the palace to inform Claudius of their decision, and how the people, not improbably incited by Vitellius, assembled below the Palatine Hill and clamored for the marriage. The obtuse and weak-willed Claudius assented, and a few days later, in the year 49, Agrippina became the 6th Empress of Rome. Little did she dream that she was entering upon the last decade of her eventful life, and that it would close with the most ghastly horror. She was in her 33rd year, Claudius in his 58th. Years of sensual indulgence had not improved his character or his intelligence, and no one in Rome can have expected him to live more than the few years which remained for him. Agrippina was looking to the time when she would be the sole mistress of the empire. The fine statue of her, which is exhibited in the Lateran Museum, has a moral physiognomy so concordant with the authentic record of her career that we picture her to ourselves with confidence. In face and figure she is all that the word imperial suggests to the imagination. Haughty, strong, and reposeful in her self-reliance, she has lost the last shade of apprehension with the passing of Messalina, and has the majestic air of a mistress of the world. Her low brow and large, finely carved oval face are said by some physiognomists to have every mark of purity and refinement. But the close observer will discover in her features only such a refinement of passion as her ambition would lead us to expect. In a word, it is the face of a woman who will not stoop to vice or crime to gratify a sensual impulse, but may have recourse to either when her ambition lends it a certain expediency. The career of Agrippina shows that she really was a moral opportunist of this character. We need not pass any censure on her ambition. Unhappy would be the state in which men and women were not at times fired by the impulse to exert their powers more energetically than their fellows. but it is impossible to ignore the persistent and harmonious statements of the Latin historians in regard to the way in which Agrippina pursued her ambition. We may overlook the amorous adventures of her earlier years. We may reject, as a light and implausible rumor, eagerly caught up by prurient diarists, the charge that she made any dishonorable advances to Claudius before her marriage, or to the steward Pallas, or her son Nero at later dates. And we may hesitate to admit that she was concerned in the murder of Claudius. But we cannot find any other motive than a not too nice ambition in her marrying the aged and repulsive emperor, and we have strong reason to suspect her of conduct that is little short of criminal in many of the events that follow. The most formidable of her rivals for the throne had been Lollia Paulina. Beautiful, wealthy, and popular, the former wife of Caligula seemed to threaten Agrippina's security. In their eagerness to avoid the rock of hereditary power, the Romans had steered their vessel into the Charybdis of intrigue, and any prominent man or woman was regarded with concern by the one who wore the purple, or aspired to wear it. Agrippina had a strong and legitimate hope, but no guarantee that her son would succeed. Messalina's son, young Britannicus, was ailing and epileptic, and was generally ignored in the speculations as to the succession. It was therefore quite natural that Roman gossip should accuse Agrippina of destroying Paulina, and Tacitus is not less generous in recording the charges against her than in admitting her slanders against Livia. He affirms positively that it was the Empress who persuaded Claudius to have Paulina prosecuted on the charge of consulting oracles and astrologers as to the duration of his marriage, and that when her property was confiscated and she was sent into exile, Agrippina sent a soldier to compel her to commit suicide. Dio, as usual, improves upon the narrative. He describes Agrippina gloating over the bleeding head of her rival, as Fulvia had rejoiced over the head of Cicero, and opening the mouth to see certain peculiarities of the teeth by which it might be identified. The fatal defect of Dio's more vivid account is that, as we know from Pliny, the double canine teeth of which he speaks belonged to Agrippina herself, not to Paulina, and were regarded as a sure presage of good fortune. The substance of the story, however, we cannot lightly reject. A beautiful and happy woman was driven to death for no graver cause than, at the most, an idle patronage of the Oriental charlatans who then abounded in Rome, and, since this consultation of oracles was common, there must have been a special reason for the selection of Paulina. The motive suggested by Tacitus is only too probable. He adds that Agrippina also banished a lady named Calpurnia. If we may identify this lady with the Calpurnia whose services to Claudius were so amiable as to embolden her to disclose to him the crimes of his beloved Messalina, she would hardly remain long in the palace of Agrippina. Apart from such episodes as these, in which jealousy or avarice led her to make an unworthy use of her power, she ruled judiciously and serviceably. Claudius was in his 60th year. His poor mind was in complete decay, and it was both fitting and useful that Agrippina should rule in his name. The coinage of the time bears witness of her activity. There is, in fact, a living memorial of her rule in the city of Cologne, which, under the title of Colonia Agrippina, she established as an outpost of civilization on the farthest confines of the empire. She gave dignity and etiquette to the easygoing court of Claudius, had the right to enter the precincts of the capital, and to ride in the gilded imperial chariot of ceremony. And when the famous British prince Caractacus was brought to Rome, her throne was raised by the side of that of the emperor. The older Roman idea of woman's sphere was now discredited by the philosophers and contemptuously ignored by the women themselves. But the citizens moved slowly, and there was much discontent and consulting of astrologers. They were expelled from the city, but in the guarded chambers of patrician families they continued, in imposing Chaldean dress, to scan horoscopes and wave preternatural wands over their symbolical tripods, much as they do in Bond Street today. The more enlightened reader, who is disposed to regard the superstition with leniency, must reflect that the prophets might at times, for the vindication of their art, be tempted to lend a little human aid when nature tarried in bringing about the deaths which the planets had so plainly foretold. Within the palace, the whole care of Agrippina was centered in the education of her son for the purple. To the delight of Rome, she recalled the philosopher Seneca from exile, and gave him charge of her son's studies. When the real character of Nero was revealed in later years, it was said that Seneca had always disliked his task, and had even predicted that the boy would become a savage monster. Seneca himself merely says that the boy was spoiled, and his training thwarted by his mother. Nero would fly to Agrippina when Seneca had made some attempt to check his wayward impulses, and the whole lesson would be lost in her injudicious caresses. Apart from this not unnatural weakness, Agrippina made the most commendable efforts to prepare her son for the throne. The corrupt tutor whom Messalina had brought to the palace was dismissed. Dio says that he was executed for attempting the life of Lucius Domitius, to make way for the most distinguished moralist of the time, and the military instruction was entrusted to Burrus, whose integrity we shall learn presently. Pallas was rewarded with such honors as no freedman had ever borne before, and Vitellius was rescued from some obscure charge of conspiracy, and restored to his rank. Agrippina was now in a position of very great wealth and power. She drove about Rome in a superb chariot, flaunted the stored jewels of the imperial house, and received presents from the ends of the earth. A white nightingale, which had cost 6,000 sesterces, and a talking thrush were amongst the rare presents sent to conciliate her. The lingering of Claudius must have been irksome to her, but it was necessary to secure the succession of her son before the emperor died. The one apparent obstacle was the boy Britannicus, who, as the son of Claudius and Messalina, had a juster title to be chosen. He was, however, subject to epileptic fits, delicate in health, and peevish in temper. Agrippina had little difficulty in thrusting him aside in favor of her own handsome and engaging boy. The toga virilis, or garment of the man, was usually donned by the Roman youth in his 17th year. But the age was anticipated in the case of princes, and Domitius was to receive it at the end of the year 50. During the year, however, the convulsions of nature so plainly portended some momentous event, probably the passage of Claudius to join his divine forerunners, that Agrippina pressed for the immediate performance of the rite. 3 suns were seen in the sky, an earthquake shook the solid earth, and birds of evil omen rested on the temple. Claudius assented, and manhood and other high distinctions were prematurely conferred on the future emperor, whose name was changed to Nero. he joined the priestly college, received the authority of a proconsul, marched at the head of the guards, and drew the attention of all at the games by the insignia of his manly dignities, while Britannicus sat in the protexta and bulla of the boy. It was Nero who pleaded in the Senate for distressed cities, Nero who was made praetor when Claudius was absent from Rome. In the year 52 he was married to Octavia, and all Rome regarded him as the virtual heir to the throne. There can be no serious doubt that Agrippina had no affection for Claudius, and must have waited impatiently for his removal when the succession was secured for her son. Certainly Rome held that view, and interpreted the events of the succeeding years in accordance with it. We must therefore be prepared to find much libellous conjecture in the chronicles about this time. Servius, who can never resist the fascination of scandal, gives us a lively picture of Agrippina stooping to any expedient course of vice or crime in furtherance of her ambition. We may have to tell a less romantic story, but it will be romantic enough. It is clear that the Empress now entered into a conflict with Narcissus, the freedman who had ruined Messalina, and had then favored the suit of Plotina in opposition to her own. Her critics suggest that she wished to remove this faithful servant in order to attempt the life of the emperor more easily. But the suggestion is superfluous. Narcissus had found the rival freedman Pallas raised to such high honors, and felt that his own service in exposing Messalina had been so soon forgotten that he clearly intrigued against Agrippina. Tacitus says that it was he who spread the rumor, which reached the ears of Claudius, that Agrippina was too intimate with Pallas. We are quite unable to examine the truth or untruth of this charge, and may dismiss it. Agrippina took an early occasion to attack and discredit the Greek. In the center of the Italian hills was a sheet of water, the Fucine Lake, which had no regular outlet, and often caused disastrous floods. Claudius ordered that a channel should be made to conduct its superfluous water to the river, and celebrated the opening of it in the year 52 with a naval battle on the lake. 3 thrones were erected, one for the nodding, heavy-paunched emperor, who had somehow been squeezed into glittering armor, one for Agrippina in her robes of gold cloth, and one for Nero. The play did not run smoothly, and Agrippina did not spare Narcissus, who controlled it. The great ships drew up before the emperor, and the men who were about to risk or lose their lives to entertain him rang out the usual salutation. Forgetting that if he returned the salute he absolved them from their dangerous duty, Claudius hailed them, and they claimed the right to abstain. The emperor is described by Suetonius as running alongside the lake, angrily urging them to fight. The battle proceeded, but at the close it was found that the water could not be released, and Narcissus was bitterly assailed. The performance was repeated later, when the works were pronounced complete, but a number of people were drowned, and the quarrel was renewed with spirit. Agrippina suggested that the funds for the undertaking had been diverted. Narcissus foiled the attack with a charge of ambition against the Empress. The emperor was visibly failing, and there was great excitement at Rome when, at the beginning of the year 54, nature announced once more that some stirring chapter was to run from the reel of the fates. The standards and tents of the soldiers were enveloped in mysterious flames. A rain of blood, in which a modern naturalist would doubtless discover an innocent microbe, spread terror over one part of the empire, and the birth of a pig with claws like those of a hawk caused equal consternation in another. While Rome heard, with reiterated shocks, that the doors of the temple of Jupiter had been opened by unseen hands, and a horrible comet, followed by the customary pestilence, had appeared in its skies. More significant still, to prudent people perhaps, was the report that Claudius, returning to dine at the palace after presiding at the trial of an adulteress, gloomily observed that he had been unfortunate in his marriages. He had punished one unfaithful wife, and would know how to deal with another. In this observation of Claudius we need see no more than an echo of the whispers of Narcissus. But one can imagine how Rome must have throbbed with expectation, and abounded in gossip at the beginning of the year 54. Nor was this faith in natural oracles disappointed. 2 tragedies were added to the somber chronicle of the city in that year, and in both of them our Empress is accused of having acted criminally. The first was the condemnation to death of one of the greatest ladies of Rome, Domitia Lepida, sister-in-law of the Empress. And in this case there is every reason to suspect a guilty action on the part of Agrippina. When Agrippina had been exiled by Caligula, her boy had lived for a few years with his father's sister, Domitia Lepida, the mother of Messalina. Lepida was far more indulgent even than Agrippina to the pretty and wayward child, and when the mother returned to Rome and he was restored to her, there was an acrimonious struggle between the 2 women for his affection. As it became clear that he would inherit the purple, the struggle became more passionate. Narcissus saw in it an opportunity to escape the ruin which would befall him if Agrippina obtained full power. And on the ground of his charge of inconstancy against the Empress, he urged Claudius to make Lepida guardian of Nero. It is very probable that this intrigue of Narcissus is the only source of the charge of license brought against the Empress in her mature years. Angry and anxious, in view of the expected death of Claudius, she took a bold step and impeached Lepida of criminal conduct. How far Lepida was guilty we cannot say, but as she was charged only with assailing the emperor's marriage with imprecations, and exercising so little control over her Calabrian slaves as to endanger the public peace, the prudent reader will acquit Agrippina of anything more than an exaggeration of the facts. That exaggeration sufficed, however, to ruin her distinguished rival. Nero, schooled by his mother, gave witness that his aunt had tried to alienate his affection. Her very natural comments on the emperor's marriage were made to assume the dark form of magical imprecations. She was condemned to death. But those lively convulsions of nature had portended something more momentous than the death of a noble matron, and Rome continued to wait for the great tragedy. Before long it was announced that Narcissus had retired to Sinuessa for the treatment of his gout. The emperor was now entirely surrounded by adherents of Agrippina, and we can quite understand the conviction of Rome when Claudius was taken seriously ill at a banquet, and died within 24 hours. Tacitus emphatically attributes his death to his wife. Suetonius alone says that, while it was certain that Claudius was poisoned, it was not certain who was guilty, a feeble reserve, since Agrippina was so predominantly interested in his death. It is not surprising that recent historians have generally followed Tacitus. Rorgas de Serviez, who rarely has such ample authority for the crimes he loves to attribute, fastens the murder on Agrippina without the least hesitation. Merivale sees no ground to question it, though he points out several inconsistencies in the pages of Tacitus. Mr. Henderson follows the traditional story in his recent and discriminating study of the reign of Nero. But Mr. Baron Gould insists that the death of Claudius was quite natural, and any candid student of the evidence must admit that it is inconclusive. The facts are that on October 12th, A.D. 54, Claudius attended a banquet of the priestly college with Agrippina. After eating some mushrooms, or figs according to others, from a dish that was served, he became violently ill and vomited. He was taken back to the palace, attended by his and Agrippina's physician, but gradually sank and died on the morning of the 13th. The theory of the opponents of Agrippina is that she employed a notorious poisoner, Locusta, a Gaulish woman who was certainly in Rome at the time, and was afterwards employed by Nero to concoct a slow poison, a drug that would disturb his mind and inflict a slow death, says Tacitus. This is supposed to have been inserted in a fine mushroom or fig, which was taken by Claudius when Agrippina had eaten one from the dish to encourage him. He fell back and began to vomit, and the theory runs that Agrippina, fearing that he might recover and suspect her, called in the physician Xenophon, a dependent of hers, who tickled the emperor's throat with a poisoned feather and made an end of him. Mr. Baring Gould points out that, since Tacitus expressly describes the poison as slow, Agrippina could hardly be surprised and alarmed when it did not take immediate effect. He concludes that Claudius contracted a violent indigestion from eating too many figs. This is no more convincing than the opposite theory. An attack of vomiting, whether from a natural cause or as an unintended effect of poison, might easily alarm Claudius, who was very suspicious, and so induce Agrippina to act. An attack of indigestion, on the other hand, would hardly have so violent and immediate an effect. The circumstance of tickling his throat with a feather to cause a vomit, and at the same time introducing poison, is puzzling. But it was an age of skill in poisoning, and the feat may have been possible. The question must remain open. The discrepancies in the narrative are not fatal to it, but the story itself is no more than a retelling of Roman gossip, which was at all times more prurient than scrupulous. The problem really turns on the character of Agrippina, and this is ambiguous enough to make us hesitate. One may scan the record of her career with the most penetrating charity without discovering any plain indication of high character, while the ruin of Lollia Paulina, Domitia Lepida, and others may be confidently traced to her. We can only conclude that she was quite capable of accelerating the death of her husband, and would have no light interest in doing so. But the circumstances of his death are quite consistent with the kindlier view that it was due to his own intemperance. We have not yet, however, reached the close of her career, and it may be felt that her conduct after the death of Claudius confirms the darker estimate of her character. The malcontents of Rome would be sure to agitate in favor of Britannicus unless the succession was secured for Nero before the death of Claudius was known. The art with which Agrippina averted this danger may excite our admiration of her virility and astuteness, but must inevitably lessen our appreciation of her sensibility. She announced that Claudius was dangerously ill, and called an assembly of the Senate. Conscious that the servants of a palace commonly draw their pay from someone without, She put guards at every approach to the chamber of the dead man, and devised and carried out a tragic comedy of the most extraordinary character. The clothes were drawn over the lifeless body. Bandages and poultices were ostentatiously applied to it by her servants, and even the mimes who had been wont to dance and ring their bells and crack their jokes before the emperor were brought in to perpetrate their follies in the chamber of death. In a neighboring room Agrippina joined her conjugal sobs with the laments of the youthful Britannicus. We are asked to believe, and we have little difficulty in believing, that while she clung in tears to the weeping youth, she was merely with cold calculation preventing him from leaving the palace, lest he should fall in the way of the guards or some ambitious partisan, and be proclaimed emperor. By noon the preparations of her agents were completed. The gates of the palace were thrown open, and Nero was sent out under the care of his military tutor Burrus, the commander of the guards. A few voices were heard to mutter the name of Britannicus, but the cry was feeble and the response insignificant. The guards were long accustomed to see the superiority of Nero over the sickly young prince, and their support was secured by a liberal promise of money. They conducted Nero to the Senate, and bade that helpless body accept him. The same evening a courier from Agrippina brought word to Sinuessa that Nero was emperor. Narcissus had lost, and his figure passes from the scene, with the inevitable rumor that he was imprisoned or poisoned by Agrippina. When the guards came to Nero that night for the watchword, he gave them the best of mothers, and Agrippina looked confidently from her supreme height into the future. Within 5 years her son would put her to death with horrible brutality, and jeer at her naked body. No one of the hundreds of thousands who hailed him with the wildest delight, and smiled at his amiable irregularities, can have foreseen so rapid and portentous a degradation. He was then a youth of 17, strikingly handsome both in face and figure, with blue-gray eyes and light curly hair and finely proportioned limbs. His tutor in arms pronounced him a young Apollo, but his moral and intellectual trainer had failed as signally as his physical trainer had succeeded. Seneca had vainly endeavored to implant in his mind the germs of the noble Stoic philosophy. Men have disputed from all time whether it was the teacher or the doctrine that was at fault, while the eugenic school of our time would relieve both from censure, and regard Nero's mind as an incurably corrupt soil. One may venture to differ from both, and wonder if circumstances had not the greater share in his demoralization. However that may be, his accession to irresponsible power at such an age, in such surroundings as we shall discover about him, was a tragedy. His real advisers were young men, slightly older than himself, and better versed in the ways of luxury and vice. And the first use he made of his imperial power was to toss aside the treatises of the moralists, and give his whole attention to art, to chariot racing, and to dissipation. What sinister use he made of the later hours or earlier hours of the day, and in what melancholy condition his girl wife must have been, we shall see in the next chapter. Here we have to consider only his relations with his mother. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Section 7 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Chapter 5, Part 2. The Mother of Nero. For a few years after Nero's accession, his mother willingly and profitably ruled in his name. It must not be imagined that she had, with the astuteness of a Marie de Medici, educated him in an indifference to politics so that she might indulge her own ambition. The appointment of Seneca as his tutor is the most creditable, though unhappily the most futile, act of her career. When, however, the young emperor refused to be interested in any problem graver than the art of driving a chariot or playing the flute, she undertook his imperial duties, or continued to have that share in the ruling of the empire which she had had under Claudius. She received embassies, was surrounded by a special German guard when she went abroad, and was associated with Nero on the coinage. It would be difficult to measure with any precision the influence which she had on Roman affairs during this period, since Seneca and Burrus had an equal, if not greater, part in the government. But it may be recalled with some honor to her that the first 4 years of Nero's reign were amongst the happiest and most prosperous that Rome witnessed during the first century. The first thing to trouble her prosperous and happy use of power was a certain discontent arising from the old prejudice against women in politics. The senators were annoyed because she injudiciously listened to their debates. They met at this time in the imperial library, and the Empress had a door pierced into it from the palace, and sat listening behind a curtain. The senators are said to have punished her indiscretion by making unflattering remarks in the course of the debates, though it is difficult to believe that they were still capable of so courageous a protest. On one occasion an important embassy came to Rome from Armenia, and Agrippina declared that she would sit by the side of Nero when he received it. This seems to have been a startling innovation, and Seneca had to avert trouble by advising Nero to descend from his throne when his mother entered, and lead her affectionately from the room. An incident that shortly occurred gave a nucleus for the crystallization of this diffused annoyance. A distinguished noble, Junius Silanus, died, and the familiar whisper of foul play went once more through all classes of the citizens. His brother Lucius Silanus was the young noble who had been betrothed to Octavia, and had so cruelly been separated from her by Agrippina. Was it not natural that Junius Silanus should wish to avenge his younger brother, and that Agrippina should detect his plot and have him removed? Tacitus and Dio fully believed this. As in so many of these cases, however, the only ground for the charge, as far as we know, is the fact that Silanus undoubtedly died, and we will not waste time in discussing it. The senator had so little of the conspirator in him that even Caligula used to call him the golden sheep. But Rome was convinced that the Empress was guilty, and the story spread, and is fully accepted by Tacitus, that she mediated a long series of executions of the men who had opposed her progress, and that Seneca and Burrus had to restrain her bloody vindictiveness. One may decline to accept this charge on such poor and disputable evidence, but Agrippina now incurred the anger of her son, and descended rapidly from the height of her power. The young emperor had, as I said, used his imperial license to ignore his tutors and indulge his low and sensual tastes. He attracted to his side a band of the most dissipated youths in the city, and his nightly exploits were the talk of Rome. One of the less hurtful of his indulgences was his passion for Act, a beautiful freed slave from the Eastern market, whom Dumas has made familiar. Agrippina resented the liaison, apparently from a sense of justice to Octavia, and rebuked Nero. He turned on her with violence the moment she tried to check his licentious ways, and threatened to discharge her favorite Pallas. Agrippina was alarmed. She saw a powerful party, deeply hostile to herself, growing up about her son, and she felt that the support of Seneca and Burrus was being withdrawn. She ceased to speak of Act, and regarded with silent distress the coarse ways that her son was exhibiting on the streets every night. A reconciliation at this heavy price could not last. Shortly afterwards Nero sent her some rich jewels and robes from the imperial treasures. She chose to regard this as a reminder that the imperial wardrobe was no longer at her disposal, and angrily refused the gifts. Pallas was at once impeached for treason. The charge was so clumsy, and Seneca defended him so ably, that he had to be acquitted. But Agrippina forgot discretion in her victory. In the course of a quarrel with Nero, she threatened to retire to the camp of the Praetorian Guard with Britannicus, and have him proclaimed emperor. The only effect of this was to open Nero's long career of crime. The few months, we are still at the beginning of the year 55, of unrestrained license and flattery had destroyed the little moral restraint that Seneca had taught him, and he determined to murder Britannicus. In the Roman prison was the skilled poisoner, Locusta, whom Agrippina was believed to have employed in the murder of her husband. Nero ordered her to prepare a deadly poison, and when the first preparation failed, he had her brought to the palace. With blows and oaths he forced her to prepare a more deadly drug under his eyes, and it was used the same evening. Britannicus sat with his friends on one of the couches in the dining hall at the palace, and asked for a drink. It was winter time, and the wine, not soup as Servius says, was heated. He complained that it was too hot, and the poison was administered with the cooling water, so that the taster would not need to take a second sip. A great horror fell upon the room as Britannicus, writhing with pain, sank to the floor. Octavia sat in silent terror by the side of her husband, who carelessly observed that Britannicus had one of his usual epileptic fits. Agrippina openly betrayed her horror and disgust, and from that date was regarded by her son with bitter hostility. Whether or not it be true that Nero whitened with chalk the spots which broke out on the body, the substance of the story cannot be discredited. It is true that Nero was yet in his 18th year only, but his conduct had been vicious and unbridled to a criminal extent. Within a very short time we shall find him sinking to the lowest depths of brutality. The fact that he is praised in the treatise on clemency, which Seneca wrote about that time, can only show either that the too indulgent tutor refused to believe the crime, or that, as we have too many reasons to know, the distinguished Stoic came perilously close to that art of casuistry in which moralists of many schools have been apt to excel. In her abhorrence of the foul deed, Agrippina drew closer to the tender and virtuous Octavia, and confronted Nero with a sternness that had been too long delayed. The breach between them widened. One day Nero ordered that 2.5 million denarii should be given to his favorite secretary. Agrippina had the mass of coin brought under the eyes of the emperor to make him realize his extravagance. He laughingly observed that he did not think the sum was so small, and ordered it to be doubled. The more lavishly he squandered, the more carefully Agrippina saved, until the frivolous or malicious companions of his revels suggested that she was gathering funds for the purpose of dethroning him. He at once withdrew the guard he had given her, and ordered her to leave his palace. Agrippina had enjoyed only for 1 year the power which she had sought so long. She was yet only in her 40th year. The envoys of kings had sued humbly at her feet, and her litter and guard had flashed through the streets of Rome with an impression of greatness that no other woman then known had ever possessed. But the reins passed from her hands to her brutal son and his despicable courtiers. From the palace she passed, with a few devoted followers, to the small mansion of her grandmother Antonia, and the sycophantic courtiers deserted her. Graver citizens, watching the rapid degradation of the imperial house, followed her with sympathy, but few dared to visit her in the lonely mansion. Unfortunately, she quarreled with one of these few, and came near to losing her life. Her old friend, Julia Silana, a woman of great wealth but very faded beauty, proposed to marry a handsome young Roman knight. Agrippina imprudently advised him not to marry a woman of such advanced years and so adventurous a record. Her words were repeated to Julia, and friendship was exchanged for the most bitter animosity. Julia Silana was childless, and it is conjectured that Agrippina hoped to inherit her wealth if she died unmarried. Whether she believed this or no, Julia conceived a deep hatred and induced 2 of her clients to accuse Agrippina of high treason. Nero seems to have been in an uncertain mood, and an ingenious plot was devised to win him. One night, when he lay, flushed with wine, after the banquet, his favorite comedian, Paris, came to amuse him. Nero noticed that the man was agitated and less merry than usual, and asked the reason. Paris, who was acting in the service of the plotters, confessed with artistic tears that there was a conspiracy afoot to dethrone his noble master, that Agrippina was about to marry Rubellius Plautus, a senator of imperial descent, and seize the throne. The inebriated emperor at once demanded their heads, but Seneca and Burrus restrained him, and compelled him to hear Agrippina on the morrow. In her speech, which Tacitus has preserved, she refuted and routed her assailants with such vigor that she was apparently reconciled to Nero and restored to some authority. Julia Silana was banished. Domitia's chamberlain, who had instructed the actor, was executed, and Agrippina's own followers were rewarded. The 2 years that followed this reconciliation are obscure, and we can only dimly conjecture that Agrippina had some peace and prestige, but no longer shared the imperial rule. Then, in the year 58, another and unexpected woman came into the field, and Agrippina sank rapidly toward an abyss of tragedy. In an earlier chapter we saw that Messalina drove to death a very wealthy and beautiful Roman lady named Poppaea Sabina. It was her daughter, who had inherited her wealth and her beauty, that now attracted the amorous regard of the emperor. She had married one of Nero's favorite companions, who babbled in his cups of her dazzling beauty and inflamed the desire of Nero. In the next chapter we shall read of her natural charms, of the singular art with which she cultivated them, and the coquetry with which she employed them, and of the superb and fabulous splendor of her equipage. It is enough to say here that Nero visited her, learned that she was willing to be an empress, but not the mistress of an emperor, and resolved to make any sacrifice to secure so unique a treasure. The first victim to be sacrificed to the new passion was Octavia, and the delicate and timid girl would make little resistance. But Agrippina had espoused her cause with a spirit that redeems much of her irregular conduct, and she now saw that her own interest, as well as that of Octavia, required that she should oppose Poppaea with all her strength. In that resolution she wrote her death sentence, not ignobly. Even if we refuse to admit some of the incredible statements that are made regarding it in the chronicles, it is clear that an extraordinary struggle now took place about the person of the emperor. The antagonists were Poppaea and Agrippina. Octavia was one of those frail, lily-like Roman women who never struggled. Poppaea's husband was easily set aside. Poppaea affected coyness, and refused to have any other than conjugal relations with Nero, while she employed all her charms to inflame him. Agrippina fought so desperately that Roman gossip and Roman historians ascribed the most infamous devices to her. In spite of his expression of doubt, it is plain that Tacitus shares the popular belief, which he relates, that Agrippina used to sit with her son in loose robes when he was heated with wine, and to ride in the same litter with him. Against this charge, however, Dio defends her. He says that one of Nero's courtesans resembled his mother, and that a light remark of his on that circumstance gave birth to the libel. Poppaea would not be indisposed to encourage the story. On the other hand, Mr. Baring Gould attempts an untenable defense when he speaks of Agrippina as the poor old lady. She was only in her 42nd year, and was a woman of great beauty and little scruple. Whatever arts Agrippina employed in the struggle, she rapidly lost ground before so formidable a rival, and Poppaea incited Nero against her. He harassed her with lawsuits when she was in Rome, and sent men to insult her when she withdrew to her villa in the country. Before long, Agrippina became sensible that her struggle for power had passed into the appalling experience of a struggle for life against her own son. Nero made several attempts to poison her, but she was on her guard against this familiar weapon. It is said that she had an antidote compounded of walnuts, figs, rue, and salt. Then a freedman in Nero's suite suggested a more insidious scheme. Her country house was in repair, and Anicetus directed the workmen to saw through the heavy timber over her bed, so that the room would collapse when she went to rest. Agrippina was warned, however, and the plot was defeated. By the early spring of the year 59, Nero had fallen into a mood of the most somber and bitter dejection. Poppaea continued to taunt him with his dependence on his mother, and to display her maddening charms just beyond the range of his eager arms. The better citizens of Rome, on the other hand, now perceived his horrible design, and watched the struggle with anxiety. As he sat at the theatre one day in this mood, his attention was caught by one of the elaborate mechanical spectacles which were often put on the stage at the time. A ship sailed into view of the spectators, fell into pieces, and disgorged a number of wild beasts upon the stage. Nero asked Anicetus, who was a skilful mechanic, whether he could build a ship that would thus fall to pieces on the water at a given moment. The man promised to do so, and Nero went down to the coast in more cheerful temper. It was the month of March, when wealthy Romans were wont to forsake the city for the marble villas which shone in the spring sun on the flowered hills about the northern corner of the Bay of Naples. The season began with the festival of Minerva on March 19th. With some surprise and suspicion, Agrippina, who had gone down to her villa, received an affectionate invitation to join her son at Baiae for the celebration, and she heard from other quarters that he had announced a desire to be reconciled with her. She went on board the Liburnian galley, which lay off the gardens of her villa at Antium, and sailed to Baiae. Nero met her in the imperial galley, kissed her affectionately, and invited her to a banquet which his friend Otho, the husband of Poppaea, would give that night in honor of their reconciliation. She consented, but it is clear that she wavered between her consciousness of the utter unscrupulousness of her son and the bright vision of a return to happiness which he held before her. When the hour came for going, she was told that her galley had met with an accident, but that a superb gilded galley, with sails of silk and a military guard on board, had been sent as a love gift from her son in commemoration of their restored affection. She gazed with suspicion on the beautiful object as it lay mirrored in the waters of the little haven, and decided to go overland on a litter to Otho's villa. But the amiable behavior of Nero at the banquet dispelled the last shade of her suspicion. In the joy which his caresses and his well-feigned affection gave her, she did not notice the passing of the hours until midnight, when she rose to go. The beautiful ship with the gilded flanks and the silken sails awaited her once more, and this time she embarked on it. Nero kissed her eyes and her hands, put his arms about her, and pressed her to his bosom, held her while he gave a last long look into her eyes, and then abandoned her to the murderer Anicetus. The galley shot out over the smooth scented waters under a canopy of brilliant stars. Agrippina sat in her cabin in the soft spring air and talked about the happy future with her one male attendant, Creperius Gallus, and her one maid, Acerronia Pollia. And suddenly, as they reached the deep water, there was an ugly crack, and the roof of the cabin fell on them. Gallus was killed outright, but the two women were saved, as the stout walls failed to collapse, and there was some misunderstanding among the crew in the dark. The maid rushed to the deck, calling for aid for the Empress. Others say that she represented herself as the Empress, and was slain. Agrippina listened with terror to the crash of timber and the rush of armed men, and realized the treachery of her son. Still she did not court death. She dropped quietly over the side and swam toward the distant shore. Her strength gradually failed, and she was about to abandon the awful struggle, when some men who were fishing by night picked her up and took her ashore. Wounded by the falling timbers, exhausted by the struggle, stricken to the heart by the brutality of her son, she nevertheless rallied at once and devised a fresh plan. She calmly sent a message to Nero that, by the favor of the gods, she had survived the wreck of the galley which he had given her, but requested that he would not come to visit her until her wound was healed. Without a word to her attendants about the horrible plot, she ordered the remedies for her condition, and trusted that Nero would repent. Through the remaining hours of the night she lay on her couch, with one maid in attendance, her room feebly lit by a single light. The whole country without was alive with men. The shore was lit up with their torches, and they gathered about the house to express their joy that Agrippina had escaped shipwreck on the very night of so auspicious a reconciliation. As the first light of dawn broke on the encircling hills, Anicetus and his men entered the house with Nero's reply. She read something of its tenor in their faces, and said to their leader, "Hast thou come to visit me? Then tell my son that I have recovered. Hast thou come to slay me? Then I say it is not my son who sent thee." A sailor struck her over the head with a stick, and she saw that the end had come. Tearing aside her loose robe and baring her white body to the men, she said sadly, "Strike here, Anicetus, for it was here that Nero was born." She fell dead under a shower of blows. Nero had heard that his mother had escaped. Dreading that she might stir into flame the resentment of Rome, he called a council of his friends. Seneca is said to have been silent, Burrus indignant. At that moment Agrippina's chamberlain entered with her message. In a flash of cunning, Anicetus threw a sword at his feet, and pretended that he had been sent by Agrippina to kill Nero. The emperor accepted the sordid pretext, and, as Burrus bluntly refused to send his soldiers to execute her, Anicetus gladly charged himself with the task. He was appointed admiral of one of the fleets for his services. It is even recorded, though details like this must always be regarded with reserve, that when the servants bore their mistress's body to the garden and stripped it for the pile, Nero stood by and said jeeringly, "I had no idea she was so handsome." A report was issued, and a formal announcement made to the Senate that Agrippina had attempted the emperor's life, and that when Nero sent men to arrest her, she took her own life. And the Senate licked the feet of Nero, decreed games and festivals in gratitude for his preservation, and led the enthusiasm of the people. So well known was the murder that an actor referred mockingly to it in the theatre. "Farewell, my father," he said, eating a mushroom. "Farewell, mother," he added, imitating the action of a swimmer. The common folk repeated numbers of these grim jokes. But they enjoyed the games of Thanksgiving, and senators and nobles took part in them on the stage and in the arena. And Rome sank swiftly into the terrible degradation of Nero's later reign, which will occupy us in the next chapter. It is hardly necessary to add a summary estimate of Agrippina's character. In the view of Starr and Baring Gould and a few other recent writers, she was queenly, honorable, and pure, and had only the doubtful vices of ambition and pride. For Tacitus and the other Latin writers, she was capable of any enormity, and guilty of most. It will be seen that I hold an intermediate view. She was a woman of great distinction, ability, and strength. Had she lived in an age when virtue was not inexpedient, she would have been an illustrious and virtuous queen. But she had to struggle to obtain and retain power in an age when a new and more intellectual moral standard was replacing an older and more instinctive standard, and where it seemed profitable, she availed herself of the moral skepticism which such a change always engenders. She was queenly, but she was not entirely honorable, and she was almost certainly not pure. But she served Rome well, and left it happy and prosperous, and her unselfish passion for the advancement of her son, her chivalrous and fatal defense of his injured wife, and the bravery with which she met his unspeakable brutality, do much to outweigh her evil deeds in the scale of Osiris. End of Chapter 5, Part 2.
Section 8 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 6, Part 1. The Wives of Nero. Nero was no longer the young Apollo of his boyhood. Unbridled dissipation and precocious crime had made their impress on body no less than on mind. He was a little above the average height, but his prematurely swollen paunch was poorly balanced on his slender and ungraceful limbs, and his skin was blotched and repellent. The dull grey eyes betrayed his unceasing indulgence, and the yellow hair, dressed in stages of short curls, framed a face that was certainly no longer handsome. His mind was in unmistakable disorder. Our kindly age would invoke this mental trouble in extenuation of the brutal crimes he had committed and the stupendous folly he is about to perpetrate. Were this a biography of the emperors, we might boldly essay to prove, rather, that the insanity followed the matricide, but that does not concern us. He was, as yet, only in his 22nd year. To this precocious monstrosity of vice and crime was mated one of the gentlest young matrons of the Caesarian house, Octavia, the daughter of Claudius and Messalina. Married at the very early age of 13 to Nero, her timid girlish nature was paralysed by the coarse habits of her husband, and she merely hovers about the stage, like a dimly perceptible shadow, during the earlier part of Nero's reign. It must have been shortly after their marriage that Nero disdained her for the beautiful Greek slave Acte, to whom he was more constant than to any other living thing, and who, in return, paid the last tribute to his despised remains. At first one of Nero's associates screened the entanglement, but, as we saw, it became known in the palace, and Agrippina made a fruitless effort to press the rights of his girl wife. The injustice was, however, one that Roman ladies were not unaccustomed to bear. Nero soon fell into more disreputable ways. Octavia would see him leave the palace after supper with his wild companions, and needed little effort of imagination to follow his course when he returned, in the early morning, with torn garments and flushed if not bruised features, and occasionally the painted signs that he had wrenched from shop doors, or the cups he had stolen in a raid upon some low tavern. He had gathered about him a band of older youths, who encouraged him in the licentious use of his power, and endeared themselves to him by the fertility of their imaginations. Chief among them was Salvius Otho, a young noble of Etruscan descent, 5 years older than Nero, the Emperor Otho of a later date. He had entered the palace in virtue of an amorous relation with one of Agrippina's ladies, and his wide knowledge of adolescent amusements won him the regard of Nero, whom he led into the wildest adventures. They would wander at night through the streets, and revel in the taverns and brothels of the popular quarters of the city, the mysterious dim-lit valleys on which patrician maidens looked down from the mansions on the hills. In those centres of nightly disorder, Nero and his companions were the most daring Mohocks, if we may use a phrase that belongs to later history. They violated women and boys, and played the most brutal pranks upon unarmed folk. One night Nero was severely thrashed by a senator whose wife he had insulted. The man learned afterwards that it was the emperor whom he had beaten, and went to the palace to apologize. Nero forced him to atone with his life for the injury he had done to the imperial dignity. He withdrew the guards from the circus in order that he might enjoy the fights of the rival factions, and from the Milvian bridge at night, so as to give complete liberty to vice in that nocturnal resort. The chaste and trembling Octavia, who was still only in her 16th year, shrank from his brutal disdain. It was enough for her to have the title of Empress, he said to his mother, when she urged the rights of Octavia. Presently Nero declared that he would divorce her and marry the handsome Greek girl, but Seneca and Burrus succeeded in preventing him. To check his disorders entirely they were quite powerless, and they seem to have thought it better to direct than to resist his vices. Suddenly, however, in the year 58, Nero transferred his passion to the daughter of Poppaea Sabina, and began the long, tragic struggle to secure her as his empress. Poppaea, who who will be the next figure in our gallery of Roman empresses, and therefore may at once be introduced, was one of the prettiest, vainest, and most discussed ladies in Rome. Her mother, with whom we are already acquainted as one of Messalina's victims, had been the daughter of a very wealthy and illustrious provincial governor, Poppaea Sabinus. Poppaea's father, Titus Olius, had been a friend of Sejanus, and had been swept away in the flood of Tiberius's anger. She was therefore of mature years, but she had protected her charms so industriously that she still had the soft beauty and the fresh complexion of a girl. She had inherited also the wealth, the wit, and, it is said, the easy morals of her mother. The pretence of modesty which she made, by wearing a veil whenever she went abroad, was redeemed by the splendour of her establishment and the elaborate culture of her fair skin and pretty face. The mules which drew the litter of the veiled lady were shod with gold, and the traces of their harness were woven from gold thread. When she moved to her country house or to Baiae, 500 she-asses ran in the train of her litter and cars to provide the milk for her daily bath. If we may trust the busts to which her name is attached, she had a childish grace and delicacy of feature, instead of the tense face of the adventuress, and we know that her amber-coloured hair was so much admired that it set, or revived, a fashion in amber. She had married a knight, Rufus Crispinus, by whom she had had a son. This marriage was ended by divorce, and she became the wife of Nero's favourite, Salvius Otho. It is suggested, and not difficult to believe, that she had married Otho on the account of his intimacy with the emperor. He was by no means handsome, though he covered his baldness with a wig, dressed sumptuously, and had wealth, wit, and taste for art. From him Nero heard, over their cups, the piquant story of Poppaea's beauty and luxury, and it was not long before imperial messengers were sent to her mansion. They were not admitted, and even Nero, when he sought entrance, was coyly reminded that Poppaea was married and was devoted to her husband. After a stormy siege, she gracefully capitulated so far as to receive innocent visits from Nero, and inflame him to madness with the display of her cultivated beauty. He spoke bitterly of his mother as an obstacle in the way of their marriage. Poppaea twitted him with his dependence on her, and we have seen the outcome. When Agrippina had been removed, Nero proposed at once to divorce Octavia and wed Poppaea. The silence of Seneca at all these critical points in the degradation of Nero is painful to every admirer of the distinguished moralist. It was the less courtly and less virtuous Burrus who defended the young empress. If Nero abandoned Octavia, he brusquely said, he must also give up her dowry, the throne, and Burrus was too generally respected to be flouted. Octavia therefore remained in her lonely chamber at the palace, a helpless witness of the vices of her husband. For a month or two after the murder of Agrippina, he behaved as one stricken with a wild and haunting remorse. He went feverishly from place to place, and gathered about him a band of magicians and charlatans. He feared to go to Rome until he was assured that Rome was rejoicing at his escape from his mother's plot. Few pages in the story of that degenerate city are sadder than that which records the reception, in the month of May, of the imperial matricide. The senators and their families, dressed in their gayest robes, hurried out along the Appian Way to meet him, and his route was lined deep with cheering crowds. He rewarded them royally. 5 or 6 theatres opened their doors day after day to the degraded citizens. New things that had never before been seen in the whole history of the city, were provided for their entertainment. Men and women of the highest rank played the most lascivious parts of the mimes on the public stage, and drove their chariots in the public circus. Nero was a champion of the green faction, and pitted his royal skill daily in the circus against the charioteers of the other factions. He sang in the theatre and organised a band of 5,000 handsome youths in splendid costumes to lead the applause and shower upon him his favourite epithet of Apollo. He even ventured to win praise in the amphitheatre, but the one young lion which he vanquished had been prudently gorged and stupefied before he encountered it. He announced that his skill might be hired for private banquets, and nobles paid him 1,000,000 sesterces for his services. Apollo, he reflected, had no beard in Greek statuary, so he shaved his beard, and the handful of yellow hair was enclosed in a golden casket studded with pearls, and carried in solemn procession to the Capitol. In the mighty rejoicing over this complete assimilation to Apollo of the tun-bellied, lanky-legged, half-crazy youth, it is recorded that a noble dame in her 80th year danced on the stage in the theatre. The descendants of the greatest Roman families voluntarily entered the base ranks of the comedian and the charioteer. Mr. Henderson is reluctant to admit, in his study of Nero, that he was insane. It would, no doubt, puzzle the most penetrating psychologist to assign the respective portions of guilt and of irresponsible disorder in his conduct. But that there was mental disorder, it is at once more natural and more charitable to assume. In any case, a year or so of this delirious life wore out his robust frame, and a serious illness suspended for a time the disgraceful performances. Unfortunately, when he recovered, he lost the one man who had had some power to restrain him, and sufficient honesty to use it. Burrus died in the year 62, and at the same time the slender influence of Seneca was destroyed. This is no place to discuss the difficult and delicate problem of Seneca's conduct in his association with Nero. Enough to say that he was now accused of conspiracy, and, although he successfully defended himself, he ceased to have any power at the palace. It was now possible for Nero to rid himself of the pale young prude who shrank in her apartments, and there were men enough to devise the procedure. Salvius Otho had already been sent to a remote part of the empire, and his place had been taken by a horse dealer named Tigellinus, of little culture and even less character. With this new favourite Poppaea entered into alliance, and the young empress presently found herself accused, with brutal levity, of adultery with Usa, an Alexandrian slave and musician, and of covering her shame by the crime of abortion. Tigellinus easily obtained witnesses, but most of Octavia's servants refused, even under torture, to belie the virtue of their gentle mistress. The coarseness of Tigellinus had carried him too far, and public feeling was strongly aroused in her favour. Nero fell back upon the ground of her childlessness, of which he could probably have furnished a simple explanation, and divorced her. In deference to the sentiment of Rome, he at first gave her the house of Burrus and the fortune of a noble whom he had executed. A little later, however, probably under pressure from Poppaea, he banished her to Campania. He had married Poppaea a fortnight after the divorce of Octavia. But the flagrant outrage quickened the better feeling that Rome had not yet entirely lost, and Nero was forced to recall her. To the deep mortification of Poppaea, the crowds invaded the outer court of the palace, crying the name of Octavia. They removed the statues of the new empress from the temples and public places, and restored to their positions and crowned with flowers the discarded statues of Octavia. Poppaea angrily pressed Nero to assert his power, and the resourceful Anicetus, the murderer of Agrippina, was summoned to Rome. Bolder even than Tigellinus, he swore that he himself had had commerce with Octavia, and after a pretence of trial, she was banished to Sardinia. Poppaea was not yet content, and Nero next announced that Octavia had been detected in an attempt to corrupt the commander of the fleet. She was taken to the rock island of Pandateria, that had already witnessed tragedies. The good feeling of Rome seems by this time to have been exhausted, and Octavia was lazily surrendered to the brutal band who now surrounded Nero. There is a peculiar melancholy in the closing of that frail and innocent career. Rough soldiers seize the timid form, carry her to the bath, bind her limbs, and open her veins. Timid and shrinking to the end, the young girl, even now she is only in her 20th year, starts back with horror from the great darkness and piteously implores them to spare her life. She faints, and the flow of her blood is arrested. The last pretence of pity is tossed aside, and she is stifled in the vapour bath. Poppaea, Tacitus says, sent for her head. It is difficult to decide whether the frequent repetition of this horrible detail in the chronicles increases or lessens its credulity. But we can have no hesitation in believing Tacitus when he says that the Senate ordered services of thanksgiving in the temples for this fresh preservation of the life of the emperor. Another empress had stepped in blood to the throne and was in turn to stain it with her blood after a few years of imperial folly. We have seen what type of woman it was whom Nero put in the place of Octavia. Wealthy, coquettish, and beautiful, Poppaea saw in life only a sunny path for the pursuit of butterflies. When she is represented to us as licentious, we must remember that no definite scandal attaches to her name, and that she is actually described as pious by no less an authority than the Jewish historian Josephus. In fact, this circumstance, and a peculiar feature of the disposal of her body, which we will consider, gave birth to a speculation in early times that she had become a Christian. Serviez finds the story of her conversion by St. Paul and subsequent return to her abominations too piquant to admit of doubt. But the conversion is even more disputable than the abominations. It is now much disputed among our leading divines whether St. Paul ever visited Rome, and there is a simpler explanation of the phrase used by Josephus. The Roman governor of Judea, the biblical Felix, a brother of Agrippina's favourite, Pallas, had dealt harshly with the Jews and sent some of their priests in chains to Rome. Josephus and others went to intercede for them, and luckily met a Jewish comedian who was in the favour of Poppaea and Nero. The historian was received with distinction at the palace, and was so successful in his suit that he might well ascribe piety to Poppaea. We may agree that the incident probably argues some culture on her part, but we shall discover her later in conduct that makes it undesirable to count her as a disciple of St. Paul. Before the end of the year, Poppaea presented Nero with a daughter, and a few weeks of wild rejoicing restored her to general favour and obliterated the memory of Octavia. The title of Augusta was, in an excess of flattery, bestowed upon both the mother and the infant. Senators raced each other to the imperial villa at Antium to express their joy at this substantial promise of a continuance of the Caesarean house which had dragged them into the mire. The whole of Italy was lit up with rejoicing. Poppaea felt that her position was at last secure, and then, by one of those dread changes which were almost as common in the life of Rome as in the tragedies of Greece, and made men assume that there was a stern and mighty fate behind their puny and indulgent gods, the storm broke over Italy once more. The child withered and died, and Nero's mind fell once more into dark disorder. He glanced round with insane suspicion for possible aspirants to the throne, and Poppaea's remaining son was the first victim. One day he saw her boy, by her former husband, playing at being emperor in his games with the other children. In a few days Poppaea heard that the boy had lost his life while fishing. Many another execution was ordered with the same levity. As before, these terrible deeds were mingled with the most splendid and the most licentious entertainments. Noble dames of the highest rank wrestled and fought in the amphitheatre before the frivolous crowds. The city abounded in schools where the nobility learnt to ape the emperor's folly and contribute to the gaiety of Rome with the flute, the zither, or the dance. Nero conceived a new idea and pursued it with zeal. He would contest the crown with the artists of Greece. Poppaea saw him training in the palace, lying for hours with heavy plates of lead on his chest, restricting himself to a diet of leeks and oil. She saw him exhibit his skill in the theatre, lifting up his blotched and swollen body in extraordinary contortions on his thin legs as he strained after the high notes. Woe to the man who openly laughed, or who excelled him! One of his masters was put to death because Nero perceived that he could not equal the man. At last his training was complete, and Rome sighed with relief as the 1,000 carts, drawn by silver-shod mules, and the 5,000 youths of the Augustan band set out for the coast. They gratified Naples with a show as they passed through. For several days Nero kept the amazed citizens in the theatre and took his meals in the orchestra so as to lose no time. Then came the inevitable epilepsy, and it was announced that Nero, perceiving the grief of his subjects at the prospect of his departure, had postponed the Grecian tour. On his return to comparative health and to Rome, he once more kept the citizens agog with alternate bursts of frantic dissipation and sanguinary melancholy. From the death of her child until her own violent end 2 years later, Poppaea appears very little in the chronicles, but, as we shall see that, willing or unwilling, she supported her husband in his bloody crimes, we may assume that she joined him in his less criminal orgies. One instance will suffice. He ordered that a banquet should be given on a raft on the large sheet of water known as Lake Agrippa. When the citizens crowded to the shore on the appointed evening, they found the great raft towed by vessels plated with ivory and gold, manned by youths who had won distinction in infamy. Round the shore, taverns, brothels, and dining rooms had been erected, and when the night fell and the beautiful scene was lit by the light of innumerable torches, the public found that women of the highest rank were no less accessible to them than prostitutes in the houses by the lake, and the slave was at liberty to embrace his mistress under the eye of her husband. Nero even outdistanced Caligula in the imperial teaching of vice. In the garb of a bride, he went through the religious ceremony of marriage with a man of base character named Pythagoras. He had nude children fastened to stakes and rushed upon them fittingly clad in the skin of a wild beast. And round the frontiers of that vast empire, which the strength and sobriety of his ancestors had created, the weary soldiers watched the barbarians who prepared to invade it. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 6. Nero's Wives. Part 2. It was about this time that the great fire occurred which turned the laughter of Nero's subjects into resentment. For 6 days and 7 nights the flames ate their way through the blocks of tall tenements, divided only by narrow streets, in the parching heat of July. Nero was in the provinces at the time, and from the conflicting accounts it is impossible to pass an opinion on the rumour that he had ordered the burning of Rome. Dio gives us the familiar picture of Nero twanging his zither and chanting the Fall of Troy from the summit of a high tower on the hill. Others declare, however, that he at once ordered the most expedient methods for checking the conflagration, but it was angrily whispered among the camps of the homeless that men had been seen throwing torches upon their houses, and that they were acting under orders from the palace. Nor were the citizens appeased when he threw the blame on the obscure and unpopular devotees who went by the name of Christians, and afforded them the brutal spectacle of driving round the circus to the light of burning men and women, whose living bodies had been wrapped in tow and soaked in wax and tar. Few believed in their guilt. Even Seneca at length broke his casuistic or diplomatic reserve and retired in disgust from Rome. Nero went down in great dejection to Baiae, leaving orders that, in the restoration of the city, a new palace should be built for him that should transcend anything within the memory of Rome or of history. This golden house, which Nero raised round the more modest palaces of his predecessors, gave a fresh grievance to discontent. The great and unselfish Octavian had been satisfied with a small patrician mansion. Tiberius had built a palace. Caligula had enlarged it. Nero flung out its wings over a vast space. It seemed that emperors squandered the money of the state in proportion to their uselessness. The colossal edifice and its wonderful park stretched from the Palatine to the Esquiline across the intervening valley, and was surrounded by a triple colonnade in marble. Citizens huddled in the crowded blocks of the Subura and the Velabrum, while Nero created a miniature world within his marble girdle. There was a great lake filled with salt water from Ostia, with a small town on its shore. There were vineyards, cornfields, groves in which wild beasts ran loose, fountains and gardens. The palace itself was of such proportions that a statue of Nero, 120 feet high, could be conveniently lodged in its porch. Some of the rooms were plated with gold and adorned with precious stones. The supper room had a ceiling of ivory, with openings through which flowers and costly perfumes might be shed upon the guests. The Egyptian roses, whose beauty withered in one banquet in this chamber, had a value of £35,000 in our coinage. There now dawned on Rome some consciousness of the price that the empire was paying for the stupendous folly it had so long applauded. While the treasury was being exhausted in entertainments that all could enjoy, the murmuring was confined to the sober few. From the moment when this colossal symbol of Nero's selfishness towered above the city, the murmurs became audible and were multiplied. Nero, alarmed at the sullen looks and the vague reports of plots, went down angrily to the coast. Then a slave brought a definite accusation of conspiracy against his master, and the stream of blood began to flow. It is an unhappy fact, and one that confirms the darker view of Poppaea's character, that almost the only detail related of her in the chronicles, after the death of her child, is that she was one of the Council of Three who directed this horrible series of executions. Nero would not trust the ordinary procedure of Roman justice. With Poppaea and Tigellinus as associate judges, he himself examined or endorsed every charge that cupidity or malignity brought to the palace. Rome was reddened for weeks with torture, murder, and suicide. Students of the decay of Rome have, perhaps, not sufficiently appreciated the effect of this periodic effusion of the best blood in the city. In the earlier wars, both civil and foreign, the good and the base alike had fallen. In these inquisitions for conspiracy, which fill Rome with mourning time after time from the death of Octavian to the accession of Trajan, it is chiefly the men and women of honour who suffer. They constitute a natural selection of the cowardly and the sycophantic. The city teemed with funerals, in the terse phrase of Tacitus, and the gatherings of its citizens were black with mourning. Large numbers of officers and patricians were executed or driven to suicide, and their children were scourged or banished to the provinces. Seneca paid the penalty of his tardy outspokenness, and his admirable end sustains our trust that his character may, in spite of our unconquerable hesitations, have not been inconsistent with his high creed. He and his wife, who nobly asked permission to quit the world with him, had their veins opened, and Seneca passed into the silence with quiet dignity. His wife was, to her regret, recalled to life by the soldiers. Poppaea did not live to share the punishment which these crimes brought upon Nero. Her end came more swiftly and in more terrible form. the carnage had been interrupted by a fresh burst of rejoicing. A man declared to Nero that he knew where the fabulous treasures of the Carthaginian queen Dido, which Virgil had so recently sung in the Aeneid, were buried. A fleet was sent to Africa to recover them, and from his sombre brooding Nero passed into a new fit of prodigal entertaining. He emptied the last depths of his treasury in spectacles and donations. When the fleet returned at length without a single cup or coin, his anger stormed with ungovernable fury, and one day, when Poppaea expostulated with him, he kicked her in the abdomen. The outrage proved fatal, as she was pregnant, and Nero's light mind turned from rage to the most extravagant lamentation. Her body was not burned, as was usual at Rome, but embalmed, and vast quantities of rare perfumes were sacrificed on the funeral pile. This peculiarity of her funeral has been thought to strengthen the interesting legend of her conversion to Christianity. It was more probably due to Nero's frenzied desire to give a unique burial to so unique a goddess, as the Senate declared her to be. It is unthinkable that Nero should make such a concession to Christian ideas, even if she had shared them in any measure, and her life does not dispose us to claim that honour for her. The legend has no foundation in history, and the early church may easily be relieved of the stain of having counted Poppaea among its adherents. It is not our place to pursue the insanity of the emperor through all the forms it assumed after the death of Poppaea, but he took a third wife, whom Mr. Baring Gould seems to have overlooked, and we must briefly relate the story of her experience. Immediately after the death of Poppaea, Nero took a consort whom the pen almost shrinks from describing. It seemed to him that he discovered a resemblance to his beloved Poppaea in one of his freedmen, Sporus. The man was entrusted to the surgeons for a loathsome operation, and then solemnly married to the emperor. Dressed in the empress's robes and jewels, he travelled in Nero's litter, and was publicly kissed and caressed by him. This abominable comedy soon lost its interest, and Nero decided to marry Octavia's sister, Antonia. Recollecting the recent fate of her sister, she boldly refused, and she was put to death on a charge of aspiring to the throne. Nero then chose Statilia Messalina, the granddaughter of a distinguished and wealthy senator who had been driven to take his own life under Agrippina. The last part of the Annals of Tacitus, which would cover this date, is missing, and if we are to believe the less reputable chroniclers, Messalina had already been familiar with Nero, and had married, as her third husband, one of his close companions in debauch, Atticus Vestinus. She is described as beautiful, witty, wealthy, and lax, but the description is applied to so large a proportion of the ladies of the time that it gives little aid to the imagination. From some later details, we shall conclude that she had more culture and probably more character than most of the courtly ladies of Nero's time. One is disposed to think that she married Nero on the maxim, literally interpreted, that it is better to be married than burned. Her husband was one night entertaining his friends, when soldiers from the palace entered the room. They took him to his bath, opened his veins, and let him bleed to death, and Statilia Messalina became the 10th Empress of Rome. There is every reason to believe that she shrank, with prudence, from the executions and entertainments which again proceeded with ghastly alternation. Her 5 predecessors had been murdered. The preceding lady of Nero's choice had been murdered, and she herself had been divorced by murder. Messalina seems to have concentrated her resources upon remaining alive until a last and most just murder should release her from her odious connection. Men were wearying even of Nero's ridiculous performances, and were stung by his cruelty. He put soldiers amongst his audience, to note the absent and detect the scoffer, so that his festivals became an affliction. Men were driven to the subterfuge of shamming death, and being borne out by their slaves, to avoid the exacting part of admiring spectators. Nero swore that he would exterminate the whole senatorial order. It is the most honourable mention we find of them in the chronicles for many decades. To their relief he now announced that he would proceed with his Greek tour. The silver-shod mules and the gay regiment of the Augustans were set in motion. Nero's hair was permitted to attain an artistic length and negligence, and the comedy was transferred for a time to the land of Aristophanes. How he won every prize for which he competed, how he plundered the temples and the mansions of the Greek, how his retinue passed like a flight of locusts over the helpless province, must be read elsewhere. After some 18 months, he was recalled to Italy by grave tidings. It has been impossible to refrain from speaking in accents of disdain of the way in which Rome had silently witnessed or joyously acclaimed the successive follies of Nero, but, as I have previously noticed, it was in a peculiarly difficult situation. The Praetorian Guards were an army of 20,000 disciplined soldiers, and were paid for personal service to the ruling house, and blind to any other interest than their own. They kept an irresistible check upon every impulse to rebel. That there were such impulses, and probably some attempt to seduce the guards, the unfailing stream of blood at Rome justifies us in believing. The hope of the empire was in the more sober and more industrious provinces, and it was here that the revolt began. The leader of the troops in Gaul, Vindex, entered into correspondence with the troops in Spain. The Spanish commander, Servius Sulpicius Galba, was a Roman of illustrious family, venerable age, and stern character. Nero had heard that the purple had been offered to Galba, and that the legions of Gaul and Spain were preparing to advance on Italy. On his return to Italy, however, Nero hears that the German legions are advancing against those of Gaul, and that Galba is hesitating. He gaily resumes his follies, and is deaf to political exhortations. At last a manifesto is put into his hands, in which Vindex refers to him as a miserable player, and the insult to his art cuts deeply. He writes to the Senate to demand redress, and sets out for Rome. Nothing in the whole of his extraordinary career is so tragicomic as this penultimate scene. Clothed in a mantle of purple embroidered with gold stars, wearing the Olympian chaplet on his head, he enters Rome as the god of art. Servants bear before him the 1,800 crowns or chaplets he has won in Greece. The 5,000 Augustans march behind his chariot. A sacrifice is made to Apollo, and the games resume their familiar course. Then Nero is told that, although Vindex has committed suicide, the German and other legions have joined Galba, and the fire of revolt is spreading round the empire. He announces that he will advance on Gaul. The ladies of his harem, who form a fair regiment, have their hair cut short, and with toy shields and other theatrical properties masquerade as Amazons. The last scene is brief and inevitable. Galba is marching on Rome. The Praetorian Guards have been won for him. The nobles find it safe to desert Nero. The nerveless brute whimpers and weeps in his helplessness. He will fly to Alexandria and earn his living as a musician. The great golden house is silent and deserted. Rome is openly deriding him. His servants have fled. One has even stolen the box in which he kept poison for such an emergency. The faithful Acte, Sporus, and a very few of those who fed on his folly remain with him. Messalina has deserted him, and will appear later as the friend of one of his successors. In the great silent house, with its walls of gold and its ceilings of ivory, he puts off the purple robes and clothes himself in an old shirt and a ragged cloak. On a miserable horse he rides with them across the vast deserted park, and makes for the house of one of his dependents, a few miles from Rome. There they admit him by a hole they have made in the wall, give him black bread and water, and cover him with a blanket. They discuss the situation, and conclude by offering him a dagger. He shrinks, like Julia, like Messalina, from the horrible darkness, and vainly strains his eyes for a ray of hope. At last they hear the clatter of cavalry on the road, and Nero feebly points the dagger at his breast for a servant to drive home. And when the customary cremation is over, there are none but Acte and a faithful old nurse to lay the degraded ashes in the tomb. So the 10th Empress of Rome laid down her brief dignity. Valeria Messalina had had little reason to follow Nero in his humiliation. Whether the charge of laxity that is brought against her be true or no, she was a woman of exceptional intelligence and culture, and had probably only married Nero out of fear. We meet her again at a later stage in the Chronicles. After Galba's short hour of supremacy, we shall find an equally short reign of Salvius Otho, the man who once pillaged taverns with Nero in the Subura. Provincial government had sobered him, and he wrote affectionate letters to Messalina. He would no doubt have made her empress once more if he had lived, but the throne was wrested from him, and Messalina retired to the calmer world of letters and rhetoric. Our last glimpse of her discovers her delivering orations of great eloquence and learning among the intellectual ladies of Rome. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 7. The Empresses of the Transition. The house of Caesar had perished with Nero, and few sober folk can have regretted that it had no living representative to win the fancy of the frivolous people, or the blind cupidity of the guards. There must have been men living in Rome who had witnessed the whole of that appalling degradation, so swift it had been. The Caesars had sunk in little over 40 years, from the sobriety of Octavian to the insanity of Nero. Their consorts had fallen from the strong standard of Livia to the insipidity of Poppaea. The resources of the empire had been squandered in spectacles that had left its people nerveless and debauched. The old Roman ideal of character had been almost obliterated in the imperial city. It was our concern to see what part the empresses played in this lamentable history of 4 decades. It is, on the whole, one that their biographer must blush to acknowledge. We must remember, however, that corrupt rulers would necessarily choose weak or corrupt wives, and we cannot affect surprise or disappointment when we find them floating in the swift current. We have now to open a new and more attractive gallery of imperial portraits, to pass in review the wives of those great emperors who restored the high character of Rome and strengthened anew the fabric of the empire. A very brief summary of events will suffice to link the Caesars with the Antonines, and introduce to us 1 or 2 curious types of empresses who dimly figure in the transition. For a year after the fall of Valeria Messalina, the throne of the empress was vacant, and that of the emperor had 3 successive occupants. Galba was a widower at the time of his elevation to the throne. We saw in an earlier chapter that Agrippina had wished to marry him 26 years earlier, and he had refused. His wife Lepida was a delicate woman of high character, and he refused to divorce her. She had an energetic champion in her mother, who fought Agrippina sturdily, and, if the story be true, laid fair patrician hands on her. But Lepida died long before her husband was made emperor, and he refused to marry again. His reign was brief. Tradition has blamed him for an excessive sternness and parsimony. They were not inopportune vices, but Rome had been too long habituated to indulgence, and Galba was too confident. The discontent at Rome was inflamed by the news of a revolt in the provinces, and within a few weeks the guards, to whom he had refused the customary donation, set up a new emperor and put Galba to death. The new ruler was no other than the first husband of Poppaea, the companion of Nero's revels, Salvius Otho. Rome acclaimed the choice, and expected that the circus and theatre were about to reopen their doors. But Otho, who had matured during his years of office in Spain, turned from them in disgust. He did, it is true, restore the statues of Poppaea, and contemplated restoring the discarded statues of Nero. But the alienation of Roman feeling from him is a proof that he intended to rule with sobriety. The same spirit is seen in the fact that he corresponded affectionately with Valeria Messalina, and apparently thought of marrying her. But the legions in the provinces almost immediately rebelled against him, and in the midst of the struggle he committed suicide. There had been no Empress of Rome for 12 months. With the death of Otho and the accession of Vitellius, we come to the 11th Empress, Galeria Fundana, a very new and incongruous type in the series of imperial women. The name of Vitellius is already familiar to us. His father was the fulsome courtier who had inspired Caligula with the idea that he was a god, and who had worn one of Messalina's little silk shoes under his tunic. His wife, Sextilia, was a woman of strict morality and unambitious temper. But their son, the younger Vitellius, lived in too tainted an atmosphere to prefer the plainness of his mother to the craft and greed of his father. He had learned vice in the band of young men who brought so evil a fame on Tiberius's villa at Capri, and had made his way astutely through the successive reigns of Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. He had made a considerable fortune as proconsul of Africa, and had, on his return to Rome, married Petronia, the daughter of a wealthy consul. She settled her large fortune on her son, and when Vitellius, having consumed his own wealth in luxury and riot, went on to sacrifice his son for the purpose of securing the fortune held in his name, Petronia angrily remonstrated and was divorced. He then married Galeria Fundana. She was, says Tacitus, a pattern of virtue, and since this defect, as Vitellius would find it, was united with plainness of person, modesty of taste, and dull, if not defective, conversation, the match was a singularly unhappy one. Vitellius had so far squandered his money that he was unable to pay his expenses to Lower Germany when Galba gave him the command of the troops there. How he obtained that important appointment is not clear. Some say that Galba selected him because he was not ambitious, others that he secured it through the influence of the "blue" faction at the circus, of which he was a partisan. He mortgaged his house, and Sextilia sold her jewels to obtain funds for the journey. Fundana and her child were left in a poor tenement at Rome, little dreaming that they would be summoned from it to Nero's golden house in a few weeks. It is expressly recorded that Sextilia and Fundana had no ambition, and dreaded lest Vitellius should aspire to reach the dizzy heights which some early prophet had promised him. They were therefore dismayed to hear, shortly after his arrival on the Rhine, that the troops were offering to secure the throne for him. His genial and indulgent treatment of the soldiers was a betrayal of his trust to the stern Galba, and may have been deliberately effected to win their support. He became very popular, and was hailed as a second Germanicus. Galba was presently murdered, and as the German legions had had no part in the choice of Otho, they urged Vitellius to lead them against him. Vitellius wavered for a time between the safe and considerable means of self-indulgence which he had as commander, and the uncertain but immeasurably greater prospect which the throne suggested to his sensual dreams. The officers conquered his hesitation, and he set out for Rome in the rear of the 8 legions who had declared for him. Sextilia and Fundana seemed to be in peril when the news came to Rome that Vitellius was marching upon the city. It is said that Vitellius threatened reprisals if his family were injured, but there is no indication that Otho would stoop to take a revenge on women and children. They saw him march out at the head of his troops to give battle to Vitellius, and waited anxiously with all Rome to hear the issue of the civil war. And while Senate and people were enjoying the mummery of the theatre, a horseman rode in with the news that Otho had taken his own life, and Vitellius was leading his German troops upon Rome. Senate and people united at once to receive him, and sent him the title of Augustus. He politely declined it for the time, and continued his leisurely march upon the city. There had been many a triumphant march over the roads of Italy in the annals of Rome, but never one so singular as that of the new monarch. The roads from sea to sea groaned with the burden of his luxuries, says Tacitus. And if we distrust Tacitus as an admirer of Vitellius's rival and successor, all the Roman writers agree that his first use of supreme power was to command a stupendous ministration to his sensual appetites. He ordered his legions to move slowly southward, while he, in their train, exhausted each successive region of its delicacies, and filled the days and nights with his princely feasting. His example encouraged his wild German troops, and their line of march could be traced across Gaul and Italy by their pillage, cruelty, and debauchery. The repeated messages from the provinces filled Rome with laughter, in spite of its anxiety. People remembered this princely epicure sheltering, a few months before, in the poorer quarter of the town, and evading the Huns. The modest and virtuous Sextilia and Fundana shrank in pain from the hollow flattery which was paid them, and followed the march of the emperor with disgust. He was approaching Rome at the head of 60,000 men. Legions of tall, fierce, fur-clad Germans, with heavy javelins, were thundering along the Italian roads, and terrifying the peasantry. In their rear was a vast army of slaves, cooks, comedians, charioteers, and other ministers to the imperial appetite. He had sent for the whole of Nero's servants and appointments. It was said that he even intended to outrage one of the most sacred traditions of the city by entering it in full armor, at the head of an army with drawn swords. But the friends who met him at the Milvian bridge persuaded him to change his costume and sheath the swords of his soldiers. He entered in civil toga at the head of the terrible Germans, his officers clad in white as they bore the eagles. After visiting the capital and addressing the Senate in terms of pleasant submissiveness to that body, and of somewhat nauseating praise of himself, he settled in Nero's magnificent palace with Fundana and her child. His troops, debauched with the license of their march, scattered in disorder through the city, and Rome resigned itself to the inauspicious rule of its 8th emperor. We may dismiss the 9 months in which Galeria Fundana was Empress of Rome in a phrase. She was a helpless and disgusted spectator of the most imperial debauch that Rome had yet witnessed. Dio strangely accuses her of haughtily complaining of the poverty of the robes she found in Nero's golden house, but the testimony to her modesty is too strong for us to admit this. A more credible statement in the chroniclers is that she begged to be allowed to retire to a humble dwelling of her own, and Vitellius refused. His mother did not long survive her mortification. One rumor preserved in Suetonius is that Vitellius had her starved to death, as it was predicted that she would outlive him. Another version says that he sent her poison at her own request. Fundana was left alone to bewail his colossal gluttony. She saw his chief officers encourage him in his stupefying orgies, while they enriched themselves. And she had to submit in silence while his sister-in-law, Triaria, a woman of masculine fierceness, goaded him to continued excesses. During the few months of his reign he spent 900 million sesterces, about £7 million, in eating, drinking, and entertainment. He had 3 meals during the day, and ended with a costly and drunken supper. His brother one day entertained him at a banquet, at which 2,000 choice fishes and 7,000 rare birds were served. Vitellius in turn gave a banquet, at which one dish, a compound of the livers of pheasants, the tongues of flamingos, the brains of peacocks, the entrails of lampreys, and the roes of mullets, cost more than the whole of his brother's dinner. From this loathsome and stupid dream of imperial power, Vitellius was at length awakened by the echoes of rebellion in the provinces. After a few futile executions and several relapses into his besetting gluttony, he was forced to set out for the north. He quickly returned, however, and wandered about Rome in hysterical impotence, while the followers of Vespasian closed upon the city. Civil war had broken out, and the Romans gazed with horror on the sacred capital, besieged by the German troops and bursting into flames. At last Vitellius came out with Fundana and her child in mourning dress, and announced that he would resign. The consul refused his sword, and the mournful procession directed its steps towards his brother's house. He was persuaded to return to the palace, but the Vespasianists captured Rome, and he was taken to Fundana's house on the Aventine. From this he somehow wandered back to the palace. The awful silence terrified him. He tried the closed doors, and shuddered at the empty chambers, says Tacitus. Dazed and incapable of flight, he hid in the sordid room where the dogs were kept. Here the soldiers found him, torn and bleeding, and forced him to walk the streets, while they kept his head erect with the point of a sword. And the people flung filth and epithets at him. They then inflicted on him a slow and painful death, and flung his remains in the Tiber. Fundana was spared, and her daughter honorably given in marriage by his magnanimous successor. From the brief and unwelcome splendor of the Golden House she passed into private life, and lived only to bemoan the cruel fate that had lifted her husband to the intoxicating height of the Roman throne. There was no empress in the reigns of Vespasian and Titus, but a word may be said of the two remarkable women who shared their power to some extent. Vespasian, whose sober and solid administration it would be pleasant to contrast with the orgiastic reigns of his predecessors, was a rough soldier, of humble extraction and homely ways. He had, in the time of Caligula, married the mistress of a knight, Flavia Domitilla, who remains little more than a name in the chronicles. He had won distinction under Narcissus, but the triumph of Agrippina drove him and Domitilla into exile. Nero employed him to crush the rebellion in Judea, and it was during this campaign that his wife died, leaving him with her 2 sons, his successors, Titus and Domitian. He was, therefore, a widower when the Eastern troops made him emperor, but he took into his palace and treated as empress an emancipated slave of the name of Canis. The mistress of Vespasian has the distinction of being associated, actively and usefully associated, with him in one of the soundest attempts to restore the decaying empire. She had been in the service of Antonia, the grandmother of Agrippina, and is said to have been the one who first disclosed to Tiberius the perfidy of Sejanus. From the first she was a dangerous rival of Domitilla, and when his wife died, Vespasian entered into the quasi-matrimonial relation with her, which is known in Roman law as contubernium. She would probably have been empress if the law had permitted him to contract a solemn marriage with her. She had considerable ability, but an unhappy reputation for extortion and the sale of offices. It is not clear, however, that the wealth she obtained did not contribute to Vespasian's rehabilitation of the resources of the empire. They abandoned and destroyed the Golden House of Nero, the central site of which is now marked by the Flavian Amphitheatre or Colosseum. In their quiet gardens in the Quirinal they received any citizen who cared to visit them, and maintained no timorous hedge of soldiers between themselves and their people. They wished to see money spent on public purposes, or hoarded for public emergencies rather than squandered. "My hand is the base of the statue. Give me the money," Caenis is said to have told a wealthy man who proposed to raise a statue to her. But Dio informs us that this and other stories of Caenis's avarice properly belong to Vespasian. She died, however, if the date assigned in Dio is correct, in the 2nd year of Vespasian's reign, and must not be credited with too large a share in that great purification of Rome and reinvigoration of its life with healthy provincial blood, which Tacitus regards as the beginning of the recovery of the empire. Titus, who succeeded his father in the year 79 and reigned for 2 years, threatened at one time to give Rome an even more singular and unwelcome type of empress. He had in early youth married Aricidea Tertulla, who died soon afterwards, and then Marcia Furnilla, a lady of illustrious family. He left his wife in Rome when he took command under his father in Judea, and became infatuated with a brilliant princess of the Herod family, Berenice. He divorced Furnilla and brought Berenice to live with him at Rome. But the Romans resented the prospect of a Jewish empress, and she was forced to return. On his accession to the throne, he made no attempt to enforce her on them. He reigned alone for 2 years, the love and delight of the human race, and maintained the sober administration of his father. With the accession of his younger brother Domitian, Rome received a new empress, and by an unhappy coincidence saw the imperial palace return to the evil ways of the Caesars. Those of our time who attach almost the entire importance to stock or birth, and little to circumstances in the formation of character, will find a peculiar problem in Domitian and his wife. The emperor was the second son of the plain Sabine burgher and sturdy soldier Vespasian, and of the lowly provincial woman Flavia Domitilla. The empress Domitia Longina was the daughter of Domitius Corbulo, one of the strongest and ablest generals that Rome produced in the 1st century. Yet of these sound and vigorous stocks came, in one generation, one of the most morbid of the emperors, and an empress who, in some respects, rivaled Messalina. Rome knew them both, and had no false hope. Domitia, as she is usually called, makes her first appearance as a young girl of great beauty and promise, caressed and protected by the wealth and prestige of her distinguished father, who, it is interesting to note, was a brother of Caligula's masculine wife Caesonia. She was married to a noble of distinction and character, Lucius Aelius Lamia Aemilianus, and she seems to have been an estimable young matron until her father incurred the anger of Nero and was forced to commit suicide. Procopius and Josephus, indeed, represent her as virtuous to the end, but there seems to be little room for doubt that the nearer and less indulgent authorities are correct. Her young mind opened on the sordid scenes of the closing part of Nero's reign and the folly of Vitellius. She then met the fascinating and effeminate Domitian, and very speedily capitulated to his assaults. Gibbon speaks of him as the timid and inhuman Domitian, while Dio opens his biographical sketch of the emperor with the deliberate epithet, bold and wrathful. We shall find a very natural dread of assassination in Domitian's later years, but he was undoubtedly bold and crafty in the service of Venus, and a stranger to moral sentiment. His elder brother Titus had developed the manly qualities of their father on the battlefields of Judea, and had proved strong enough to crush his irregular feelings on his accession to the throne. Domitian had remained at Rome, discharging only civic duties, and had become one of the most heartless dandies in the group of degenerate young patricians. During the civil strife of the Vitellianus and Vespasianus on the streets of Rome, he had made his escape in the fitting disguise of a priest of Isis. Titus knew his vicious and luxurious ways, and endeavored to check him by offering him his own charming daughter Julia in marriage. But Domitian was engaged in fascinating the pretty and accomplished wife of Lamia Aemilianus, and refused. Titus, on his accession, associated him in the government, and his first act was to separate his mistress from her husband and marry her. Domitia's triumph was quickly tempered with mortification. Julia married her cousin Sabinus, and out of pique or deviltry Domitian now discovered her charm and seduced her. To such a pair as these, the attainment of supreme power meant an occasion of imperial license, and sober Romans saw their community rapidly lose the ground that had been won in the previous reigns. It was even rumored that Domitian had hastened his brother's death by putting him in a box of snow during his last illness, though this remains no more than an idle rumor. At all events, Domitia soon discovered the despicable character for whom, or for whose prospects, she had abandoned her saner husband. While the affairs of the empire needed his most strenuous attention, he would spend hours catching flies and spitting them with a bodkin, and from the spitting of flies he presently passed to the larger sport of murdering men. He conducted his little frontier wars from safe and luxurious quarters, and came home to enjoy a triumph and erect a colossal bronze memorial of his valor. He banished eunuchs from Rome and kept them in his palace, waged war against vice in all forms, and practiced it in all forms. In the general relaxation of Roman manners, even the Vestal virgins had been for some decades permitted an alleviation of their onerous vows. Domitian posed as a moralist on no other apparent ground than that he was closely acquainted with every shade of immorality, and drastically punished them. He raised fine public buildings, and depleted the public treasury by reckless expenditure and incompetent administration, prosecuted officials for extortion, and put men to death for their wealth, gave brilliant entertainments, and darkened the city and the empire with his sanguinary brooding. If we were to accept Josephus's estimate of the virtue of Domitia, we should conceive her as living in melancholy isolation in the gloomy palace, an outraged spectator of her husband's relations with Julia. But there is good evidence that she sought relief with something of the freedom of a Messalina. An authentic occurrence in the 3rd year of Domitian's reign puts her guilt beyond question. He had the actor Paris murdered in the street, and divorced Domitia. The people boldly sympathized with her, and covered with flowers the spot on which Paris had been killed. The emperor had a number of them executed, but public feeling seems to have been expressed so strongly that he was forced to recall Domitia to the palace, and the sordid comedy ran on amid the jeers of Rome. A poet was put to death for making it the theme of his verse. Domitia's former husband and others were executed for their freedom of speech. Then the beautiful and captivating Julia perished miserably in an attempt of Domitian's to destroy the too obvious proof of their incest, and he became more sombre than ever. This is not the place to tell the long and dreary story of the reign of Domitian, of which for 12 further years the Empress remains an inconspicuous and perhaps a sobered spectator. For a few years he maintained his singular and obscure mixture of good and evil. But the brighter features of his administration gradually faded, and a horrible gloom settled on the palace and the city. Hosts of spies and informers sprang up. Large numbers of nobles of both sexes were executed or banished on the slightest suspicion, and their wealth divided between the informers and the emperor's shrinking treasury. So great was his dread of assassination that he lined the portico at the palace, in which he used to walk, with white glazed tiles that would reflect the approach of any person behind him. But an extraordinary incident that Dio relates will suffice to give some idea of the reign of terror under which the Empress and all Rome suffered. A number of the leading citizens of Rome were summoned to a banquet at the palace at a late hour of the night. They were frozen with horror when they found that the entire dining room, walls, ceiling, and floor, was draped in black, and a miniature tombstone, with his name engraved on it, was placed opposite each guest. As they gazed, a number of nude boys, whose bodies were washed with ink, burst into the room and danced amongst them. And then the dishes of a funeral banquet were served. The guests sat silent and shivering. The emperor grimly discoursed to them of deaths and executions. When the banquet was over, they were relieved to find themselves dismissed. They found, however, that their litters had been sent away, and they were put into strange vehicles with strange servants. The gloomy journey ended at their own houses, and they were beginning to breathe when they were thrown into fresh alarm by the news that a messenger had come from the palace. The messenger to each guest was one of the dancing boys, now cleaned, perfumed, and clothed with flowers, bearing the gold and silver vessels which the guest had used at the banquet. The boys and the dishes were presented to them with the emperor's greeting. Unhappily, Domitian did not confine himself to intimidation. The heads of the wealthier nobles fell in quick succession, and in great secrecy, amid an army of spies, the Empress and a few others came to an understanding. The story of the actual fall of the tyrant has clearly been embroidered with a good deal of unauthentic detail in popular gossip, but even in its most sober version it does not lack romance. The version which Dio assures us he had heard is one that the conscientious historian must hesitate to accept. The emperor, he says, had been informed of the conspiracy, and had drawn up a list of those who were to be executed for taking part in it. He put the list under his pillow, with the sword which he always kept there, and went to sleep. We have previously seen something of the bejewelled boys who used to run with great freedom about the palaces of the Romans of the 1st century. Domitian, the great censor of other people's vices, had a number of them, and the legend is that one of them, playing in his bedroom, noticed the parchment under his pillow and took it out into the palace. Domitia met the boy and idly glanced at the parchment. She saw her own name at the head of the list of the condemned, and at once summoned the other conspirators. They entered the emperor's room, snatched the sword from under his pillow, and dispatched him. Pretty as the story is, we must prefer the more prosaic account given us by Suetonius, who lived in the next generation. Domitia felt that the emperor had at last conceived a design on her life, and she sent her steward to dispatch him. He offered Domitian a fictitious report of a plot, and stabbed him while he read it. Other servants rushed in at the signal, and completed the assassination. It is the one action that historians have recorded to the honor of the 12th Empress of Rome, and we leave her company with little regret. She was an ordinary woman of the patrician world at the time, fair, frail, accomplished, and luxurious. With the death of her husband, she merges in the indistinguishable crowd of selfish and wayward ladies on whom Juvenal was then beginning to pour his exaggerated rhetoric. It remains to describe very briefly how the sceptre passes into the nobler hands of the Stoic emperors and their wives. The throne was offered to and accepted by Marcus Cocceius Nerva, an aged noble of known moderation and long public service. He at once removed all traces of the hateful reign of his predecessor, and entered upon a sober and useful administration of the empire. He was in the later 60s of his age, and we find no mention of a wife. But the task of enforcing sobriety on so corrupted a population was too great for his age and moderate ability. A conspiracy against him was discovered. He disarmed the conspirators by inviting them to sit by him in the theatre, and even putting a sword in their hands and asking them what they thought of its keenness. But he saw that a stronger man was needed, and he chose as his colleague Marcus Ulpius Nerva Trajanus, a Spaniard of great military ability and commanding personality, who was then at the head of the troops in Germany. Nerva died soon afterwards, and with the accession of Trajan we come to the 13th Empress of Rome and the commencement of a new and more splendid chapter in the story of the empire. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 8. Plotina. If, says Gibbon, a man were called to fix the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would without hesitation name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodus. And he observes of Antoninus Pius and Marcus Aurelius that their united reigns are possibly the only period of history in which the happiness of a great people was the sole object of government. This monumental eulogy of the period which we now approach, a eulogy which the more penetrating study of Renan and the more recent research of M. Boissier and Dr. Dill have not materially lessened, will suffice to warn the inexpert reader against the ancient and popular legend that Rome continued to sink under the burden of its vices until it tottered into the tomb of outworn nations. Under the empresses whom we have now to consider, there was a great improvement of character and recovery of vigor in the Roman Empire. But before we pass to that brighter phase, I would enter a brief protest against the general exaggeration of the darkness of the period we have traversed. Even under its worst rulers, Rome was far from being wholly corrupt. The vices of a Messalina, the crimes of an Agrippina, and the follies of a Poppaea stand out so prominently in that period only because they were perpetrated on the height of the throne. Even they were hardly worse than the crimes and follies of the wives or mistresses of kings in many a less censured period of history. And if you care to count them, the lilies were as numerous as the poppies in this first series of empresses. But the lilies drooped earlier and have been less noticed. Whenever, in the course of our story, the light has passed from the throne to the less elevated crowd, we have found fine character mingled with the corrupt even in the darkest years of the early empire. The heads that fell before the imperial monsters were as many as the heads that bowed. The truth is that, if we are not misled by the hasty generalizations and plebeian diatribes which Juvenal, in his satires, founds upon the dubious bits of gossip that he picked up on the fringe of Roman society, and against which historians now warn us, there was much the same diversity of conduct in the early empire as in most of the corresponding periods of luxury. The wealthier women of Rome assuredly fell far short of the cloistered virtue of the maid and the matron of Greece. But Greece had only succeeded in maintaining that standard of domestic virtue in its wives and daughters by cultivating a high caste of courtesans for their roaming husbands. It may be admitted, too, that the Roman woman was morally inferior to the wife of the Egyptian noble, and to the wife of the noble or the wealthy merchant of Babylonia. But the patrician women, even of Caesarean Rome, will compare with the women of most of the later civilizations at the same stage of development, at the stage, that is to say, when the nation relaxes from the strain of empire making and its veins are flushed with the wealth of its conquests. I would instance the women of the early Teutonic nations as soon as they settle on southern Europe, the women of Italy in the early Middle Ages, the women of England under the Stuarts, and, after a later expansion, under the Georges, the women of France under Louis XIII and Louis XIV, the women of Russia in the 19th century. At Rome, in spite of the positive insistence on vice of Caligula, Messalina, and Nero, in spite of their determined effort to weed out the good, we have found virtue and courage springing up afresh in each generation. We now come to a period when, 3 centuries before the fall of Rome, the empire is purged of its exceptional corruption, and character assumes the normal diversity that it has in any old and wealthy civilization. The city of Rome was assuredly vicious and in decay, but the city was not the empire, as those rhetoricians forget who talk of its entire demoralization. Rome had been drenched with degrading agencies for half a century, but there was a quite normal amount of stout will and high character in the provinces, and this is now infused more freely into the metropolis. It is only by a similar influx of sounder blood from the provinces that any great city survives the feverish waste of its tissue. The remedy was retarded in Rome because the provincials, even of Italy, but especially of Gaul and Spain, were of alien race. Rome jealously remembered that it was the conqueror. The rest were the conquered. Under Vespasian, however, the provincials were admitted more freely, and with the accession of a Spaniard, Trajan, the process increased. In the remote and primitive settlement which Agrippina had established on the banks of the Rhine, where the towers of Cologne Cathedral now keep watch over a splendid city, there dwelt in the year 97 the commander of the forces in Lower Germany, Marcus Ulpius Trajanus, with his wife and a few female relatives. Trajan was of a moderate Spanish family, and had, like his father, cut his own path in the military service of the empire. He was unambitious but popular. A large, handsome man, in his 45th year, of singularly graceful bearing and serene features, he charmed everybody by his simplicity and affability of manner, and liked a good carouse and a rough soldierly jest. His wife Plotina was a plain, honest matron of unknown origin. It has been conjectured that she was related to Pompeius Planta, at one time governor of Egypt, but the only ground for the conjecture seems to be that Planta was a friend of Trajan's. As she had neither beauty of person nor romantic defect of character, the chroniclers have left her largely to our imagination. But she was a type of woman whom it is not difficult to picture. A woman of plain features, level judgment, and of what is euphemistically called grave but agreeable conversation. She was by no means brilliant, but her close friendship for Hadrian suggests that she was not too dull and prosy, and had pretensions to culture. Her ways were simple, and her character can be relieved of the one imputation made against it. She compares well with Livia, but as a higher bourgeoisie compares with a grande dame. In a word, she had none of the autumnal color, the beauty of decay of the Caesarean women. But she had the less aesthetic and more useful quality that they lacked, conscientiousness. To the courtly Pliny she is the embodiment of all the virtues. With her at Cologne was Trajan's sister Marciana, a widow of much the same complexion as Plotina, and Marciana's daughter Matidia, who in turn had two daughters, Sabina and Matidia. We can imagine the agitation of this tranquil establishment among the forests of Germany when a courier came from Rome with the news that Trajan was chosen as colleague of the emperor. They had left Rome 6 years before, in the middle of Domitian's reign. However, they seem to have received very sedately the prospect of a removal from the camp on the Rhine to the imperial palace. Although Nerva died in the following January, 98, Trajan remained for the year in Germany, completing his task of strengthening the frontier against the northern barbarians. Then the family set out on the long journey to the capital. The fame of Trajan's simplicity and geniality of manner had preceded him, but Rome looked with surprise on an emperor who could wait a year before occupying the palace, enter the city on foot without guards, and talk so affably with any of his subjects. Nor was Plotina long before she showed that they had received a new type of empress. As she ascended the steps of the palace, she turned round and said to those below, "As I enter here today, I trust I shall leave it when the time comes." The refreshing amiability, simplicity, and moderation of the imperial couple captivated the Romans, and Trajan responded to their goodwill with the most judicious and untiring exertions in the public service. He trod out at once the hideous brood of informers, checked corrupt officials, and appointed the best men to public offices. Indifferent to the splendor and luxury of even the modest palace of Vespasian, he spent most of his reign in frontier wars, or in long journeys for the purpose of bracing the relaxed frame of the empire. And he enriched and adorned Rome as no emperor had done since Octavian. That he was vigorously supported by Plotina is quite certain, and there is evidence that she was much more than a sympathetic witness of his labors. It is related by the Emperor Julian that Trajan often sought the advice of Plotina, and that it was always sound. At the beginning of his reign she had occasion to use her influence. Trajan's dislike of informers was carried so far that, when a case of real extortion occurred in the provinces, the injured were prevented from bringing it to his notice. They appealed to Plotina, and she put the case judiciously to her husband and secured relief. In many other ways she gave useful assistance, so that the Senate offered the title of Augusta to her and Marciana. They declined, as Trajan had refused the special title offered to him, but he relented, and they followed his example. The reign of Trajan and Plotina was thus one long episode of strenuous and enlightened public service. But before we enter into the particulars of their achievements, it is proper to endeavor to obtain a nearer view of their personalities. In this the chroniclers give us little assistance, and the result cannot be very interesting. It is ever the painful reflection of the biographer that the description of a sober life, a life which neither sinks to the lower levels of vice nor soars to some unaccustomed height of virtue, has little interest for the majority of his readers. And this was the life of the imperial court during the 20 years of Trajan's reign. The emperor himself was no paragon. Preferring the easy ways of a camp, he drank somewhat deeply of nights. His jests were apt to be coarse, and he was popularly accused of the vice which so generally infected the men of the empire. Yet he had this distinction in a long line of emperors in the prime of life, that no woman ever shared or sullied his affection for Plotina. Gibbon has remarked, in extenuation of the conduct of his successor, that, of the first 15 emperors, Claudius was the only one whose taste in love was entirely correct. That would be a high compliment to Messalina, but in point of fact, as we saw, Claudius was not entitled to that distinction. The charge against Trajan is vague, and we must rather award the distinction to him. Marival somewhat harshly speaks of him as only maintaining his self-respect because of the bluntness of his moral sense. If we put his strong sense of public duty and his fidelity in the scale against his one certain indulgence in drink, we shall hardly agree to that verdict. The virtue of Plotina, on the other hand, has been more seriously assailed by both ancient and recent writers. In the service of the emperor was a very handsome and accomplished youth named Hadrian, an orphan, with great taste and skill in art and letters. He had been employed by Trajan at Cologne, both in military service and in filling up the long nights with an occasional carouse; and after their return to Rome he was a great favorite of the ladies at the palace. They formed a little circle in which letters were discussed and literary men were patronized. There was something of a literary revival. It was the age of Juvenal, Martial, Quinctilian, Pliny, Suetonius, Celsus, and Dio Chrysostom. Hadrian was a brilliant student, and he appreciated this open and easy way to distinction. Trajan is represented as using the young man for companion, but not regarding him as fitted for promotion, so that it fell to Plotina to urge, and ultimately to make, the fortune of the future emperor. The magnificent mausoleum which Hadrian raised in memory of her long testified to his ardent and grateful attachment. There is a good deal of exaggeration in this conception. We shall see that Trajan promoted Hadrian in such a way as to mark him in the eyes of all as his successor, and his chief advisers in this were the statesmen Sura and Attianus. In any case, there is no proof that Plotina, who must have been 20 years older than Hadrian, felt more than a very natural fondness for the gifted and charming youth. Pliny mentions that her friendship for him gave rise to gossip, but insists that she was a most virtuous woman. The Augustan history leaves her unassailed. Suetonius has no scandal to report. Dio alone describes their attachment as erotic love, but on an earlier page Dio has expressly said that her career was stainless. When he has described her standing at the top of the palace steps, to say that she trusted to leave that palace just as she entered it, he adds, "And she so bore herself throughout the whole reign as to incur no blame." The remarkable eulogy of Pliny, the silence of the other authorities, and the conduct of Trajan must enable us to choose between these contradictory statements of Dio, and indeed compel us to reject this unsubstantial charge against the virtue of Plotina. The other ladies of the imperial household were equally without reproach, and life at the palace was harmonious and uneventful. Emperor and Empress moved about Rome without guards, and entertained, or were entertained by, their friends in a simple and unceremonious way. But Trajan had little love for the atmosphere of a palace, and an outbreak in Dacia, 2 years after his arrival in Rome, gave him an excuse to return to the camp. He took Hadrian with him, and remained in Dacia a year. In the year 103 he rejoined Plotina at Rome, but the war broke out afresh shortly afterwards, and it now took him 3 years to subdue the province and link it to the empire by a great bridge over the Danube. He returned in 107 and spent 7 years in Rome before he set out on his final journey in the year 114. The prolonged absence of the emperor threw a good deal of responsibility on Plotina, and it would be of great interest, if it were possible, to trace her share in the vast work which was done for the city and the empire at that time. This, unfortunately, we cannot do. There were able counselors left at Rome in Trajan's absence, and no doubt most of the work was directly controlled by Trajan during his stay in Rome from 107 to 114. We know only that he conferred freely with Plotina, and that he left great power to her when he went abroad. We can, therefore, only regard her in a general way as contributing to the prosperity and progress that characterized the reign of her husband. She kept Rome tranquil and content, and no doubt followed with close interest the great improvements which Trajan commanded. The neck of hill which linked the Capitoline to the Quirinal in the heart of Rome was cut away, and a fine forum, or broad street, with sheltered colonnade on either side, was constructed on the cleared ground between the hills. As previous emperors had already made slight extensions of the old forum, the citizens of Rome now had, in the center of the city, a magnificent corso running out toward the great circus, in the porticos of which the packed dwellers of the Subura on one side and Velabrum on the other could lounge and take the air with comfort. Nor was this a mere meretricious concession to their entertainment. Trajan was equally attentive to their education. A beautiful basilica, 2 public libraries, one for Greek and one for Roman letters, and other splendid buildings were raised along the sides of the new forum, and statues of marble and bronze were brought from all parts, even from the palace, to adorn it. Other cities of the empire shared in the generosity and public spirit of the new reign. Harbors were constructed for the increase of commerce, fresh roads were flung across the intervening country, and many towns were enriched with stimulating public edifices. Nor were the social needs of the empire less regarded than the material. Previous emperors had given a scanty practical expression to the doctrine of the brotherhood of men, which the Stoic philosophy was disseminating. Trajan gave a great extension to this new philanthropy, as we learn from the inscriptions that have been found in the soil of Italy. It is estimated that 300,000 poor and orphan children were fed by charity or imperial aid in Italy alone. The lot of the slave was improved, and the school system of the empire became better than any that has since appeared in Europe until the second half of the 19th century. Men were returning to the sobriety of their fathers, and were tempering it with the new spirit of peace and mercy, and a regard for culture. Morality improved, and character became a qualification for office. The one open scandal of the long reign, an intrigue of the Vestal virgins with 3 young knights, was punished with all the rigor of the old Roman law. We must be content to know that Plotina had her part in this noble work of restoring the jaded frame of the empire, and refrain from attempting to measure her particular influence. By the year 114, the administration ran so smoothly, and the Western world was so settled, that Trajan turned his attention to the East. The Parthians had been interfering in the affairs of the Ethiopians, who were vassals of Rome, and Trajan saw in this a pretext of establishing more strongly, if not enlarging, the eastern frontier of the empire. He had never been in the East, and the deep attraction of its ancient cities and decadent mysticism gave a cultural interest to his expedition. He took with him Plotina and Matidia, his niece. Marciana seems to have died before this time, and Hadrian had married Sabina, the daughter of Matidia. Hadrian and probably his wife accompanied them. The path to the east for the Roman lay through Athens, where Plotina and her companions would survey the decaying splendor of the Greek civilization in which they had long been interested. Envoys from the Parthians met Trajan there and tried to disarm him, but he dismissed them, and pushed on to the field in which he trusted to win fresh laurels. They reached Antioch at the end of the year, and had, during their stay in that metropolis of Oriental vice and luxury, a novel experience. A great earthquake shook the city, and even the house in which the emperor lodged. He was forced to make his escape by the window. The accounts of their later movements are meager, and we can only imagine Plotina passing with wonder through the strange spectacles of Western Asia. During the spring and summer an indecisive campaign was waged against the Parthians, and Trajan returned to Antioch for the winter. In the spring of the year 116 the emperor set out again for Mesopotamia. He passed down the Euphrates, took the Parthian capital, sailed on the Persian Gulf, and even directed a longing eye over the ocean in the direction of India. The spirit of Alexander breathed in him as he trod this theater of the historic conquerors. But the burden of age and an increasing infirmity put a reluctant limit to his ambition. He had, in fact, passed the range of his powers, and distended too far the frontier of the empire. In the following year he became weaker, and the eastern tribes advanced with spirit. Leaving the task to his generals, the emperor turned towards Italy. How far Plotina had accompanied her husband on these remote journeys we are not informed. It would not be surprising, or out of harmony with the general custom of the time, if she covered the whole or the greater part of the territory with him. However that may be, we find her with Trajan and Hadrian at Antioch once more in the course of the year 117. Trajan was seriously ill, and had to abandon all hope of settling the Eastern question. He maintained the troops at the frontier, left Hadrian at Antioch as legate of the East, and slowly and sadly moved towards Europe. His tall frame was bent with age, his hair was white, his limbs made heavy with dropsy, and numbed with incipient paralysis. When they arrived at Selinus, a small town on a precipitous rock of the Cilician coast, only a few hundred miles from Edessa, his illness increased, and he died in the month of August 117, in the 63rd year of his age. The exact truth about Plotina's conduct at the time of Trajan's death will never be known, but an impartial analysis of the statements made by the chroniclers cannot discover any clear ground for dissatisfaction. Dio, whose authority on this point is claimed to be considerable, since his father was then governor of the province of Cilicia, first insinuates a suggestion of poison in the usual form of an unsubstantial rumor, and then insists that Plotina formed a letter in Trajan's name, nominating Hadrian his successor in the imperial power. The writer of the sketch of Hadrian in the Historia Augusta, Spartianus, carries the legend further. He describes how Plotina put a confidant in the bed of the dead emperor, drew the clothes about him, and directed him to murmur in a feeble voice to the assembled officials that he wished Hadrian to succeed him. This second version is wholly negligible. It comes only from an anonymous writer of the 4th century who excites our distrust at all times by his extravagant and unsupported statements. The latest commentators on his work warn us that his aim is prurient and his method devoid of scruple. The authority of Dio, on the other hand, must not be exaggerated. His father might purvey gossip to him, like any other Greek or Roman, and his story of the forged letter or forged signature to a letter might easily be a piece of local gossip. Plotina was evidently anxious to secure the succession for Hadrian, and one may well admit that she concealed her husband's death until Hadrian arrived at Selinus. That concealment would easily give rise to conjectures. Servius naturally forces on his readers the more romantic version, but more sober writers acquit Plotina of anything more than a formal use of Trajan's name after his death. The suggestion of poison is frivolous. Trajan had been ailing for months, and his assiduous travelling in a climate so different from that to which he had been accustomed all his life must have worn him out. He arrived in Asia Minor in the sweltering and dangerous month of August, and a touch of the enteric fever, which so commonly overcame the European in the insanitary East of the time, put an end to his life. Plotina had for some time urged him to nominate Hadrian as his successor. We must not hastily infer from his reluctance that he thought Hadrian unfit to succeed him. He had just left him in a position of the gravest responsibility, and must have appreciated what a great historian calls Hadrian's vast and active genius. But he may not have deemed it proper for him to dictate to the Senate how they should exercise their power of choice. What actually occurred is certainly obscure. A letter was dispatched to the Senate after Trajan's death, in which Hadrian was nominated, and Dio says that the signature was put to this letter by Plotina. One would imagine that such a deception as Dio represents it to be would easily be detected and resented by Hadrian's powerful enemies in the Senate. It is probable that, as Merival supposes, the letter was really dictated by Trajan, and the signing of it by Plotina was only formal. We may admit Dio's narrative of facts, yet believe that the Empress was merely carrying out Trajan's will. On the other hand, there is no reason to quarrel with or put a base interpretation on her zeal for the succession of Hadrian. We shall see how well he maintained the sound work of Trajan. He was at once summoned to Selinus to consult with Plotina and with the elderly senator Attianus, who had been his guardian, together with Trajan, and had been as zealous as the Empress in urging his advancement. They decided that Hadrian must return to his post at Antioch, and Plotina set out for Rome with the ashes of her husband in a golden urn. The last resting place of Trajan was under the magnificent column which still bears witness in Rome to his many victories, and for centuries afterwards the most flattering compliment that the senators could pay to an emperor was to cry that he was more fortunate than Augustus and better than Trajan. Plotina lived at Rome for 4 years after the death of her husband. The first year was, as we shall see, one of great anxiety and trial. There was much discontent at Hadrian's accession, and before long his reign was stained by the execution of 4 of the most distinguished nobles. Matidia died in the following year, and it was known to all Rome that Sabina lived unhappily with Hadrian. It is said that Plotina continued to have an active share in the administration of the empire, though she must now have been in or near her 7th decade of life. Dio places her death in the year 121. Hadrian was in Gaul at the time, and the luxuriance of his mourning gave encouragement to the libellers. He went into deep mourning, breathed a passionate grief in a beautiful poem, and ordered the building of a temple for the cult of the divinity which he conferred on her. In Nimes, where he was staying at the time when her death was announced, he raised the superb mausoleum which kept her name for ages in the mind of Europe. It is both pleasant and legitimate to believe that there was neither rhetorical display nor the memory of an irregular love in the princely mourning of Hadrian over the death of his patroness. Apart from his own indebtedness to her, the world owed her much. She had been at least a most worthy and helpful companion of a great emperor, a type of womanhood to which the eyes of Roman matrons might happily be directed. On the day when her inanimate frame was borne from the palace to the funeral pile, men could repeat that she had in truth left that home of temptation as she had entered it. The saner and sunnier life of the vast empire was, in part, her monument. End of section 11.
Section 12 of The Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Felicia Wang. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 9. Sabina, the wife of Hadrian. We are already familiar with the extraction and the training of the next Empress of Rome. Sabina was the elder daughter of Trajan's niece, Matidia, and came of the sound and sober stock of the Spanish provincials. We first meet her in the little settlement on the Rhine, where she lived with her widowed mother and grandmother in Trajan's house during the reign of Galba and Nerva. She was in her early teens, a grave and modest child, easily directed by the three sedate ladies of the house. Very shortly after the accession of Trajan, a charming young officer burst into the camp to offer his congratulations. He had a romantic story to tell, how a jealous brother-in-law had bribed his servants to break down the chariot on the way, and he had crossed the great forests on foot to greet his guardian and cousin. It was the future emperor, and her future husband, Hadrian. The wicked brother-in-law, Ursus Servianus, presently arrived and put before Trajan a proof of his ward's enormities in the shape of a list of his debts. But Trajan was charmed with the handsome and brilliant young officer, kept him in his suite, and took him to Rome when he went up to occupy the throne. And we saw that he became a great favorite of the imperial ladies. His father had been a first cousin of Trajan, but Hadrian lost him at the age of 10, and was committed to the guardianship of Trajan and Attianus. The finest masters of Rome directed his studies in letters, art, rhetoric, and philosophy, and he became a most accomplished and learned, as well as, by hunting and exercise, a graceful and energetic youth. The Historia Augusta expressly says that Trajan loved him, and he advanced quickly and enjoyed the brilliant literary society of the palace and the capital. About 2 years after their coming to Rome, he married Sabina. One chronicler represents him as spending large sums of money to win her, and so incurring the annoyance of Trajan. Another states that he turned with disdain from her plain propriety, and had to be persuaded by Plotina that the marriage was to his interest. It was, at all events, clearly a mariage de convenance, and was destined to have the customary sequel. Sabina would be in her 12th or 13th year at the time, and we can imagine the mating of the prim little maiden with the brilliant scholar and promising officer of 24. For many years, she is no more than the silent shadow of her husband, and we can only dimly follow her movements as she accompanies him about the empire. Whether she accompanied him on the Dacian wars between 101 and 106, or, as seems more probable, remained at Rome to develop a taste for letters in the palace of Plotina, we cannot confidently say, but it is recorded that she did lean to culture. Hadrian was back in 106, high in the favor of Trajan, who gave him the diamond ring he had received from Nerva. He could both fight and carouse to the emperor's satisfaction. He was made praetor on his return, and gave brilliant games, at Trajan's expense, in which 11,000 beasts were slain. In quick succession he became legate in Lower Pannonia and consul. The aged statesman, Sura, told him that he was destined for the throne. The rumor went about Rome, and the nobles, at first disdainful of his provincial accent and jealous of his progress, began to respect him. He, and most probably Sabina, accompanied Trajan on his fatal journey to the east, and we have seen what happened. In the year 117, in about the 30th year of her age, Sabina found herself Empress of Rome, but the elevation seems to have brought her little happiness and impelled her to no exertion. There is little room for doubt that, either in the camp or in the tainted atmosphere of Rome or Antioch, Hadrian had contracted the vice which prevailed among Roman men. There is another reason, however, why Sabina remains in obscurity in the chronicles. Hadrian's biographer, Gregorovius, has relieved him of the common charge that he relinquished the conquests of Trajan and neglected imperial interests in a less enlightened zeal for art and letters. Hadrian had a clear, commendable, and vast policy. He believed that the empire would only be weakened by extension, and that it was a saner ambition to enrich and uplift the life within its frontiers than to enlarge them. His life was spent in a magnificent realization of this design, and it was a design so far beyond the modest range of Sabina's political intelligence that she was forced to remain a spectator of his work. She seems, very naturally, to have carped at his one frailty, which so nearly concerned her, and Hadrian replied peevishly, and merely conveyed her as an uninterested encumbrance in the remarkable voyages which fill the 20 years of his reign. Hadrian was then in his 40th year, a tall, very handsome and athletic man of brilliant conversation, untiring energy, and great public spirit, the most artistic of all Roman emperors, one of the most artistic and cultured of monarchs, indeed. He could nevertheless endure the plain bread and cheese of the soldier for weeks together, and he so much discarded his horse and his chariot for their encouragement that a chronicler describes him as having covered the entire empire on foot. By diplomacy and by bribes, which we may or may not admire, he secured an almost unbroken peace for the empire during 2 decades, and the works of use or adornment with which he enriched every province of the empire during those 20 years make up an almost fabulous achievement. Much as we must sympathize with the Empress in her resentment of the practice into which his Greek Oriental tastes betrayed him, we cannot deny that Hadrian was a great and beneficent ruler. The sketch of his life in that prurient work, the Historia Augusta, the Chronique Scandaleuse of the Middle Empire, is a monumental, if unconscious, panegyric. The biographer of the Empresses cannot escape the conclusion that Sabina was not a fitting mate for so versatile and constructive a genius. Her superiority in decency is enormously outweighed by Hadrian's magnificent work for the empire. The natural alienation of the two in sentiment would not encourage her to cooperate in his work, in the fashion set by Livia and Plotina, but one feels that this is not the sole explanation, and that her mediocre faculty was entirely absorbed in a small pursuit of culture. It is not impossible that, if there had been cordial cooperation between them, she would have saved Hadrian from the only serious stains on the record of his reign. The first of these occurred in the year following his accession. Bringing to the imperial task a fresh and vigorous mind, untainted by mere military ambition, though he was an excellent soldier, Hadrian glanced round the empire and saw that peace must first be established on its frontiers. The east was aflame with revolt. the African and German boundaries were disturbed and trouble was announced from Britain. He at once sacrificed the conquests beyond the Tigris and Euphrates, appeased the Jews and the other people of the East, and passed to Lower Germany to still the restlessness of the northern frontier. There had been some discontent among the older soldiers and statesmen of Rome at his being forced on them. From Judea he had imprudently sent one of Trajan's most fiery commanders, the Moorish prince Lucius Quietus, back in some disgrace to the capital, and this man and others formed a party of opposition. When they saw that he was sacrificing Trajan's conquests and reversing his policy, and especially when he proposed to evacuate Dacia also, they entered, it is said, into something of the nature of a conspiracy. How far Hadrian was really responsible for the execution of the leaders of this party, we cannot say, and his emphatic denial of responsibility is entitled to consideration. We know that when the aged statesman Attianus wrote to urge him that the Roman prefect and other distinguished malcontents ought to be removed, he refused to take any action. The Senate now announced that a plot to assassinate Hadrian had been detected, and it put to death, without trial, 4 men of consular rank, Nigrinus, Palma, Celsus, and Lucius Quietus. A sullen murmur passed through the city, and Hadrian hastily composed his affairs on the Danube and went to Rome. He resolutely denied that he had consented to the executions, and the question remains open. With this public resentment in view, Hadrian at once lavished the most princely favors on Rome, and swore that he would never execute a senator without the consent of his order. He remitted debts to the treasury to the extent of 9 million pounds, extended the existing charities to orphans and widows, provided magnificent spectacles for the people, and made a sacrifice of Attianus, by deposing him, to the anger of the malcontents. When the Senate offered him the triumph which had been due to Trajan for the eastern victories, he refused it and placed a waxed image of the dead emperor in the triumphal chariot. The citizens of Rome may have been less impressed when he showed a zeal for public morals, and forbade the mixed bathing that had hitherto been permitted. But he succeeded, by 2 years of untiring public service, in removing the earlier resentment. That he wished to kill Attianus, and did actually execute the architect Apollodorus, are idle legends. Servius seriously reproduces the story that the architect has snubbed him, telling him to go and paint his pumpkins, when he had made a suggestion to him in earlier years, and that Hadrian avenged himself when he came to the throne. The truth is that the Historia Augusta describes him in consultation with Apollodorus on some building project 10 years later. The details of this vast activity of Hadrian's do not concern us, as Sabina seems to have taken no part in it. The busts we have of her seem to show a cold and irresponsive temper, as if the Empress were contemplating disdainfully the figure of the beautiful Oriental youth on whom Hadrian's affection became concentrated. There is distinction in the smooth lines of the face, and in the lofty forehead, and there is a proud strength that might very well make her morose and harsh, as Hadrian described her, when he gave her such palpable cause for resentment. Her mother died in 119. In a flurried oration, Hadrian praised her beauty of person and character, but the death would not be likely to improve the relations of the imperial spouses. In the year 120 or 121, Hadrian set out on the first of the long journeys which fill the rest of his career, and Sabina made the tour of the world with him. Had their intercourse been more pleasant, the lot of Sabina during the next 15 years would have been one of great fortune. They passed together over the whole Roman world, from Eboracum, York, to Arabia and Egypt, surveying the ruined empires of the past and the young nations of the future in the light of whatever culture the age afforded. And so beneficent was their passage that myriads of inscriptions and coins bearing such legends as Golden Age and Restorer of the Earth handed on to posterity the memory of the great works which Hadrian everywhere inaugurated. Through Gaul, probably through the flourishing Greek colony of Massilia, Marseille, the solid and cultured city of Lugdunum, Lyon, and the little trading center, Lutetia, that would one day be brilliant Paris, they passed on to Germany and traversed the boundless forests that hid the soil of a great modern nation. No glittering pomp of guards surrounded the emperor. Bareheaded alike in the snows of Germany and under the sun of Syria, marching commonly on foot in the dress of a soldier, and living on soldiers' fare, he restored the rigid discipline of the legions wherever he went. Bridges, aqueducts, roads, temples, and colonnaded squares sprang up in the rear of his march. His staff was a band of engineers and architects. In this novel and admirable company, Sabina made the round of Gaul and Germany, and crossed over to Britain in the imperial galleys. From the little colony of Londinium, London, which had been destroyed 60 years before, and was now restored by Hadrian, they passed along the solid Roman road to Eboracum, York, the last great station from which civilization looked out on the turbulent waves of Scottish barbarism. It was then that Hadrian ordered the building of the Great Wall to keep off the Caledonian marauders, of which the traces still exist. Sabina may have remained in York while Hadrian surveyed the rough territory to the north, and it seems to have been on the emperor's return that an episode occurred which must have greatly embittered her. One of Hadrian's secretaries was the historian Suetonius, whose work on the emperors has provided us with much material. With him and the cultivated commander of the Praetorian Guards, Sabina maintained a close friendship, and Hadrian made a grievance of it. So closely did he pry into the affairs of his friends that the rumor was set about that he had many mistresses among their wives. It was reported to him that Suetonius and Septicius Clarus were behaving with more familiarity than the dignity of the imperial house permitted, as Spartianus puts it, and they were dismissed. There is no suggestion of grave irregularity on her part. The idea of divorcing Sabina, which Hadrian is said to have discussed, is expressly connected with what he called her moroseness and asperity, and we can well believe that her asperity took the form of bitter complaints about his own conduct. Nothing further was done, and though we may regard with reserve the statement that Sabina deliberately prevented herself from having a child, lest she should put a new monster on the throne, the imperial couple continued their uncongenial companionship. Some of the coins which were struck in commemoration of their passage ventured to bear the legend Concordia Augusta, struck in honor of the harmony of the imperial household. From Britain they returned to Gaul, where Hadrian excited comment by the opulence of his mourning over the death of Plotina. They then passed to Spain, where Roman civilization had taken deep root, and onto the land of the Moors. The colonies which Rome had planted along the strip of territory descending from the mountains to the sea had been devastated by the barbarians, and the frontier had been obliterated. Hadrian drove back the tribes, restored the towns, and returned, after an absence of more than a year, to Rome. The city was tranquil, and the building of the great villa, which still, in its ruins, excites the amazement of the visitor at Tivoli, was proceeding. After a year or two of peaceful administration, seeing that the west, north, and south of the empire were secure and prospering, Hadrian turned his face towards the east. We need not follow him in this journey to Greece and Asia Minor, since it is not clear whether Sabina accompanied him, but it had a sequel of melancholy interest to the Empress. From the cities of Greece, he made his way along the coast of the Black Sea to the region of the Parthians, where he again restored peace, and back through Asia Minor and the islands to Rome. 2 or 3 years had been occupied in this journey, and Hadrian had become less Roman in taste than ever. He came home surrounded by Greeks, and with a great zeal for Greek and Eastern institutions. In particular, he brought in his train a beautiful Bithynian youth, whose name is from that time inseparably connected with his. Hadrian's passion for Antinous is the chief stain on his character, and was probably the chief ground of Sabina's resentment. The emperor had visited Bithynia, and presumably met the youth there. Every traveler among rude and healthy nations is aware that such practices are by no means confined to decadent civilizations, nor does the student of contemporary morals see in them anything distinctive of the life of ancient Syria, Greece, or Rome. Nevertheless, the remarkable beauty of Antinous, which is familiar to us in many a statue, and the wanton openness of his association with the emperor, attracted general attention and greatly embittered Sabina. When, therefore, she set out with Hadrian at the end of 128, or the beginning of 129, for a fresh and more extensive tour in the East, her enjoyment must have been heavily clouded by the daily and hourly presence of the emperor's companions. The young Adonis was not the only source of offense in Hadrian's suite. Closer still to Hadrian was a young Roman noble, of the most effeminate charm and the most dissolute life. Lucius Caeonius Commodus was later taken into imperial partnership by Hadrian, and although he did not live to attain supreme power, his descendants will more than once enter and disturb our story of the Empresses. Spartianus ascribes to him a regal beauty of face and person, a manner of great charm, a witty and sparkling conversation, and an utter depravity of morals. He had won the regard of Hadrian, not so much by the famous new dish which he had invented for the epicures of Rome, a boar, ham, pheasant, and peacock pie, as by the sensuous charm of his person and the exotic sensuality of his life. He would lie, washed in exquisite Persian ointments, on a couch strewn with roses, with a coverlet of lilies drawn over himself and his companion. Such ways were entirely foreign to the nature of Hadrian, but his robust vigor was singularly united with a fine artistic sensibility and a love of the softer East, which led him into many inconsistencies. Sabina had for companion a Greek poetess, Julia Fadea, of such virtue and attainments that a statue was somewhere raised to honor her as a pattern of integrity. The incongruous party, with its conflicting groups of virtue and vice, a fitting symbol of the unhappy union of West and East, crossed the sea to Athens, and then visited Corinth, Eleusis, and the other surviving cities of Greece. The frame of that superb civilization still gleamed, almost intact, on the soil of Hellas. though the soul of Greece had departed. It was as if one gazed on the smooth, white corpse of a beautiful woman. Groups of sophists still disputed in the gardens or under the shady colonnades, but they were puny mimics of Socrates, Zeno, and Epicurus. Politicians still babbled in the agora, but they blessed the hand of Rome that had closed brutally on the throat of their fair country. The Acropolis still shone in its panoply of Parian marble, and Hadrian had restored the harbor and repaired many of the ravages of time and violence. He regretted the greed of his foreigners, and sought to restore the ancient spirit. But the poor revival of art and letters and religion, which he succeeded in effecting, was only the last flicker of the vitality of Greece. They crossed the sea to Ephesus, which at that time rivaled Antioch and Alexandria as a metropolis of the decaying civilizations of the East. Its great temple of Diana, a teeming store of art and treasure, drew men from all parts, while priests of all religions mingled in its streets, with panders to all vices and ministers to every form of art and luxury. Smyrna, another flourishing city of Asia Minor, attracted them next, with its magnificent assemblage of temples, colonnades, baths, and theaters, and they passed on to Sardis and the other cities of that fascinating and repellent Greek Oriental region, where new mysticism ran like veins of gold in the old volcanic deposits. The winter was spent in the luxury of Ephesus and Smyrna, and with the spring they traversed the successive provinces of Asia Minor, admiring and restoring the remains of Greek and Persian grandeur. Through Syria, where famous Antioch detained them for a time, they went on, probably, to the ruined cities of Tyre and Sidon, and returned to Heliopolis, Damascus, and Palmyra. In Palestine, they found the survivors of the scattered Jewish nation, living in great poverty and dejection among the ruins of their cities, or still scrutinizing the prophets and looking for the Messiah in the large communities on the coast. On the site of Jerusalem, where a few broken towers gave a melancholy reminder of their former prosperity, Hadrian ordered that a new Roman colony should be established. From Judea they moved to Arabia, and then to Egypt. Alexandria was then the second city of the world in importance, the first in interest. All the exhausted streams of the older civilizations had poured into it. Never before or since was there so cosmopolitan a population, such a gathering of old vices and new moralities, dead religions and fresh religions, cults 6,000 years old, and the latest gospels of Judea and Persia. Its harbor still held the ships of every port in the Mediterranean. Its Serapeum, museum, and Caesareum sheltered the art and culture of the world, and its deafening streets rang with the tongues of the world. But the soul of Egypt, too, was dead, and the imperial party moved up the Nile to admire the surviving relics of its past. No doubt priests and learned men from Alexandria would attend as interpreters. They wandered in Memphis, which the sand of the desert was beginning to bury, passed through Heliopolis, and reached Beza, where they experienced the great sensation of the tour. The beautiful Bithynian youth was drowned in the Nile, and Sabina had to regard with disdain the womanly tears and the extravagant mourning of the emperor. It is not clear to this day whether the death was accidental or voluntary. Hadrian, of course, said that it was accidental, but a rumor lingers in the chronicles that the emperor, in his new zeal for Oriental superstition, had learned that his life was doomed unless some loved being was sacrificed for him, and Antinous offered himself. Hadrian has taken the secret with him, but the temples and statues he raised all over the empire kept the memory of the pretty youth fresh for centuries. This occurred about the month of October. The dates of these journeys of Hadrian are much disputed, but a trivial detail has determined this part of the tour. They went on to Thebes and, in accordance with custom, cut their names and the date in the great statue of Memnon. They probably pushed on as far as Philly to see the temple of Isis, but we find them back in Syria at the end of the year, or the beginning of 132, and soon afterwards in Rome. The great villa had now been completed at Tivoli, and we must assume that Sabina lived there during the 3 or 4 years that remained for her. They were years of continued melancholy. Hadrian was sobered, but soured. The Jews had disturbed his cherished peace by rebelling on account of his design to cover the site of their holy city with a Roman colony, and he had ruthlessly destroyed what remained of their cities, and erased the name of Jerusalem by calling the new town Aelia Capitolina. Illness began to enfeeble his frame, and he brooded darkly over the question of a successor, which men were discussing. He passed in heavy dejection through the lovely gardens and marble temples of his villa, still mourning the loss of Antinous. An obelisk has been found there with the inscription that it was raised to the youth by Hadrian and Sabina, a fiction that must have angered the Empress, if it were done before her death. But she did not live to see the darker gloom of his closing years. She died in, or about the year 136, not without a rumor of poison, says Spartianus. The rumor is not worth considering. She had been entitled Augusta by the Senate in 127, but Hadrian refused her the divine honors which were usually bestowed on dead empresses. They were awarded by his successor. The busts of Sabina which we have suggest just such a personality as we have gathered from the meager references to her in the chronicles. She was a woman of smooth and regular features and fine person, without beauty or charm. Her face gives an impression of intellect, virtue, and silent suffering. She is the kind of woman who would neither overlook the vice of her husband, nor actively resent it, or assert herself in any way. The kind of woman to retreat in disdain to her books. That she was treated as a slave by Hadrian, as Aurelius Victor says, we may decline to believe, and regard the statement as a popular exaggeration. Nor, on the other hand, can we agree with Gregorovius that a letter in which Hadrian invites his mother to dine with him on his birthday, and says that Sabina has gone into the country, shows their mutual dislike. Dury quotes this very letter in disproof of the belief that they were estranged, and points out that it goes on to say that Sabina had sent her share for the family dinner. The French historian believes that the legend, Concordia Augusta, on some of the medals of the time expressed a fact. We cannot, however, imagine Sabina resigning herself to her husband's passions for youths, and the few authentic details left us about her relations with Hadrian generally indicate a mutual aversion. As an empress, she was a nonentity. As a woman, an admirable blend of old-world sobriety and new-world culture. Hadrian survived her for 2 unhappy years. The whole empire was covered with monuments of his public service. The coinage of every province proclaimed his beneficence. The slave, the widow, and the orphan gratefully told of his magnanimity. But the illness and depression of his last year permitted him to commit a crime, and so accustomed was the new generation to good conduct in its rulers, the recollection of his great deeds was almost obliterated. To the astonishment of all, and the indignation of the thoughtful, Hadrian announced that he had chosen as Caesar his dissolute and decadent companion, Lucius Verus. His brother-in-law, Servianus, now an old man of 90, and the grandson of Servianus, a youth of 19, seemed to have been among the murmurers, and, on trivial pretexts, they were put to death. These cruel murders brought a deep shadow over Hadrian's last year, but a last opportunity was given him to repair his action. Lucius Verus, worn and consumptive from debauch, died, and Hadrian now made choice of the most worthy man in the Senate, Titus Antoninus, adding, however, in his quaint way of mingling good and evil, that he must in turn adopt the son of Lucius Verus and young Marcus Aurelius, a Sybarite and a Stoic, two antithetic types of Roman life. He went down to Baia, suffering acutely from dropsy. The pain and weariness were so great that he tried to secure poison or a sword, but Antoninus prudently guarded and nursed him. He died in the year 138, done to death by physicians, he ironically said. In his last days, he composed some slight verses which I may translate. Little soul, so tired and still, guest of this decaying flesh, whither now will thy flight be? Pale and cold and reft of speech, never more to utter joke. It was the note of the time spirit which was so strangely incarnated in Hadrian. He united in his person all the contradictions that were at strife in his era of change: asceticism and sensuality, public spirit and selfish sensibility, stoicism and Cyrenaicism. He needed a stronger empress, but the better spirit prevailed in him at the end, and the Stoics came to the throne. End of section 12. Recording by Felicia Wang.
Section 13 of the Empresses of Rome. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Empresses of Rome by Joseph McCabe. Chapter 10. The Wives of the Stoics. On the 25th of February, in the year 138, Hadrian had summoned the senators to the palace. Verus was dead, and the whole world wondered on whom the erratic fancy of the ailing emperor would rest next. Among the senators was a distinguished, able, and amiable statesman and commander, Titus Aurelius Fulvus Boianius Arius Antoninus, whose great merit had, as the long series of names implies, been richly rewarded by older relatives. He had been much consulted by Hadrian in his last years, and was respected by all. To the great relief of the Senate, the wavering finger of the emperor fell on this man, and he was acclaimed Caesar. He attended Hadrian devotedly, prolonged the useless life which lingered between him and the throne, and, it was rumored, saved many a noble head from execution in the last frenzies of Hadrian. Early in July, that great traveler set out on his last journey, and Aurelius Antoninus, a name to which the Senate soon added the appellation of pious, ascended the throne. The new Empress of Rome was Annia Galeria Faustina, a matron in her 34th year, of an ancient and distinguished Italian family. It is of some interest to regard the extraction of Faustina. Through her, the imperial throne is about to pass once more to one of its most ignoble occupants, and Rome will sink rapidly from the reign of Marcus Aurelius to the riot of Commodus. The two opposing tendencies of Roman life meet in her family, and the Stoic succumbs to the Epicurean, or rather to the Sybaritic or Cyrenaic, for the gospel of Epicurus was one of dignity and sobriety. Rome might have said, in the later language of Goethe, as he depicted himself passing through a similar phase, Zwei Seelen wohnen, ach, in meiner Brust. One soul leaned to sloth, sensual and selfish indulgence. One, with larger horizon, was for temperance, vigor, and imperial duty. The curious feature of this critical stage in the fortunes of Rome is that the two tendencies are developed within the same family, and the Stoic yields to the Sybarite. Annia Galeria Faustina was born of the same parents as the father of Marcus Aurelius, and was reared in the same atmosphere of old Roman virtue, or manliness, as the word signifies. The great-grandfather of Marcus Aurelius was Annius Verus, a senator of great merit and of Spanish extraction. His son Annius Verus was twice consul, and both his sons in turn, the father and uncle of Marcus Aurelius, were promoted to the consulate. Everything we know of the family suggests a fine and sober patrician type, and confirms the beautiful picture of it given us by Marcus Aurelius in his Meditations. The one element of possible weakness in the ancestry of the Faustinas and of Commodus is in the mother of Annia Galeria Faustina. Annius Verus had married Rupilia Faustina. Her family is obscure, and though one must hesitate to trace to her this strain of weakness and vice on such slender grounds, one is disposed to believe that she was married for her beauty, and brought into that strong family the tainted germ which ripened in more than one of her descendants. It may, however, very well be that the strength of the stock was decaying. Marcus Aurelius himself was delicate, and its later descendants succumbed to the evil influences about them. A genealogical table will show how the fate of Rome hung on this family for more than a generation. Faustina had inherited her mother's beauty, and was reared in a very conscientious home. It was the home in which Marcus Aurelius learned his first lessons in virtue, as his father died early, and all the chroniclers speak of it with great respect. We know very little about her, however, until she becomes Empress, and as she died 3 years afterwards, we have not much concern with her. She is believed to have married somewhat late for a Roman girl, in or about her 16th year, 120. Titus Aurelius Antoninus was then in his 34th year, a tall, graceful, and handsome man, of quiet and captivating manners, good cultivation, fine character, and a face of great dignity and sweetness. He was of good family, and was advancing rapidly in the public service. Shortly after the marriage he became consul, and he remained in Rome in one or other civic capacity until 128 or 129. He was very wealthy and greatly esteemed. One of the chroniclers has charged her with light behavior, and as this is the only period in which we can plausibly entertain it, we may regard the charge for a moment. The book of Dio's history for the reign of Antoninus Pius is lost, so that neither he nor his commentators throw any light on Faustina. Aurelius Victor and Eutropius say nothing of her character. The one hostile witness is Julius Capitolinus, the anonymous writer of the 4th century, who provides the sketch of the life of Antoninus Pius in the Historia Augusta. He says, circa 3, many things are said of his wife's excessive freedom and looseness of life, which he had painfully to overlook. Servius enlarges on this with his usual license, but as he makes Faustina the sister of Aelius Verus, and says that she neglected the education of her children, which is also untrue, we may ignore him. It is now more customary to reject this charge against the elder Faustina, on the ground that the single witness is a light anecdotist of the 4th century. Moreover, when the tutor Fronto wrote a glowing panegyric of Faustina after her death, Antoninus Pius answered that it was even more true than eloquent, and swore that he would rather live with her at Jaeros, a barren island to which criminals were deported, than in a palace without her. Nevertheless, we must leave the question open. Antoninus Pius was not a Puritan. When the Emperor Julian introduces him before the gods in his charming contest of the emperors for the highest praise, the Caesars, he calls him a moderate man, not indeed in love affairs, but in the administration of the empire. Faustina was probably charming enough to merit his sincere lament. But as Capitolinus mingles truth and untruth with a very light hand, and the relevant book of Dio is wanting, we cannot decide the issue. In the year 128 or 129, Antoninus was appointed proconsul of Asia, and he and Faustina went to Smyrna. The elder of their 2 daughters died about the same time. An amusing incident in connection with their arrival is narrated by Philostratus in his Lives of the Sophists. The proconsul at once occupied the finest house in Smyrna, the home of the teacher Polemo, who was absent. Polemo was the idol of Smyrna, and was proportionately conceited. He drew youths from all parts to his school, and had won much favor from Hadrian for the city. He traveled in a superb Phrygian chariot, and his mules had silver trappings. And when some grumblers had hinted that he had diverted to his own pocket some of Hadrian's subsidies, he had pompously written to the emperor, "Polemo has given me an account of money given by you to him." This conceited sophist reached his house in the middle of the night, and found the proconsul and Faustina abed there. He promptly turned them out, and roundly abused them. Years afterwards, when the genial Antoninus was emperor, and Polemo came to the palace, he said laughingly to an attendant, "See that Polemo has a chamber in the palace, and that no one turns him out." Later, an actor came from Smyrna to complain that Polemo, the autocrat, had turned him out of the theater. "At what hour?" asked the emperor gravely. "It was at midday." "That is nothing. He turned me out at midnight," said the emperor. The amiability and solid work of Antoninus must have won Polemo, as Hadrian is reported to have said in his will that it was he who advised the adoption of Antoninus. But the East generally so much appreciated the proconsul that when he returned to Rome, he stood very high in the favor of Hadrian. We again lose sight of Faustina until he becomes emperor, and then there are 1 or 2 brief references to her before she dies in 141. At his accession he refused the greater part of the money, aurum coronarium, which was due to him by custom from the provinces, and drew very liberally on his private fortune for paying the great expenses entailed. Faustina naturally demurred. "Foolish woman," he is said to have answered, "when we obtained the empire, we lost what we previously possessed." The only other reference is contained in a letter of the younger Faustina to Marcus Aurelius. "In the defection of Celsus, my mother exhorted Antoninus to be concerned first about his own family." We know nothing of this revolt. Apparently Antoninus, like Marcus Aurelius, was disposed to be dangerously lenient. The final reference to Faustina is that she died in the 3rd year of his reign, 141, and was deeply mourned by him. Nominated Augusta in life, She was deified at death, and Antoninus built in her honor the beautiful temple of which traces are still seen in Rome. He also instituted in her honor a fresh charity for orphans, the Puellae Faustinianae, and ordered that gold and silver statues of her should be borne in the processions. This sincere tribute of the emperor tells at least of a great affection and esteem. But the literary references to Faustina are too meager and disputable to bring her clearly before us. The busts that are believed to represent her do not, unfortunately, assist us much. In the Capitoline Museum at Rome is one that may depict her in her 20s or earlier. It has a round and tranquil face, not devoid of strength, but more directly suggesting an even and sober character. Another bust in the Vatican Museum shows the same features at a later age, but a third in the same museum has not so pleasant an expression. The oval face is hard and querulous. The loose lips droop at the ends. The large eyes, prominent cheekbones, and strong chin have an expression that is very far from tender or spiritual. The bust that is attributed to her in the British Museum is between the two. The elder Faustina remains in obscurity, and we pass to her more notorious daughter and successor. For 20 years after the death of Faustina, there was no Empress of Rome. Antoninus, who was in his 55th year, refused to marry again, and took a concubine, an arrangement recognized in Roman law and practice, in which marriage had several degrees. It was an era of general peace and great prosperity. The group of Stoic lawyers that the emperor gathered about him humanely moderated the rigor of the laws. Medical service was supplied to the poor in the towns. The school system was further endowed, and works of mercy continued to multiply. The armies usually rested, and it is to be feared, rusted. The treasury was again filled. The empire was happy and prosperous. In the year 161, the cheerful, benevolent Antoninus passed away, and the two men whom Hadrian had compelled him to adopt came to their joint reign. With them are introduced two new empresses of no little interest. The two boys whom Hadrian had lightly designated as the heirs to the throne after Antoninus were Annius Verus, or Verissimus, as Hadrian genially called him on account of his precocious gravity and piety, and Lucius Verus, son of Hadrian's dissolute companion. Annius was a great favorite of the emperor. He received office in his 6th year, and donned the philosopher's cloak in his 12th. He was the pet of his grandfather's palace, but so serious in his stoicism that his mother had difficulty in persuading him to sleep in a bed instead of on the floor. In his 16th year, Hadrian gave him the manly toga, and betrothed him to the daughter of Lucius Verus. In his 18th year he was terrified to hear that he had been chosen for the succession, and must go to live in the palace. Then Hadrian died, and Antoninus adopted him. Gibbon has greatly praised Antoninus for preferring the welfare of the state to the interest of his family in this adoption. It is true that, as we know from coins, Antoninus and Faustina had had 2 sons as well as 2 daughters, but they must have died before the year 138. Dio expressly says that Hadrian ordered Antoninus to adopt the 2 youths because he had no male children at the time. His boys, like his elder daughter, must have died before that time, and indeed we have no further mention of them. But if this particular grace cannot be allowed to Antoninus, we must admire his careful control of their education, and his discriminating guidance of their fortunes. The best masters in Rome instructed each of them, and it was only the deep-rooted difference in their constitutions, the moral strength of the one and weakness of the other, that led them to diverge so widely. The vigilant eye of the emperor observed the dissimilarity of promise. He left Lucius Verus out of the way of promotion, and destined Marcus for the great advancement. No sooner was Antoninus on the throne than he approached Marcus through Faustina with a proposal of marriage with his daughter. She had been promised by Hadrian to young Lucius Verus, and Marcus was to marry Caesonia. The emperor proposed to cancel these contracts and marry the younger Faustina to the young Stoic. It would be extremely interesting if we could penetrate the feelings of the young princess at the time. The later busts of her suggest a pretty round-faced girl, probably in her early teens, with small eyes and a lively temperament. The grim and austere young scholar would not attract her, and one can imagine her feelings when he asked time to consider whether he would accept the hand of the emperor's charming daughter. Marcus philosophically weighed the proposal in his mind until the time he asked had expired, and then he consented to betrothal. He was appointed Caesar and consul designate, and given the palace of Tiberius for a dwelling. A bust that we have of him in the Capitol Museum represents him about this time, a face of singular beauty and refinement, framed in a mass of short curly hair. Their marriage, a superb ceremony, did not take place until about 7 years later, 145, a circumstance which we may regard as a further philosophic error. During the years of waiting, and during most of the reign of Antoninus, Marcus was absorbed in study. He was penetrated with the aphorism of Plato that the state would be happy whose prince was a philosopher. What the effect was on Faustina we may be in a better position to say later. Her mother had died in 141, her womanhood was fully born, and the eye of her father had an empire to survey. At the death of Antoninus, the throne was at once offered to Marcus. In his last moments, Antoninus had ordered the golden statue of Fortune, which he kept in his chamber, to be conveyed to Marcus. From a sense of duty, he, unluckily for Rome, associated Lucius Verus with him in the empire. Somewhat delicate himself, he relied on Verus for such work abroad as was immediately necessary, and continued to frequent the schools. His peaceful studies were quickly interrupted. Fatal floods and scarcity of food disturbed the capital. The eastern frontier was again aflame, and the German frontier was threatened. Marcus sent Verus to take command in the east, after betrothing him to his daughter Lucilla, held off the northern barbarians with bribes and diplomacy, and worked hard for the relief of Rome. For a time his policy seemed to triumph. The Germans were pacified, and the eastern peoples repressed. Verus, indeed, advanced no farther than the voluptuous palaces of Antioch and the licentious groves of Daphne. Once only during the campaign did he quit the luxury of Antioch. He heard that Marcus was coming east with his daughter Lucilla, and hastened to meet him otherwhere than in garrulous Antioch. Marcus did not leave Italy, however, and Verus wedded Lucilla and returned to his perfumed vices. Happily, there was in the East a Roman general of the old stamp, Avidius Cassius, a strong and blunt man, disdainful of luxury. He lashed the debauched troops into a state of discipline, pacified the East, and let Verus return to Rome to enjoy his triumph. Here begin the stories that have gathered about the memory of the younger Faustina, and have persuaded many a writer that, as one of the authorities says, she became a second Messalina. If we are to believe the Augustan history, she behaved with the most abominable license throughout her whole married life. 4 Roman nobles are specifically named as notorious lovers of the Empress, and she is charged with general license. One of the 4 was named Tertullus, and it is said that one day when Marcus was in the theatre, an actor made flagrant reference to this liaison. Asked for the name of a certain lover, he said 3 times Tullus, Tullus, Tullus. It is added that Marcus, who might very well miss a point in the theatre, as he read and wrote letters there, was quite aware of the liaison, because he one day surprised Faustina at breakfast with Tertullus. The Empress is further charged with adultery with the voluptuous colleague of her husband, and with wantoning among actors, gladiators, sailors, and others of the baser sort. The more sober writers on Faustina have generally been unwilling to admit this debauchery. Duroy rejects the stories altogether. Marival recommends reserve, and Renan thinks that careful research has reduced to very small proportions the accusations which scandal was pleased to bring against the wife of Marcus Aurelius. It seems to me that we can only come to the same conclusion as we did in regard to Messalina. We must regard particular legends with reserve, but must conclude that the general opinion of Faustina at the time, which the stories embody, must have had a serious basis. Some of the stories put on record by Capitolinus in the Augustan history are palpably false. One runs that she confessed to Marcus her passion for a certain gladiator, and that Marcus was directed by the Chaldean sages whom he consulted to kill the man and bathe the Empress in his blood. Her passion was cured, but her next child was the brutal Commodus. This story is so gross, I do not reproduce all the details, that the writer does not insist on it, but he continues, "Still, as her conduct with the gladiators is well known, Commodus probably was the son of a gladiator." Now the tutor of the princess, Fronto, remarks in one of his letters, and the surviving busts bear him out, that Commodus had a striking likeness to Marcus Aurelius. I may add that Commodus was born in the year of the emperor's accession, when such conduct is incredible. Other parts of the legend are just as vulnerable. Thus it is said that Faustina poisoned Verus when he boasted to his wife of his relations with her. He died a very natural death, as we shall see later. On the other hand, Dio, who lived shortly afterwards and had no dislike for scandal, knows nothing whatever about this looseness on the part of the Empress, and there is nothing in Eutropius or Aurelius Victor. The only other writer who, in a general way, accuses Faustina of dissoluteness is the Emperor Julian, Caesar's, circa 28. We are therefore in a dilemma, and must not too readily speak of Faustina as a second Messalina. The quiet assumption of her guilt in Julian, and the fact that the stories in the Augustan history are professedly taken from Marius Maximus, an historical writer not far removed from her time, imply a very general belief in her guilt. In one place Capitolinus says, circa 23, that the emperor cleared her by his letters of the charge of loose behavior with actors, and in another represents him as saying, when he is urged to divorce her on account of her vices, "If we send away the wife, we must give up her dowry," though the empire could hardly be called Faustina's dowry. In a third place, however, Capitolinus leaves it open whether Marcus was ignorant of or ignored his wife's misconduct. For many writers, in fact, the attitude of Marcus is decisive. If such things had been done, he must have known, and with such knowledge he could not have spoken so highly of his wife in his Meditations, and would not have dared to set up in her memory an altar on which the maidens of Rome should offer sacrifice before marriage. The scale, in truth, is somewhat evenly balanced. Yet one cannot easily conceive that the heavy charges of Marius Maximus and the deliberate verdict of Julian had no foundation. Whether from weakness or from an excess of casuistry, Marcus Aurelius lacked decision or penetration in such matters. He married his daughter to a profligate, whom he afterwards deified, and he committed the empire to a son who had given early promise of vice. His grave and ascetic ways probably repelled the gay and beautiful woman whom he had diplomatically married, and she seems to have sought relief. None of the busts, medallions, or coins, which more or less convey an image of her to us, suggest character or culture, but rather a weak control and a sensuous temper. From her, Commodus derived the enfeebled will that put him at the mercy of his more dissolute courtiers, and the sensuality that made his short reign an indescribable debauch. Much as we should like to relieve Marcus Aurelius of the shame of having begotten such a monster, we must admit his parentage, and cast what blame there is on the mother. In this unsatisfactory haze, we must leave the conduct of the Empress during the years in which her husband wrought for the safety of the empire, bequeathed his austere reflections to later ages, or contemplated the golden images of his teachers in his Lararium. The triumphant return of Verus was quickly followed by years of gravest anxiety. In the pestilential East, the legions had absorbed the germs of plague, had strewn them along their route, and had now disseminated them throughout Rome. Thousands of victims, rich and poor, succumbed to the subtle malady. Marcus vainly summoned the ministers of every religion and the medical men of all schools, and sacrificed those obscure Christians on whom popular anger was ever ready to visit a calamity. His trouble increased when it was announced that the fierce Marcomanni of the north had burst into the empire, and were driving the Romans before them. With great energy he mustered the demoralized legions in the north, and set out with Verus against the enemy. In the middle of the war, 168, Verus, who had repeatedly tried to return to the comfort of the capital, died. He had an apoplectic fit on the journey, and we may ignore the various suggestions that either Lucilla or Faustina or Marcus put an end to his useless career. Marcus continued for several years the task of settling the frontier tribes. It seems that Faustina went with him on these arduous campaigns, though whether we may see in the circumstance any merit on her part, or a device of the emperor to control her conduct, it is impossible to say. She at least earned a title, Mother of the Camps and Mother of the Legions, which is found on few coins of the empresses. It is probable that her disorders belonged to an earlier date, before and in the early part of the emperor's reign. It is chiefly at Gaeta, the pretty bay on the coast, where many Romans had villas, that Capitolinus places her familiarity with gladiators and sailors. Possibly the sobriety of her later years was accepted by her husband as an expiation, and held to justify his eulogy of her. Those later years were full of trouble and anxiety. Not only did 2 of their children die, and their daughter Lucilla become the widow of a notorious profligate, but the gods seem to have entered upon a contest with the virtue of Marcus Aurelius. A great earthquake shook the East. The plague left a blackened trail over the empire and infested the camps, and other disasters were crowded into a few years. The treasury ran short, and Marcus was obliged to put up the imperial treasures at auction to obtain funds for carrying on the war. His one consolation was that the eastern frontier was tranquil. Yet in the year 175 a messenger came to announce that his great general, Avidius Cassius, was in revolt and claimed the empire. Verus, who must have felt the scorn of the stronger man, had warned Marcus years before that Cassius was dangerous, but the actual revolt is persistently connected in the chronicles with Faustina. Cassius had ambition, and had only been prevented by his father in earlier years from rising against Antoninus Pius. In 174 or 175, it is said by Dio, he received a message from Faustina proposing that, in the event of Marcus dying, he should marry her and occupy the throne. Shortly after this, a false message reached him that Marcus was dead, and he at once announced to the legions that he assumed the empire. The message was quickly contradicted, but Cassius thought it too late to retire, and he prepared for a struggle. Marcus sadly moved towards the east. Before he had gone far, however, he learned that the soldiers who hated Cassius for his rigor had put him to death. The position of Faustina is once more in grave ambiguity. The writer on Cassius in the Historia Augusta gives the rumor implicating her, but rejects it. Unfortunately, his rejection is in this case no more weighty than his acceptance in others. He admits that his source, Marius Maximus, believes Faustina guilty, and ascribes it to a wish to defame the empress. Except that the hatred of Commodus at Rome may have for some time been extended to the woman who had borne him, there is no clear reason why Maximus should calumniate Faustina. Dio, who lives very close to the time, gives it as a positive fact that Faustina secretly urged Cassius to marry her and occupy the throne if Marcus died. We may concur in the verdict of most of the writers on the matter. Marcus was ailing, delicate, and overburdened with work. It seemed to Faustina that he would not live long, and as Commodus was a callow and unpromising youth, and by no means sure of succession, she sought an arrangement by which she should remain on the throne if her husband died. It is not generally felt that there was anything gravely reprehensible in this, but a secret negotiation of such a character does not present her to us in an attractive light. Her subsequent zeal for the punishment of Cassius and his friends is equally unpleasant, even if we recall that she had no intention of raising him against the emperor while he lived. Several letters which passed between Marcus and Faustina have been preserved in the Historia Augusta from Marius Maximus, and there seems to be little ground to doubt their genuineness. They suggest that Marcus was in the habit of consulting with Faustina on matters of grave importance. "Come up to the Alban Mount," he writes her, after telling of the sedition, "and by the favor of the gods we will discuss the affair in safety." Faustina replies, "I will set out tomorrow for the Alban Mount, as you command. But I at once implore you, if you love your children, to visit these rebels with the utmost severity. The soldiers and their leaders have fallen into evil ways, and they will crush us if we do not coerce them." In another letter she presses him again. "My mother Faustina urged your father, by adoption Pius, at the time of the secession of Celsus, to feel first for his own family. You see how young Commodus is, and our son-in-law Pompeianus is older and is abroad. Do not spare men who have not spared you, and would not spare me and the children if they won." A later letter of Marcus tells that he has read her exhortation in his villa at Formiae, on the Gulf of Gaeta. By that time he has heard that Cassius is dead, and he will hear of no further revenge on his family. He will spare his wife and children, and beg the Senate to be moderate in punishing the accomplices, because there is nothing that so much commends the Emperor of Rome to the nations as clemency. We know, in fact, that he treated the family of Cassius with great generosity. The Emperor and Empress then went to the east to complete the work of pacification. In the course of the voyage, in a little village at the foot of Mount Taurus, Faustina met her end in the year 175. As a matter of course, she was placed among the gods, but Marcus was not content with the customary honoring of her memory. He gave the village the name of Faustinopolis, founded a fresh charity with the title of Puellae Faustinianae, and built a beautiful temple at Rome, which, when he died a few years later, was dedicated in their joint names by the Senate. As if to obliterate all the rumors about her infidelity, he went on to ask extraordinary honors for her of the Senate. He set up a special altar with a silver statue of her in the temple of Venus, and directed that maidens about to marry should offer sacrifice on it. And he had a golden statue of her placed on her seat in the theatre whenever he attended its performances. Dio gives two versions of the death of Faustina, which were current in his time. Some say that she died of gout, from which she suffered. Others held that she put an end to her life in fear lest her complicity with Cassius should be discovered by Marcus in the East. The second theory is superfluous. The natural cause of death seems adequate enough, nor would she be in any serious danger if Marcus heard that Cassius had made her the pretext of his rebellion. Her chief misdeeds were to live after her. Frivolous and probably licentious in her early married life, she seems to have settled in sober ways when she became empress, but we find no influence of hers in the ordering of affairs. Had she only reared healthy children to succeed her husband, she might have contributed worthily to the mighty task of supporting the shaken empire. Instead, she gave to the empire Lucilla and Commodus, her two surviving children, and it fell into a fresh degradation. End of section 13.